point kwa possibility ya mimi kuwa brought up na single mom, noise maker tangu speech bado haija form, but kwa uterus meshikilia mbili kwa cord kama mic, nategea tani yangu ya kuperform, defying the short sight ya kuchukua the easy way out yenye ingeniacha ndani ya paperback somewhere kwa damn site. Mother may choose to go strong. About 40 weeks down the line, June 1st 1989, Madaraka Day imegeuka Labor Day kwake. Kemi tatu kwa hewa, amebarikiwa na mvulana, na believe ilikuwa ni furaha kubwa sana kwake. Norman Etienne Dame ampata mtoto nje ya ndoa na bado ana hustle, but familia kina baba mtoto ina uwezo, so naelewa liko tu hivyo wise kupeana mtoto kwa babake. Only that decades later, huyu mtoto ni mtu mzima na bado anahangaika jua vile ingekuwa kaangelewa na mamake, badala ya kuishi na baba wako Joanna jua aliacha uzazi ufanywe na mama na babake. Still pictures kwa album hazitoshi kushikanisha hizi dashed memories, abandoned too early, na Wandakata Wygate could recover his hashed history wakati whereabouts a mother na idea skeleton stashed kwa cemetery. No wonder sometimes you feel like he's just another baby sitting. Jota then mother akiwa babysitting mostly ni dadake mdogo aliachiwa, maswali anayo tena kibao, but alisha sare kusaka answers just in case ziwe source ya more pain zikijibiwa. So niliulizia, nikaambiwa mama alishia. Nilikuwa sad sikuambiwa mama alishia. Sitaki kujudge juu sijui reason mama alishia. Ni birthday yangu leo, yet another reason ya kumiss mom this year. Thank you.
Neno litafika, neno limefika. Bila shaka limefika. Sawa. Thank you, Dolphinage. Maybe you can give your Twitter handles or your social media handles so that people can retweet some of the messages that you have been giving through the conference.
Mine is Dolphin_age. That's the same for Instagram, you know, for those who are on TikTok as well. Dolphinage blog on YouTube. It's Lexas Mshairi, like Lexas, Lexas Mshairi, you know, across the board. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's try and promote the young people who are doing excellent in the fields of art and all other fields. So I want to start the program, and I want to invite Jabri to start up on the conversations and the presentations that we're going to have on the energy sector. So, Jabri, welcome.
Hi everyone. Dolphin, thank you so much for starting us off on that inspirational note. And I'll just open up the first kind of section of the day. This is one of the sector deep dives of energy. And I just quickly thanking everyone in the room for joining us, including our virtual participants. And if I can just have 2 hours of your time today and your attention, we have a really diverse set of speakers today from, you know, government, Ministry of Energy, civil society, we have academia, private sector, etc. And maybe I can just quickly, before we go to our first session, walk you through what will be all engaging us together in the next 2 hours. So we'll open with a panel discussion on a kind of a policy deep dive on the current state of play in Kenya's energy landscape. And then we'll go to another quick session discussing innovation, so emerging trends, intensification of the energy sector, and also gaps and opportunities. And then we'll do a quick Q&A, and then we'll go to our civil society perspective session on the day where we're going to talk about just energy transition, climate justice as it pertains to the energy sector. So I think it's going to be a very interesting session, and I'll just want to open up with maybe a very, very quick reflection on that emissions, energy is one of the sectors, global sectors that accounts for 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And within Africa, Africa contributes about 4% of that global emission, but within that 4%, 73% comes from the energy sector. This is to generate our electricity. And a big part of, as the world moves towards a more climate resilient climate, a net zero future, the issue of just transition we keep hearing about, and just transition is not just in the energy sector, it's in all the sectors, but it's really about how this particular energy sector and individuals, professionals working in fossil fuel industry can transition towards prosperity and green jobs. And if some of you have been following the COP process, COP26, COP27, COP26 obviously had one of the biggest agendas was clean power, and they launched something called the Glasgow Breakthrough, which is a series of commitments between developed countries and developing countries to ensure rapid transition in the clean power sector. But also COP27, if you're still following post COP26, this year they're calling it the Africa COP, since it will be in Egypt. They have a whole day dedicated to the energy sector. This is the 15th November. And then just some of the things we'll also be discussing today is emergent technology like green hydrogen and efficiency and interconnected mini grids. And it's not a one-fit answer on how we're going to transition. And Damilola, who heads up sustainable energy for all, mentions quite frequently that energy is the golden thread that leads to prosperity. It's kind of the great equalizer. So once you have electricity, you have energy, and you have clean cooking facilities, then you're able to really develop all the other core benefits towards prosperity. And maybe the last thing, to just recognize that renewable energy gives us all energy sovereignty. So you don't have to depend on countries for oil and gas and all the kind of implications that gives in a country. We've seen recently that countries controlling oil supply can just decide to increase prices. So energy sovereignty means that countries like Kenya, for example, can be in charge of generating their own electricity. Everyone has, at the very least, some sort of solar and wind. And in Kenya, our energy grid is about 91% renewable energy. And that number obviously fluctuates, but what we do know is Kenya is an energy leader. It's the 7th globally and the first in Africa in terms of geothermal generation. So that everything I'm saying now is just to start to get us thinking a bit of the energy sector in Kenya, globally, and why it's important and why we're spending 2 hours discussing this. So maybe I can start with the first session of the day, kind of a policy deep dive, and we have 2 speakers, and maybe I can welcome them to the stage. Eric Mwangi from the Ministry of Energy, the economic advisor to the CS Energy, and Louis Mathu, who is the energy policy and regulatory consultant, kind of an energy lawyer at Genis Consulting. So if the 2 speakers could kindly join me in the stage. So I just wanted to be a bit closer to you guys. So I know this is quite an interesting panel because we have policymaker working with the ministry. We have someone kind of really driving the agenda on the regulatory legislative framework that pertains to the energy sector. So I think we could have quite an interesting conversation. And maybe Eric, first, thank you for joining us and kind of really prioritizing youth as pertains to the energy sector. So and maybe we start with you, Eric, and kind of just to get your perspective on, our head of state has made climate a priority, and renewable energy is a big facet if we are to go to net zero, but also if you want a resilient economy and community. So I just want to understand kind of the priorities going forward within maybe the Ministry of Energy and maybe the new administration that pertains to renewable energy. And yeah, maybe we can start with that, but I will come back with a follow-up question on youth. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jabri. I think maybe as a reference point, it would be good to understand a little bit about the journey that Kenya has taken to this point from an energy sector point of view. And I know this is a young crowd, so perhaps just about 25 years ago, there was the beginning of what was the unbundling of the energy sector, and what that was the separation of generation, transmission, and distribution. Previously, the sector had been vertically integrated, and what that means is that you had one entity that was responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution of power, and it's very difficult when you're vertically integrated to understand precisely how your sector works and where your bottlenecks are. Now, part of the motivation behind that was that the government at the time was under acute fiscal distress, which is somewhat familiar at this point, in our nation's life. But the sources of support then were development finance institutions and friendly governments, and part of the conditionalities for accessing that support was that the sector would be reformed. Now, those reforms were at the time quite painful, because what ended up happening was that the tariff ended up going significantly higher, based on the principle of it being cost reflective. So saying you need to understand what your generation costs are, you need to understand what your transmission costs are, you need to understand what the distribution costs are, and that in aggregate needs to be reflected in the tariff that the customer is paying. Why is that important? Because sustainability. The tariff may be high, but then you know that the sector is sustainable, because what the customer is at the end customer is paying is sufficient to finance the sector in terms of investment and maintenance and operations. Now, that also led to the emergence of entities like KenGen, which is a generator, Ketraco, which is a transmission company, REREC, which is concerned with rural electrification, and of course the current version of KPLC, which is primarily the principal off-taker and the distributor. That's how you get your electricity in your houses or in your businesses. Now, we in the last maybe 20 years have probably been the African country that has the most experience with private sector investment, particularly in generation. And what that means is that the sector has had a chance to invite private capital and to be analyzed and to be rated and to be seen as an overall attractive sector for investments, for private sector investments. Now, this is really important because the perception of risks in a sector affects the cost of money, the price of money, and the price of money affects the price of everything that comes afterwards. So in a sense, we've been fortunate that there's this track record of attracting private sector investment. That means we don't struggle very much to attract capital. And so when new investment is required, then it's not hard to motivate private sector. In fact, they are the ones who are very proactive about participating in the sector. If you compare this to South Africa, for instance, which now is struggling with load shedding because of underinvestment in generation over the past 10, 15 years. It's a very, very expensive problem to have. Now, Jabri spoke earlier about the transition, the just transition, and what that means for a country like Kenya. First, I'd like to say there's a draft white paper which was developed by the ministry, and it's on the ministry's website. It was published in July, which talks about what we believe the big drivers of the energy future are going to be, and what the critical shifts that are required from a policy, planning, and regulatory point of view to achieve, to realize Kenya's energy promise. It's probably a bit too early to talk about what the priorities are going to be, but the president has pronounced himself on a number of things. I think one is electric mobility, and there will be a drive to both from an infrastructure point of view and from a policy and regulatory point of view to drive adoption of e-mobility, both in public and private transport. It's gratifying to see that there are already businesses that have established themselves, whether it's two-wheelers or buses, and we'd like to see much more of that, much more market share being captured by electric vehicles. It also has implications for how the grid is managed, because right now, if you look at the load curve during the day, we have two peaks. We have a morning peak and we have an evening peak. And after the evening peak, the consumption drops quite drastically. So what that means is that we have quite a bit of renewable energy, for that matter, available overnight for maybe 7-8 hours. And the question is, what can we do with that to further the decarbonization agenda? And electric mobility is one of those options. I think from everything that we've heard around the UN General Assembly, there was also a follow-up op-ed piece done in The Guardian last week. The issue of climate change, in as far as energy is concerned, is going to be a central one for this new administration. I think it's an important thing to understand as a young Kenyan, because it has massive implications on A, where investments are made, B, where opportunities will emerge. Jabri mentioned green hydrogen. I mean, green hydrogen is being seen now as the long-term solution for transportation in as far as fuel is concerned. Now, there are a number of additional vectors. So you can go from hydrogen to ammonia. You can go from that to methane. You can go from that to methanol. You can go all the way to a proper e-fuel, like an e-diesel or e-gasoline, if you will. And this is already, I'm not talking about theoretical things. So Chile is already doing this using wind power. I think they're doing something like 5 million liters a year right now. But this is the direction where things are headed. And it's important that there's an understanding of not just things like green hydrogen or e-mobility, but the ecosystems around them and what those mean from a actual commercial opportunity, from a skills perspective. What are the things that you need to equip yourself with from a technical point of view, and what are the things that you need to be learning to be able to take advantage of what that future looks like. I'll just stop there for now.
No, thank you so much, Eric. This is extremely interesting for me, and I hope people in the audience are finding this as insightful as I do. And I just want to reflect maybe one question one comment and then one question, and then I'll come to Louis. But yeah, I think you really said it right. I mean, businesses need to pay attention to these flare signals being sent by countries, by the international organization. And if you do want to be part of this new green economy, and you are a for-profit business that is profiting off of fossil fuels, then at the very least, you need to be aware of the change that is coming and the rapid change that is going to be needed. I know I said, Louis, I'll come to you, but I just have a follow-up question, because you talked about diversification of our energy sector, the unbundling. So, and I know you also have a private sector background and now working in the public sector. So you represent really a very insightful kind of perspective. So I just want to understand from, it could be just your opinion, but to what extent can this sector, the energy sector, especially in Africa, be profitable? Yes, but to ensure that we do attract capital we need, investment we need, and also that our institutions are efficient, but also ensure that we prevent issues like price gouging. And so to what extent do we want our central kind of services like energy and water commodified? So how can we meet that balance?
That's a very complex question, but you have to separate a few things. I think one is that there's no economic progress that can happen without access to reliable, affordable energy. That's just a fact, right? Now, if you look at many of the developed economies that we have, they had the benefit of developing, particularly industrially, which actually is the most defining from an economic point of view. They had the benefit of doing that with very carbon dense energy. Now they're developed, and that development has played a big part in creating the climate crisis that we have now. And because renewable energy is central to decarbonization, it offers an advantage to the continent, because the continent really is the biggest, it's a treasure trove of renewable energy. There's not many things that a country as small as Kenya in a global context, shows up in a top 10 global league table. So, athletics is one, right? So we are always outliers in the Olympics. So can you see, China, US, maybe the UK, and then Kenya, right? So renewable energy is another place where Kenya shows up. And we've barely tapped the potential of the country. I mean, barely, right? And so once you accept that energy is vital for economic development, first you need to make sure that your own population has access, and has not just access, but reliable, affordable access. I think two, you need to think very carefully about how you deploy your resources, because what is happening right now globally, there's almost a renewable energy land grab. So if you think about, in the mid 20th century, the race for fossil fuel resources drove a lot of what the international affairs landscape looked like. It's the same now, but now we're talking about renewable energy. So you'll find a lot of interest in the continent, a lot of interest in a country like the DRC. Very unique, massive hydro resource, huge resources that actually are connected to the renewable energy value chain. So whether that's cobalt, that's used in making EVs and batteries. So we are seeing that the economic map of opportunity is very favorable to the continent, but we need to be deliberate from a strategy and policy point of view to make sure that that value is captured here, that you're not giving away this resource at a discount to regions like Europe, which have a very, very limited capacity to, even Asia, like East Asia, has very limited capacity to produce its own renewable energy. So we just need to be very strategic and very deliberate about the approaches that we take and make sure that that economic value is captured here.
Thank you so much, Eric, for that. And I often think about how much value are we willing to allow to be extracted before the country captures that revenue. So I think that captures that answers the question fully. Louis, just to move to your question, you kind of really follow Kenya's energy landscape, the legal landscape within the energy sector quite closely. So I just want to get your perspective on this new developments. The law is constantly evolving. Our Energy Act is constantly changing. So what's the current state of play, and what's your kind of perspective on these new developments as it pertains to kind of the legal landscape?
Thank you very much, Jabri, for that question. And thank you for also leading with Eric, because he's laid a very good groundwork, as it were, to the journey that Kenya has taken over the last 30 years or so to where we currently are. Just to pick up off what Eric started talking about, having private sector taking part in generation in Kenya. This started even before we had a proper legal framework. We had our first Public-Private Partnerships Act 2013, which has then been amended and adopted, a new one adopted in December 2021. So you can see Kenya is actually quite a leader. If we'll talk about having a legal framework to encourage private sector participation and investment, I can say that Kenya has been a leader both practically and also now looking at the legal framework. So that's just mentioning about the Public-Private Partnerships Act. We can also talk about the Energy Act. Kenya has walked a journey down that path as well, way before when we had, I can't remember very well, but we had the Energy Act 2006 and then replaced in 2019, a very, very progressive act actually, which places emphasis on renewable energy. So that has, it's been a journey even since 2019, as at now, I think Eric will attest, there's still some gaps we've seen, but the process is ongoing to operationalize the act through having regulations. We have an act and then we have regulations that operationalize that act. As it were, you can say the act is the skeleton and the regulations are the flesh and the skin that really bring the law to life. So in that respect, I would say Kenya has been quite progressive. As you can see, we've been amending and updating relevant acts in the sector. I'll also talk about the energy policy from which the act and the regulations derive their content largely, and say that we had been operating under an energy policy 2004, sessional paper number 4, it was, of 2004. Now we have a new energy policy 2018. Again, a very, very, very progressive energy policy that proposes to look at energy in a very holistic way. What has happened in Kenya is that in the past, we've thought of energy and think of power sector, but energy is extremely, extremely broad. Energy encompasses the oil and gas as well, and power sector. It also encompasses clean cooking as well. And what we've seen is that there has been actually a gap. If you talk about clean cooking, about 70% of Kenya relies on biomass, firewood, charcoal, and now even with the rise in prices of gas, more and more people have tended now to turn to using those kinds of dirty fuels. So I would say that the legal or framework, policy framework insofar as energy is concerned has been very, very progressive. Another thing I'll talk about the energy policy is that it placed emphasis on energy access to electricity, focusing on on-grid access, that is access through the national grid, as well as off-grid sources, that would be mini-grid, standalone systems, solar home systems. And that's one of the reasons why electricity access in Kenya has actually grown so rapidly over the last 10 or 15 years. In fact, Kenya is actually quite a case study. If you look at countries like Ethiopia, they also have a very progressive energy policy, but it's not very clear on the role of off-grid systems, the mini-grids, the solar home systems, standalone systems. So what I'd say is that strong policy, legal, regulatory framework have all contributed to being where we are as Kenya today. And that, of course, is also brought to the fore or given the impetus by having a leadership that has been very, very progressive in having a renewable energy agenda brought to the forefront. As Eric has mentioned also, our new president also is very, very keen on that to drive that agenda forward. So I will also talk about the environment space as well. We do know that renewable energy, yes, is clean, but there are challenges that do come with that. What's going to happen to the solar panels in 20, 25 years? If a solar plant has a lifespan of around 20 years, 20, 25 years, that means then you're going to have a lot of waste, electronic waste, solar panels that are going, what's going to happen to those? And not even, you don't have to wait even 20, 25 years. You look at it as, look at it through the point of maintenance of these plants. You know, these panels there's breakage, there's damage, they need to be replaced. There's a lot of waste. What I'm happy to inform you is that Kenya is also a leader in that realm, because we now have a Sustainable Waste Management Act that requires producers or importers of products to take care of the disposal of those items. And electronic waste is one of those. We have what are called extended producer responsibility regulations, EPR regulations that have been drafted, and they will hopefully be gazetted in the not too distant future. So as you can see, there are a lot of aspects to think about, not just looking at the energy. It's really cross-cutting. Transport, as he's mentioned, right? A lot of discussion is ongoing again about the e-mobility space. In fact, if you're not aware, we have African E-Mobility Week. There's the Association for Electric Mobility and Development in Africa, who is running 3 weeks, I think, of webinars, and it will culminate in an EV show at the waterfront in Karen. Again, as you can see, so the policy is not yet in place. An e-mobility policy is not in place, but we can see there are so many players over and above, I think 20 private sector companies involved at all levels of the value chain, EVs, the two-wheelers, the three-wheelers, the infrastructure. So as you can see, there's a lot to say, but I would say Kenya is a leader. We have a very progressive legal framework, of course, with kinks here and there. The law usually follows, developments. There's a lot happening. Green hydrogen, you've mentioned as well. We do not as yet, of course, have a policy, but there's a lot of work that is going on in government. I've seen somebody here from Ministry of Energy who is leading that charge. In the private sector as well, through the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, we do have a subsector working group that is dealing with green hydrogen to also engage with government on matters, policy and regulation on green hydrogen, because there's a lot of interest in that space as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Louise. And you preempted my next question, but just to reflect, progressive legal framework really it's an enabler of private sector investment, but also energy access, as you mentioned, and also renewable energy buildup. So it can only be enable what the sector already aims to do, or the vision set out, or the signal sent out by the sector. I know they were coming to the end of the panel. I mean, if it was up to me to have a 6-hour panel here, but I am being told that we are almost running out of time. So maybe we can spend the next 5-7 minutes or just 5 minutes answering just quickly a few questions. And maybe Louise, just because you just spoke and all three of us have spoken about green hydrogen. There's really a lot of moves happening, and Eric with me, were part of setting up the Africa Green Hydrogen Alliance, if I can plug that here. So there is a lot of regional integration, also collaboration within Africa on green hydrogen development. But I want to ask, because you had talked about that law follows the sector. For example, in Namibia, if they want to set up a project on signs an implementation agreement with the government because there's no Green Hydrogen Act. And in South Korea, for example, has a Green Hydrogen Act. So to what extent where do we need to be in terms of the legal landscape to reach kind of the areas we need to reach at, especially when it pertains to emergent technology and fields like green hydrogen? So I just want to get your perspective on when can Kenya get to a position when we can have a Green Hydrogen Act, and what are the steps? What's the pathway to that?
That's a tough question. The last part of when to pinpoint and say in 1 year, in 2 years, that would be quite difficult. What I can tell you is that there's a lot of work that is currently ongoing. As I mentioned, through the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, there's already a specific working group that incorporates companies that are engaging in this space, companies that are doing huge work, like if you've heard of Fortescue Future Industries, I forgot the name of, I think Sowitech as well, companies that are really getting into that space. So those conversations are important starting point. I think Eric might tell us a little more, but I believe Fortescue signed something like a memorandum with the government, and that in and of itself, I think, is a really big step. Conversations have to begin, and then you can have the policy makers then understand that these are really the priority areas. This is where we need to attract investment by ensuring that we have a proper legal framework. So I think we've already started that journey. To say when, I don't know when that will happen, but there's already a lot of work ongoing. Jabri, if you don't mind, I know you said 5 to 7 minutes, but there's somebody very important here from the Ministry of Energy, if you'll allow me. He's called Mungai Kihara, Engineer Mungai Kihara, and he's leading those discussions at the Ministry of Energy. If you can give him a minute or two also to contribute.
I mean, Mungai will be in the next panel, so he will be speaking to this as well. But I
saw him raising his hand.
Actually, I wanted to just add what Louis has said. I've worked closely with Louis, so on green hydrogen, especially because there's quite some work that we are doing, and Eric, my colleague, had mentioned we have a green hydrogen working group at the Ministry of Energy, and the work is actually to come up with a regulatory framework too. So there's really a lot of work that usually done as a background before we end up having the law or the policy supporting the green hydrogen. So it's something that we already started. The timing, as Lee has said, is a little bit challenging to say when, but of course it's something that the government is very keen to do, and we have already started. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Maybe I can ask the last question, Eric, and I truly think I saved the best for last for this one. So something that was one of our core asks last year for ELCOE when we organized it was some sort of, and you don't have to answer it now, but just to get your perspective, was to ensure that ministries have some sort of youth engagement mechanism built into place. So last year we asked the Ministry of Energy, specifically the Climate Change Directorate, how best can you have either a youth focal point or some sort of institutionalized mechanism where you have professionals in Strathmore learning about renewable energy, and we're getting renewable energy engineers and real interest from youth constituency in this sector, especially clean energy. So to what extent can we start thinking about Ministry of Energy having this mechanism so that youth know where to go to when they want to engage the ministry at this level? So it's more of a challenge, and I would love to hear your opinion on this.
So I have a bit of a different take on this, because energy, particularly renewable energy, in the last maybe 10, 15 years, the the pace at which we are seeing developments and changes and emerging technologies is one that is so rapid that policymakers globally, not just here, globally, struggle to keep up with those changes. So what's really happening is you have private sector actors then who just start doing things, start making things, start developing projects, and kind of run ahead of the policymakers, and the policymakers are basically trying to catch up. Why do I say this? Because I don't think that I am the most knowledgeable person about the future of renewable energy. I think there are far more knowledgeable people than me. I know some stuff, but there are other pockets of development, of knowledge, of resources that, in my view, will give you a much more holistic balance in terms of understanding, not just what is happening here, because what's happening in Kenya now is now connected globally, right? So it's as beneficial for you to know what's happening in South Korea, in Chile, in Germany, as it is to know what's happening. In fact, I would argue that you have much more value when you know what's happening globally, than kind of getting only engaged on what's happening in Kenya. Luis talked about is there a mic that's on me? So Fortescue basically is a listed company. It's a subsidiary of a listed company that made its money from iron ore mining. And this is iron ore mining in the remotest parts of Australia. Now, after making a lot of money doing iron ore mining, the founder decided that he had done enough damage to the world that now he needed to start undoing some of that. And so Fortescue was formed essentially as a global green hydrogen play. And they're interested here in doing a significant amount of investment in renewable energy for the production of hydrogen, for the production of green ammonia, and its derivatives. And they are talking about an initial 2,000 megawatts. I mean, our grid right now is about 3,000 megawatts. So we're talking about 2/3 of the size of the existing grid, and not requiring any sort of long-term commitment on the part of government through a power purchase agreement. So we can see already that there is significant appetite, there is significant capacity, because 2 gigawatts of geothermal we're talking about what, $4-5 billion worth of investment. So we're not talking about like something that's non-trivial, right? We're talking about this is a significant investment opportunity. So while I could probably funnel you to some officer in the ministry who could be the focal point, I think in terms of using your time and using your energy, I think it's much more beneficial to educate yourself, because a lot of this stuff is really new, and to me it resonates a lot with something like mobile money or mobile telecommunications, where it's basically you're almost leapfrogging and going into entirely new territory. The good thing about new territory is that nobody owns it yet, right? It's why an M-Pesa can be so dominant, right? Because they went into territory where nobody was. It's the same thing in this space. So I think you'd be much better served to educate yourself about what these different vectors are. There's green manufacturing, there's green hydrogen, there's a firm that's putting up a green ammonia plant a few kilometers away from Naivasha. So there's all of these things that are happening now that you need to kind of understand where you think you can locate yourself and start getting educated about who are the players you can kind of engage with or partner with, what can you start doing. And at the point where there's a policy or regulatory issue intersecting with your area of interest, then, by all means, you can engage the ministry, you can engage EPRA, the regulator, but engage with a clear sense of what it is you see as the opportunity.
Yeah, a clear ask. And maybe we need to approach also Fortescue Futures, ask about their youth focal points because they're empire. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So thanks so much, Eric, for highlighting, the importance of tech, where the future is going, and you need to really look ahead. I just want to commend you, Jabri, and your colleagues who've put this forum together. I'm very, very impressed, honestly. I can't remember, maybe when I was in university, don't ask when, that if there were forums like this. And so, in fact, I met Jabri on LinkedIn. So you can see technology really is amazing. You just have to put yourself out there. This is a great forum. The fact that each and every one of you are here, I really commend you. You're on the right path, and keep going in that direction. As he said, as you also become a knowledgeable person, you'll find that people, the FFIs, will reach out to you instead of you reaching out to them. So place yourself strategically, arm yourself with knowledge, be forward-looking, forward-thinking, be a visionary, really. Yes.
I also want to thank you guys for being so open to our constant emails and our last minute invites. So thank you for prioritizing. I realize this is a working day and you're prioritizing youth, so it does not go unnoticed. And we are truly, truly above time now, but I just want to give opportunity. Maybe if you have like one question each, if not, it's fine. But if you do have a question, please let us know and we can fill the questions. And I also don't know if there's any virtual questions. Yes, go ahead.
What do you see as the future of energy in agriculture? How are you going to address feeding people with renewable energy?
Okay, that's a very, very good question. As I had mentioned a little earlier, energy is very, very broad and really cross-sectoral. And increasingly, conversation on productive use of energy has become more and more important. We're talking about using solar water pumps, for instance. And I know that countries in the region, not just Kenya, countries like Sudan have very huge projects on the solar water pumping. So it's increasingly becoming a focus area. Their engagements I know that are ongoing discussions between GOGLA, SNV. There's a working group under the Kenya Renewable Energy Association that involves the public sector, non-governmental organizations, and private sector. I'm a member of that working group, and those conversations are ongoing, looking at issues about, say, standards for some of these products or some of these equipment that is being imported. Solar water pumping, is it substandard equipment? Is it going to serve the purpose? Are we looking also at tariffs, import tariffs? Have possibly them given preferential tariffs or zero so that you can have them imported and facilitate the construction of projects, agricultural projects. So what I think to sum it all is that conversation has begun, its momentum is increasing, and renewable energy is really going to play a huge role in ensuring the food security of Kenya and the continent as well. Eric.
On my farm in America, I have a 250 horsepower tractor. How are we going to deal with that? But my my real comment is this is an incredible forum that you're having today with you two. Next week in Iowa is the World Food Prize, which is the equivalent of the Nobel Prize, but it's in agriculture. We should be hearing in Iowa, there will be 97 nations represented at that conference. We should be hearing from Kenya on energy and energy policy, because we're not hearing these discussions in America. At least I'm not hearing them. So Asante Sana.
If you'd like some contacts, I'm happy to share with you contacts of individuals that,
You
could-
and Eric both.
Perfect. No, thank you.
No, just that to add to what Luis said, I think the nexus between I would say energy, food / agriculture and water is a really important one, because those three sectors are really heavily interrelated when you're trying to deliver socio-economic outcomes at the community level. So you need to be also very deliberate in terms of how you allocate your resources, and that's everything from renewable energy to land, to your water resources as well. But just something you said about the disconnect between, what's going on here in a place like Kenya and the US. I was invited to a conference in May by the University of Chicago, the Booth Business School. And it was on renewable energy technologies that are going to kind of change the future of energy. And some very, very interesting businesses. They're doing some groundbreaking things, almost all of them North American. But when I looked around the room, I think 75% of the people who were in that room were not just from the US, they were from Houston. So these are oil and gas companies that are making strategic investments in renewable energy, but it's very North America focused. I was the only person from, the global South. And so I think there's value in trying to bridge. I think the Europeans are a bit closer because, I guess historical ties, but I think there's massive benefit in perhaps bridging that knowledge divide between North America and Africa, and there could be technology, financial ideas exchange that could be beneficial for both parties.
Great. On that note, if we could have a quick round of applause for two fantastic panelists.
Jabri, there is a question online. Ian?
Yes, I mean, we are above 30 minutes above time. If we can just quick questions and quick answers. I see 3 questions in the room, and then how many in the virtual?
Just one.
Okay, Mercy, go on.
Okay, great. So I will take the online question on behalf of online participants. Lovely to see you, Jabri, on the panel. My name is Pasi Amayo, and I am pursuing my master's at the University of Sussex in energy and climate policy. So obviously my interest in climate policy in the country is at the highest level at the moment. I just want to follow up on a question that Jabri asked, but I don't think we really got a clear answer. The ambition is to bring the whole system into the room so that we are, contributing to energy and climate policy at the national level and leveraging also the capabilities of youth that span across different sectors and different capabilities. I think the main challenge has been being able to directly contribute to energy planning, especially linking it with the nexus on climate action. And so the question was, is there an opportunity for us to work together with policymakers on the ground, especially the Ministry of Energy, to have a form of youth engagement mechanism that can then enable young people who are in different sectors, private sector, and energy entrepreneurs, innovators in the space, but also emerging policymakers to begin to interact and have an intergenerational pathway towards energy planning and towards securing a sustainable energy future. I think this is a question that we have grappled with even in the last LCOI, and we're really hoping that this LCOI would be the platform where we bridge that gap and have access to a table where we can exchange ideas and kind of have collective intelligence opportunities in the energy space, but also from a very intergenerational perspective. So this is the question from me and on behalf of the online participants. Back to you, Jabri.
Thank you, Pasi, for reiterating that question. Eric, maybe another stab at it would be fantastic.
All right. Look, again, my view is that if you wait to be invited to the table to have a conversation in a sector that is already moving at 160 kilometers an hour, it might be a long and fruitless wait. That said, the Ministry of Energy has always been a pretty open door. I mean, between myself, engineer Kihara there, there's a bunch of us who are engaged, by private sector on a regular basis. And there really isn't, if you think about the the forums that that govern, say, planning and even policy making. So for instance, when we published the white paper in July, we did provide a period for submissions, and it was advertised in the daily papers. So there are opportunities to contribute directly to policy, and actually, if you look at that document, that's a much longer term perspective on where the energy sector is going. So I do think there are forums to engage around policy making, but I think where the actual action is at a project development level, because in many ways the policy is now responding to where the sector is heading, where previously it used to define where the sector is heading. So you might actually be at the tail end of the thing when you actually want to be at the head of the animal. So yeah, so I hope that clarifies, and I want to make sure that you understand this is my own personal perspective, and not an official.
Maybe just, Eric, I mean, we are, as you say, we are in touch with you and Engineer Kihara, and maybe we can pick this up and have a more longer conversation about how to establish this sort of mechanism. To the questions in the room, if I can just maybe ask, since we are truly 45 minutes, they will go back to the audience, so you can approach them for questions. And I do apologize, but we have two other energy sessions right after this with panelists in the audience. They will join you in the group and you can approach them for the questions. So truly, thank you both for joining, and I hope we can continue this engagement forward, and looking forward to inviting you LCOI 2023. Thank you all so much. So we just to quickly move to the next panel, because I think we're now about 35 minutes over time, but that truly is a symptom that we had a really good conversation. So our next panel is on the emerging trends innovation session. And I just want to invite Engineer Mungai Kihara, please, and Sarah Odera from Strathmore Energy Research Center. And I just want to also confirm from the tech team, do we have a virtual participant, Esther Wanza from RES for Africa, just to confirm this?
Yes, we do. And she's going to be joining as a panelist shortly.
So I couldn't hear that they're going to join us?
Yes, she is online, and we're just working with her to promote her into a panelist shortly.
Perfect. So maybe we can start while we wait for the virtual participant. Again, truly, I realize the invites were quite late, but we have been trying to land you two for some time now. And I think this is also a very interesting panel. Another policymaker, but also academia. And these two kind of stakeholders in the energy space do interact, but maybe not in the way we think they interact. So maybe we start with Sarah. You represent academia, and Strathmore is making big moves towards upskilling, reskilling, towards innovation, towards research, R&D on renewable energy. So I just want to first get your point of view on what emergent trends do you see in the sector? What new innovations do you see coming up? And what do you think will be the next kind of big play or the next big thing in the renewable energy sector and the energy sector as we move and as we race towards this net zero by 2050? So over to you.
Thanks, Jabri. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. In terms of the new trends that I see, I would take it from 2 points: technology and policy. I think the previous panelists have captured technology quite well in terms of speaking about green hydrogen and electric vehicles, which are really some of the things that I see coming out today. So I won't spend a lot of time covering that, but perhaps just to say that while new developments do indeed come before policy, I think it's really important for policy to catch up, and not just within, or not just energy policy, but looking at it holistically. So for example, we have electric vehicles, which are quite costly. So what are some of the things that we can do from a fiscal perspective to drive the cost down to enhance adoption? I think the other thing I would think about is what kind of policy incentives are there so that we can have charging infrastructure or business models like battery swapping that would reduce the range anxiety of people who are having electric vehicles on the market. Similarly, with green hydrogen, I think we implemented a project on green hydrogen recently, but at a very small scale. So looking at it as a storage option in the off-grid sector, and we were not able to import the parts that we needed to assemble the plant at Strathmore because there were safety concerns from the customs people. And maybe it was because also it was during COVID, so things were moving a bit slowly. I must put that out there. But these conversations need to be happening so that as we are moving, the policy is not inhibiting our movement. The other thing I want to speak about, which I think Louis laid a good foundation for, is policy, and specifically moving towards energy planning. There's been lots of development in that sector as well. I think both at a national and subnational level. So firstly, we have the Kenya National Electrification Strategy, which was launched in 2018. And I think this put out Kenya as a leader, firstly, because it was one of the first attempts by government to use GIS planning for least cost electrification. So here we are selecting between the grid and off-grid technologies like mini grids and solar home systems with the goal of enhancing electricity access in the country. GIS presents such a good opportunity for access to data. I think if you are to sit in any room with energy planners, data will always become part of the conversation. So GIS presents such a good opportunity for access to data. The other thing I want to speak about is subnational planning. So the Energy Act requires all counties to develop their energy plans, and these plans have to be amalgamated by the national government through the Ministry of Energy. I think this presents a fantastic opportunity. Number one, to enhance energy access in the country. And you'll notice that I'm deliberately not saying, I'm saying energy, not electricity. So energy access, clean energy access in the country. I think one of the things that Louis spoke about previously was on access to clean cooking. So one of the challenges we're having in this sector is how exactly do we plan for clean cooking, given that particularly in the rural areas, firewood is predominantly supplying cooking energy. And one of the challenges with planning for clean cooking here is that all our energy models use cost as the metric, key metric for planning. We say least cost, right? But most of the people within the rural areas, okay, let me not say most, I haven't seen the recent statistics, but they're collecting firewood. They're not actually paying for it in the traditional way. So they are paying for it using their time, which they use to collect the firewood. They're paying for it using the risks that they face. Some of them who are recently working in Narok, and people were telling us how they actually face threats from wild animals. Someone recounted to us a story about a woman who was chased by an elephant as she was going to fetch firewood. So this is our payment. How do we take this data and consider it in our model? So I think there's been lots of strides towards supporting counties to develop their energy plans, but there's still a way, some distance to go in terms of thinking about the methodology. And perhaps also maybe Kihara is better placed to speak about this than I am, but thinking about the integration of these plans as well, so that we can have a just national energy plan. So I think I'm going to stop there.
Oh, that was so, I have so many takeaways from that point. And I think the point you mentioned about consumers don't want to pay a green premium for an e-vehicle. They want, it shouldn't be a tough choice. It should be an easy choice to pick an e-vehicle or to pick clean cooking solutions. Because as you say, maybe clean cooking, especially in rural setting, doesn't make sense in the business models we know, because they're not paying anything for this energy. And how do you make them pay for a clean cooking option that they get from a forest, for example, etc. So yeah, I think maybe I can just ask, was it importing an electrolyzer, or what was the challenge?
I think the specific challenge was with I always forget what they're called, the canisters that you were supposed to use to store the hydrogen and the oxygen.
Yes, no, I just wanted to quickly follow up because I am quite interested in the sector. Mungai, maybe just to come to you, I think you've been in this space quite prominently for some time now. So you've seen the shifts, and they're evolving at quite a rapid pace, and you can feel the pressure that are coming from when we go from COP to COP, and each time we have to up the ambition. So maybe we can rewind a bit and ask, since Kenya, when we kind of rewind and we go see Kenya from a regional lens and a global lens, then we are a renewable energy leader in that. It doesn't seem that way when you're in the country, but when you do see it globally, especially in geothermal, we are a leader. So what do you think sets Kenya apart in that sense? So what enablers did maybe Kenya put in place, and for example, to allow KenGen to flourish in this way, to unlock renewable energy at scale that Kenya has been able to do?
As you put, I've been in this sphere, but not that long, but also long enough to see how things have really changed. And Louis was here mentioning about our policy and regulatory framework. And started in the year 2004, where we enacted the session paper number 4 on energy, which is usually what you call energy policy of 2004. And that policy is what really opened up our sector. But before we come to 04, the whole thing about sector, and my colleague Eric had mentioned about it, the whole unbundling and the reforms that have been there started long time ago. Most of us here were not in the actually, I think we were in primary school, some of us in high school, back in 1990s. That's where we started having some changes in our energy sphere, where the conversation about unbundling of Kenya Power to be the way it is today started in 1990s. The whole story about the tariff, making it what you call cost-effective tariff, where the government no longer now subsidizes the tariff, which is very good because it really helped us attract what you call private sector investment, which now has really made Kenya now move more to renewable energy. And then come to around 2004, we enacted the energy policy. It really focused a lot on renewable energy. And in that policy is where the government decided we will have a special purpose vehicle geothermal development company that will come in and really government to put its own resources and risk geothermal development. So that's why you see come to geothermal, the government has put a lot of resources into it, which has really helped de-risking the investments. Not only that, the session paper number 4 also talks about government now trying to open up the space of renewable energy for private sector investments. And in that, we came to 2008 and having the first feed-in tariff policy, which allowed actually private sector be able to put their investment in renewable energy and have a fair return on investment they make. And because of that, we have power plants like Kipeto here in Kajiado, we have Lake Turkana, we have other solar power plants in Eldoret that have been commissioned last year, another one in Malindi. And also KTDA has done a lot of small hydropower plants. And all these are renewable and has really helped Kenya to be seen up there as a leader or a vanguard come to renewable energy. So I think Sarah here has mentioned that, of course, there's some areas we have lagged behind, especially when the technology moves very fast. I'm looking at, for example, electric vehicles and for example, battery storage, also what we are looking for the grid. We are still lagging behind, but what usually happens when you come for you to be able to develop a policy, because you don't want to have a policy today and then change it tomorrow. So we usually do a lot of studies. We really need to do a lot of stakeholder engagement so that now the policy, because coming from the government, it has to give certainty to the market. So with that certainty, we are able to attract even investments coming into in the country. So we may lag behind in some areas, but other areas we have tried to do our best, like for example, in private sector investment in renewable, and we continue as government to bring the right policy framework that helps not only government but also private sector be able to move forward and be able to give Kenyans the green power that we really envision to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiara. Maybe I can just a quick follow-up on what you said, which is I think is so informative. You mentioned the role of national government in de-risking, especially new technology. So I almost wonder if we can replicate what we did with geothermal with green hydrogen. Do you think it's the same pathway? Is it different? What's the role of the national government in that?
We couldn't really compare geothermal and green hydrogen as like to like. It's a little bit different, especially when you look at green hydrogen. It's an energy carrier per se. And it helps us, especially for people in electricity, to have electricity being consumed in some sectors that cannot be consumed. And a good example is green hydrogen helps us to produce ammonia, and then ammonia can be used to produce fertilizer. In a normal situation, electricity will not be going to fertilizer making, or it will come to fertilizer making in what you call conventional way, in an industry and such. But now we have converted electricity, green electricity, for example, from geothermal wind to produce ammonia. So this ammonia is what our green hydrogen, and move it to now fertilizer making. And you talked about what you call premium products, like now producing green fertilizer as a premium product. So when I look at green hydrogen, it's not a Ministry of Energy sector per se, that we can just move forward with it like we did with the geothermal. We could easily move the geothermal and have a policy on our own to de-risk geothermal. In green hydrogen, we cannot really move as our own. We need to bring other sectors into it: agriculture, industry, transport. All these have a key role to play. And what ministry have done, I had mentioned, is actually established Green Hydrogen Working Group. And Green Hydrogen Working Group has brought together now almost all these sectors, where we try our best to meet each and every month to see which are the best policies, what we need to do to come up with certain policies. So we started with the basin study. If you go to our website, you get our basin study. That the basin study actually looks at the value chain and which are the low-lying fruits that we can follow for development of green hydrogen in Kenya. And with that, we are able now currently work on strategy and roadmap. And the strategy and roadmap is where now we will come up, for example, with policies, which kind of policies that we need to enact, what standards and the regulations that we need to put into place. So all this is work in progress. We are working on it. We may be a little bit slow, but as I said, we need to bring everyone on board to make sure the policy, regulation, and standards that we put in place, it's all encompassing for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Green hydrogen as a industrial feedstock as well. So it's I almost wish it could have been that simple, that it didn't require so many stakeholders and consultation. Not to forget our virtual panelist, Esther Wanza, just to confirm that we can hear you and you can hear us, if you can confirm that.
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, your audio is a bit, maybe you can just say one word again.
Hello.
Yes, okay, good now. Thank you for joining us. You represent RES for Africa, so maybe I can just have your point of view on kind of, is it philanthropic support or kind of foundational support on how you guys fit into the energy space in the sector. So I just keen to know more about what you guys do at RES for Africa and how you see kind of the state of play now in Kenya's energy landscape, but what are the steps that your institution sees we need to play or to make in order to reach some of these Paris Agreement goals? So we're really keen to hear your point of view.
Okay, thank you so much, Jabri. And sorry, I think there was a mistake. It's not RES for Africa. It's Peter Energy. I'm a founder of a startup. Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, this was not updated in my speaking notes, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Esther Wanza. I'm a renewable energy professional and a founder of a startup which is working with women in the rural areas of Taita Taveta County, mainly supporting them and accelerating access to clean cooking. So my sector is mainly the clean cooking sector, and I'm also a youth. Thank you for the invitation to this forum. It's really enlightening and informative. So you asked a question about the emerging trends, and I'm going to address some of the key areas or key topics which have come across, and especially with regards to the clean cooking sector, which is a rarely talked about sector when people talk about energy, and especially in the rural areas. Like most of the speakers have highlighted the challenges, and I know most of us in our rural homes, they undergone those, and especially the poor people in the rural areas, they are experiencing most of these challenges. And if you look at the sector, it's one of the, I can say it has so many players, and especially the local artisans who are really supported. It's just the other day I asked someone, do we have like the kind of technologies, or if we were asked the kind of cook stoves which exist in this sector, like which are produced locally by the artisans, we have like all of these technologies in book. And that's one of the key areas I need. We lack data in this sector. We lack research and development in this sector for technologies. We've seen the MEX program recently promoting the e-cooking, the electric cooking, and I think that's a good way to go in terms of ensuring development of the rural areas through energy decentralization. We have mini-grids, development of mini-grids in the rural areas. And I know most of the project developers, they fear developing mini-grids in the rural areas because of lack of demand for the power. And this is one of the sectors which can really push or increase power demand in the rural areas with the use of the electric pressure cookers, the induction cookers, and also development of the off-grid induction cookers, which can operate without the use of, power. So these are some of the technologies. If we can have them here in the country and ensure that we can be able to assemble them in the country, not importing them, because they have become expensive for the local people. That's why most of the people have to go back to using firewood, which is now readily available. If we can have models where we assemble the appliances, the EPCs, the induction cookers locally, and make them cheaper for local people, such that they're able to acquire them on a sustainable model that can really work in improving the clean cooking sector. And I wish this can be one of the topics in this year's COP, especially addressing this sector as a country, because I think we've made quite a milestone in the lighting sector, electrification sector, but when it comes to clean cooking, it's still behind. So if we can look at this sector and see how we can push for developments of electric cooking around this space, it can really work for the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And apologies once more for misaligning your institution. Thank you so much for bringing clean cooking back into the conversation. And maybe we can check in after, because I know Clean Cooking Alliance will be making clean cooking an agenda for COP27. So we can pick this up maybe offline. But just back to Sarah, I really think Strathmore is one of the kind of leading academic institution in the country, and I'm not biased by saying this, but I just want to get to kind of circle in back on the role of academia, because there is going to be a lot of reskilling, upskilling. If a lot of the, for example, petroleum engineers, a lot of workers traditionally skilled in the fossil fuel industry will need to kind of be upskilled and ensure there's a just energy transition in terms of the labor part of it. So what do you see the role of academia in terms of the training of a new kind of green labor force? And this is an open question. You can feel free to answer widely, more generally.
I think that's a really good question. So academia primarily has two functions, teaching or capacity building and research. And I think the way we at Strathmore look at teaching, it's very broad. So it's the academic kind of training that you would find in the class. So I'm taking a degree in this, but even more the short courses, which I think also have a very important role to play. And these short courses tackle a broad audience. So for example, you mentioned the solar PV training that we do. But beyond that, we are also looking at training. For example, Esther mentioned artisans who are involved in perhaps manufacture or sale or distribution of these clean cooking technologies. And so what we've identified is that the skills are there, but perhaps the business skills, the technical skills are there, but the business skills are missing. So we need to equip them with the capacity to have those business skills, how to manage the business, how to market it, how to think about registration. So that's something that we have been doing quite recently. And then if we move into the more academic kind of training, we also have, one of the things that we noticed is that whenever we speak about the energy sector, we always just think about engineering. Yeah, this is where our mind goes to, but energy is very broad. So it has the engineering, it has law, it has communication, it has finance. So one of the things that we are endeavoring to do is to bring this kind of interdisciplinary focus or multidisciplinary focus into the energy sector. And we're doing this through our master's program, which is the Sustainable Energy Transitions Master's Program. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately, we had to start with engineering and IT students as targets. So I'm just going back to where we said we're trying to move from, but it's because curriculum development is a very expensive exercise. So this is where we are starting to. We're starting with the skills that we most have, but then we are planning to grow and move into skills like law, into finance. And I think there's a beauty in having these people sit together in the same class, because often we speak about a silo mentality in the energy sector. Having these people sit together in the same class, having interactions, makes an engineer think, okay, I have the technology, but how am I going to finance it? And they're able to speak to someone who has a finance background, and beyond the classroom training that they're getting, it kind of broadens their thinking and their horizon. I want to go establish a mini grid in Turkana. What does the policy and regulation say about that? So you're having that kind of training, but you're also interacting with an energy lawyer. So you're able to form those kind of collaborations beyond the school. The last thing I'll speak about is, sorry, not the last thing, the second last thing. When we're speaking about teaching and training, we're often thinking about hard skills, but we need to inculcate the soft skills as well. So you need to be able to communicate, you need to be able to write well, you need to think critically, you need to have teamwork skills within you. Often people will say stuff like, oh, I can train someone, but if they don't have the right attitude or the right personality, which can be built, right? So a lot of these things are not inherent within us. So academia should then, and we should then strive to have our training so that it's not just transferring hard skills, but soft skills as well. Now, the last thing is research. We need to conduct research, we need to conduct relevant research. And we can only do this if we collaborate with government. Kihara mentioned one of the things that they do when they're doing policy making is to engage widely. So the outputs of our research should be part of the engagement that is done with government. We also need to engage with the private sector, right? Because our research could inform technology development. It could also inform adoption of technology, looking at things like, you're developing this, but do people really want it? Academia can do such research. You're developing this, can people really afford it? You're developing this, what business model is most suitable for a Kenyan context, a Northeastern context, coast kind of context. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm saying.
Oh, thank you so much. And maybe just two things, and then Kiara, I have last question, and it's a tough one. But Sarah, to just say, what I like about those short courses is they're so responsive to like needs. And maybe one thing when you talked about multidisciplinary, another, I would call it a discipline, is kind of advocacy and stakeholder engagement, because that really has allowed buy-in from and renewable energy to flourish. And a lot of this push, we could have gone the renewable energy route throughout, but why are we shifting towards renewable energy? There's a lot of push, advocacy, lobbying that has went into it. So that also maybe falls into the comms, but it is an element. Yeah, because I said, do people want it? So, and how do you get people to want it? Kiara, maybe just the last question is, for those of us who are in the green hydrogen sector and we follow this closely, we are interested to know what can we expect kind of next steps from the green hydrogen working group? What's the kind of the roadmap and what is the vision for it? And I want you to feel free to answer more broadly, and also maybe next steps with or priorities for as we go into kind of the next implementation phase of the COP process, also under the kind of the umbrella of the Ministry of Environment, but you could speak to either. So,
thank you very much. On the green hydrogen sphere, as I said, it's a totally multidisciplinary, almost trying to bring everyone on board. As I said, we are currently working on the strategy and the roadmap. This tell us what exactly we want to focus in short term, medium term, and the long term when it comes to green hydrogen. But on top of that, we are also working with the development partners, especially EU and German, because Kenyan and Minister of Energy want to do a pilot project. We feel it's very, very important to see and to help us get the data to make the right policies. And I know you are aware that KenGen had advertised for a partner to work together on production of ammonia from the geothermal power plants. That's currently ongoing. But we also feel when we're able to produce or to be engaged in green hydrogen, it will help us a lot on the climate agenda. And the Minister of Environment has put this as one of the areas that Kenya is focusing on to make sure that we are able to meet our NDC by year 2030. So currently what we are doing is a lot of engagement or work together with the development partners, private sector, because private sector is also part and parcel of our green hydrogen working group, and also the other sectors. But up now, what we have done is, because we really want to have a buy-in of the new minister when he comes to the office, we have prepared a strategic paper. It's really a short and punchy paper that we want to present to our CS. With that, you get a buy-in on what agenda we want in our green hydrogen development. And then I also want to mention this, even government of Kenya National Treasury is really interested in what we are doing in green hydrogen. And for the last 2 years, they're able to get us a vote in our national budget that we are able to finance our activities in green hydrogen agenda. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kiara. Lots to follow up on. I think Sarah and I will be following up on some of the things you mentioned. I just want to open the floor up again. If anyone has any questions, yes, to the gentleman at the end.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony. I'm from Biogas International. Now, just a few concerns. I'm to understand that we are talking about more of the impact of energy, either the impact of energy to the climate, yeah? And we are to agree, maybe some might disagree, but I'll say the lack of energy is the root of all of poverty. Yeah, because if without fuel, you can't move, without power, you can't. And something also that is creeping up has been there for the longest time is waste management. Yeah, no one is thinking about how I've not heard, or well, I should not say no one, but I've not heard from the panelists or even the previous session, anyone relating waste to energy. I'm from the biogas field, maybe give you some few pointers. Yeah, in Kenya alone, leave alone Kenya, we're in Nairobi alone, go to our dam sites. 70% of what is found in the waste that is disposed there is organic matter. This is feed that is very ready for biogas production. We as a company are struggling to get funding to expand our operations. We have that. At the moment we are in Ngong market, managing all the waste that is being produced by that market. We are in Kisumu. We've really worked closely with the governor there. He's given us some really goodwill, and we are impactful to that society. Our digesters are being used to deep fry fish at the shores, and the place is clean. So we are giving energy to them. Are there policies as well to help these people target more places and improve our basic climatic region? The current climate change issues. Moving forward, also on the hydrogen space, I wish to understand slightly more, because this will require energy. Where are we going to tap in this energy from? Excuse my ignorance, but just that's the question, because we are looking at a lot of waste. And also on the panels, thank you for bringing that up. We are going to be having a lot of e-waste specifically for panels. We have an organization that is currently researching on how to repurpose the cells, yeah, from the solar, because that's what dies after about 15 to 20 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that fantastic questions. And maybe we can answer and then we'll come back to the gentleman here. I know Luis also mentioned the sustainable waste Waste Management Act, and I'll bring you in to also provide that input. And I think on hydrogen, it was more additionality, so it will require additional renewable energy build out. So maybe you can feel free to answer any of the three questions. So maybe start with you.
Yeah, sure. I like the way the gentleman is really challenging us on the waste. It's really if you look at Nairobi, for example, it's really like a menace that is really affecting us. And if you look at the waste, it's really a challenge this way. We at the Ministry of Energy will come almost at the tail end of the whole waste management cycle. Energy production of energy or electricity for that matter, it's at the tail end as one of the ways of managing waste. We have been working with the county governments because as the constitution, I don't want to really blame them here, but as per the constitution, it's the mandate of the county government to manage waste. And we, as the Ministry of Energy, have tried to come up with a policy. One of the policies I had mentioned is the FIT policy. It does not only look at what you call renewable energy, solar and wind and small hydro, but also look at at biomass. And biomass, we have really classified it to, like, for example, waste management, municipal waste, agricultural waste, and such. And I give one example. If you go to Naivasha, there's one power plant that is currently being powered using agricultural waste to produce biogas. It's currently have a capacity of about 2 megawatts. So we as the Ministry of Energy have tried to enable that, but where we have really failed is in the municipal waste. And the minute because we have to work together with the municipal county government, and we actually come, as I said, you come almost a tail end, or we provide one of the solution to waste management. Last year, if you can remember, I think last year but one, the president, the President Uhuru Kenyatta had said KenGen or Ministry of Energy have to work with the county government to set up a power plant to manage waste in Nairobi, in Ruai. That's still in progress. But the only big problem is the cost of producing electricity from waste is not really cheap. And not only in Kenya, all over the world. I visited some power plants in out of the country where they tell you if we set up a power plant just to produce electricity, it's not sustainable. But if you set up a power plant as one of the ways of waste management, where the revenues coming from electricity is just one of the few revenues that you have, then it makes sense. But if you just set up a power plant to get as electricity as the main revenue, it may not make sense. That's why we need to have a collaboration. And I think Luis and Sarah had mentioned, we need to have a collaboration between us, the Minister of Energy, county government, and see how best can we work on especially municipal waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sarah, over to you.
So I'm just going to speak about some of the work again that we've done in Narok that perhaps addresses the question that Tony is asking. So we were actually working to develop Narok's county energy plan. And I say this because I think, again, county energy planning is an opportunity for us to look contextually at some of the issues, both in terms of demand and resource, and recommend solutions. So in Narok, we saw that they had lots of waste from livestock. So they have pastoralism as one of the major economic functions in the county. And then they also have waste from agricultural residue. So we saw it as an opportunity to recommend biogas solutions as a pathway to transition into clean cooking. So one of the, when we were collecting data, some of the feedback that we got from the community is that, number one, the cost of taking up biogas is high. So, they have to buy the biodigesters, it's pricey for them. And then the second thing is they wanted to see demonstrator sites. Usually, I think when you're deploying a new technology, you will first have like a 1 or 2 sites so that people can see and take up interest. And so I think we need to think about financing, as you've rightly mentioned. in collaboration with perhaps development partners, also government, both at national and county level, to look at how we can make the technologies more accessible, because the interest was there for sure. It's just how can we access it, and I need to see that it works before I actually spend my money on it. So that's perhaps some of the preliminary results. But in terms of potential, the potential was very high. Like in terms of supply, it could even supply electricity but at a national scale. But again, we need to think about the costs, as Kihara was mentioning.
Thank you so much. And maybe, yeah, over to you, Luis.
Thank you, Johnny. That was a very good question. You said that you've not heard about organizations dealing with electronic waste. I'd invite you to, possibly you are aware, maybe not, the Waste, Electrical and Electronic Equipment Center. That is the WE Center. You may have heard of that initiative. There's also the Sustainable Waste Management Act that was signed by the just outgone president before he left office. And it sets out a very clear mechanism in which waste will be managed in the country, issues to do with waste segregation, also looking at the responsibility of producers and importers of products, being responsible for the product at the end of life. And in line with that, the Act establishes or makes provision for extended producer responsibility. That is, you import a solar panel to put up a plant. Then you should then be responsible to what happens to that panel after the 20-25-year term life of that plant. So what happens is the regulations have not yet been adopted, but the draft is very far advanced. The I heard was the Attorney General had already given their inputs. So we are hoping that the next administration will actually gazette these regulations. So what is to happen is that the regulations have classified 5 categories of waste that are quite problematic. You have electronic, you have plastics, have, I forgot the other categories. I think there's rubber, there's also liquids like oils, and these have all been clustered in different categories, and each category is to have players in that space form what is called a producer responsibility organization that is going to be taking care of what happens to those products, those items at the end of life. So I'm very happy to share with you information in terms of documents or websites you could visit, organizations, so that you can engage further.
Thank you so much, Antonio. I would encourage you to have a conversation with them maybe after the panelists. I mean, you're in touch with them now. Yes, to the gentleman, yeah, go over to you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so proud of the panelists. My question is on a local perspective, because our role is to digest conversation from the global discussion to local understanding, or to the grassroots understanding. Well, my question is, why is it that Kenya, we have good policies, we are producing a lot of energy, but still energy is still expensive?
Yeah.
2 is the issue of the nuclear energy. You haven't talked about it, but it is the next big thing, because even the government was trying to push for nuclear education, maybe with the youth engagement, whereby Uganda have taken it more seriously, more than Kenya. The other one is the Lamu coal plant. I was sharing with a friend early in the morning about it's a fossil fuel, but the global north are against it, because they're saying that it is producing a lot of carbon, yet them they are using it. So I don't know, it is untapped asset for us, especially the global south. But we are not using it. So the panelists, I'll be so much appreciative if you can give me an explanation that I can explain to the people that I'm going to give back my report to. Thank you so much.
These are very good but difficult questions. What is, we didn't catch your name, Jen.
Oh, my name, you can call me yours truly or one and only, Odongo Kevin.
Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Maybe just to, before I pass to panelists, and feel free, Eric as well, and Luis, to jump in on this. But just to make a point on the Lamu coal plant, it's also the local community in Lamu have made kind of assumptions that they do not want that plant to be there. And I'm in contact with some of these community members in Lamu. So I would just balance it that, yes, there's pressure from the global north, but there's also pressure from people in Lamu on anti-coal positions. Who would want to go first? Sarah, yeah, over to you.
So I will not tackle your question holistically, maybe, but I'm just thinking from a planning, first of all, from a consumer perspective, you want electricity in your house. You want it to be affordable. Maybe as Jabri has mentioned, the people who are around there want it to be clean from a climate, environmental perspective. But other than that, maybe it's pretty fair to say the rest of us are like, as long as I have electricity and it's affordable and it's clean, maybe from an industrial perspective, it's affordable, it's reliable. We are agnostic to the source, right? Then I think the second thing is, now looking at it from a cost perspective, when you're thinking about planning, you think, what resources do we have locally that are affordable? And I think lucky for us as Kenyans, we, for example, have geothermal. I think the resource is about 7 to 10 gigawatts, sorry, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, gigawatts. So if we also have solar, we have wind, we have hydro. So I think it makes more sense from a cost perspective, because you've also mentioned one of your concerns is affordability, to use primary resources which are affordable for us as Kenyans and which are not causing us unnecessary environmental impact. And I think with that logic, perhaps we can then begin to think about exploiting the resources that we are currently using now. Again, things like geothermal, hydro, solar, wind, and move away from these other ones that we would have to think about likely importing the coal, and then also think about the environmental impact it will cause. And even for nuclear, thinking about the cost of the plant, it's quite expensive. And then also thinking about the safety risks. I think we've spoken a lot about waste. How are we going to dispose this highly hazardous waste? Yeah, I think that's how I'll answer that.
Thank you so much. Maybe just to add one sentence to that is that actually any coal project is not going to attract any investment at this stage. You will not get any investor to do coal, even if everyone is supportive of coal and there's no kind of there's buy-in from the community. The banks, the development institutions, the DFIs are not investing in coal anymore. So that is what the challenge is. There's no one investing, and also worry about stranded assets. I mean, look at South Africa. South Africa has so much infrastructure on coal that they all have to, it will be basically, a lot of them will be useless. They're completely stranded and can't be retrofitted. So do we really want to, with our very limited resources, channel into a coal plant? Is a good question, and yeah, we should discuss more. So Kiara, over to you.
I think Sarah has really put it very well, and especially for me, coming from the government, it's a very the three questions are very tricky questions, because I have to answer them, but I have also to answer them in a political correct way. Anyway, personally, I usually say, we as Kenyans usually say our electricity is expensive, but usually I ask myself, relative to what? because when you say expensive, it has to be relative to have a baseline. You have a data where you're looking at it from. And for me, it's not really, if it depends on how we compare it. If you compare it with other countries like Ethiopia, South Africa, you say it's expensive. But still, we're not comparing like a mango to a mango when compared to Ethiopia, especially because Ethiopia, and I had mentioned this, Ethiopia really subsidizes the electricity. I think they pay about 4 US cents per kilowatt hour. Ours is what we call cost effective. So that now, as a government, where we see it, we have to protect the consumer and also protect the investor. The person who has put his money has to get a fair return on his investment. So, and what we want is to have a sustainable energy sector like a market. And for that, we want to attract a private sector. And when you attract a private sector, you have to make sure they have certainty in that market that you're attracting them to. So and one thing to make sure they have certainty is to make sure government doesn't have influence, especially government doesn't have influence on the electricity tariff per se. In this case, generation tariff. So, and I think having that certainty has really attracted a private sector to come into Kenya. But at the same time, when we compare now our electricity tariff and other services, for example, I was looking at a communication bill, how much I pay for my fiber at home, my phone, and now I'm gonna get that to as a family setting because I pay electricity on a family setting. I think in my family we pay like almost 8,000 or 7,000 to 8,000 on communication. I think the highest bill I've ever paid in my house, maybe it's me, is about 4,000 Kenya shillings, and I paid it in July because I was having a heater in my house. So if you compare it that way, and remember, you cannot do your communication if you don't have your electricity. So to me, I don't look at the value, what you call electricity or intrinsic, I don't know, the actual price, but what value do I get from what I'm paying? You have to power your fridge, you have to get a hot shower, you have to power your communication gadget. You cannot watch your Netflix, you don't have electricity. You not have your Wi-Fi, you cannot send your WhatsApp if you don't have electricity. So electricity is one service that gives you value, that's according to me personally, value for your money that you have put in. So it's really not a direct answer. I can say it's expensive or cheap. It all depends on how we look at it. But Sarah has mentioned one thing that is more important, especially for industrial customers. It's not really the price itself, but is it available and reliable and the right quality when they need it. Sometimes, for example, industrial customers have electricity, but they cannot run their motors because the voltages are not really the right voltages for them to run their motors. So it's really a tricky question on the price, and I think it's something we can have a discussion another time. We can have quite a deeper discussion on what the real cost of this electricity. Then on the nuclear, I don't think we are lagging behind on nuclear, especially because our Energy Act 2019 has set up an agency called Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, really to focus on matters to do nuclear. And nuclear power is really a tricky form of power because there's a lot of work that need to be done, and especially on the legal and regulatory framework that we need to set up to make sure there's no leakage of nuclear waste. For example, these nuclear components do not fall on the wrong hands. All this is what nuclear power currently are working on. And at the same time, they're also doing feasibility study. What's the right place to set up our nuclear power plant? Remember, we need a lot of water for cooling, for example. The geological structure of where we set up our power plant is really, really important. We cannot just set up, for example, in Muranga, where we have a lot of land cells. So there's really a lot of work being done, and our nuclear power and energy are totally working on that. So I think we set up a power plant before Uganda sets up. I'll be proud of that. Then on the coal power plant. As Sarah had mentioned, we are better off using our own resources than importing the resources. The Lamu Power was to be set up with the imported coal, mainly from South Africa. Although, don't forget, we have our own coal in Kitui. You also mentioned that developed countries still have their own coal power plants. But remember, I come from Kiambu, and there's a Kikuyu saying, and I'll try to paraphrase it in English, that you cannot build my house the same way is war. We will not run our power plant. What happens, as my friend said, we will not have the energy. We will not able to run our industry. We're not able to watch Netflix, for example. All that. So it's really important to focus on our own resources and do our own way. So that's what I think. That's my thinking. And also I'm also thinking, we really need a coal power plant. You know, I usually challenge fellow tell them. Sometimes we tend to think people require a certain project, but in actual sense, when you talk to those people, they'll tell you don't need it. The same applies, for example, in Lamu, they'll tell you we don't really need this. So do we really need it? I don't know. It's a question that maybe as stakeholders need to answer. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think we can conclude down. Maybe just, yes, we can maybe take one question if possible with 1 minute answers, because I am being pressured that we have one more session on energy. Just one sentence is to say one thing about nuclear, although it makes sense for climate, there are no emissions. For the environment and some of our natural resources, there are environmental implications. So it's the balance between climate wins or some environmental losses. So something to also consider when looking at nuclear. Yes, the gentleman, quick question and maybe just short answer.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So my question is, I want to take you back to issue of coal. Okay, if we look at the global setting and the ongoing maybe crisis in Europe about the war in Ukraine, you see most countries in Europe, let's say, for example, US, countries like Germany, they're getting back to issues of coal. There was an increase in export of coal from South Africa to Europe recently. Those countries are doing that because they want to, because of a shortage of energy that have been caused, energy supply that had been caused by cutting off ties with Russia. So do you think, and he said that right now, any project to do with coal won't pay, or maybe nobody will invest in that. An investor who is looking at the global setting and whatever is happening, do you think he can be triggered by that to come and invest in a project that has started in maybe the one in Lamu?
Thank you for that question. Maybe just I'll offer quick reflections and I'll pass to either of you. The reason I say that is because the European Union and the UK have actually said there'll be net zero by 2050. And for the UK, it's even more kind of serious because they've signed it into law, meaning they're not going to invest in any kind of, especially maybe natural gas could be a consideration, but definitely not coal. And also the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank. So a lot of these big investors, huge ones who would have been investing in energy projects have made commitments that they are not going to finance this. And a coal power plant might have a 30-year life cycle. So you are considering if we're at 2050 and European countries have made a commitment to the Paris Agreement, it just doesn't, that's in that context is how I'm saying they're not going to invest, and they've made public commitments to this. So and you can maybe do a bit more search on that specific issue and call. And the other thing I wanted to mention, the issue that Europe has now with importing natural gas, the good thing about renewable energy, it gives countries energy sovereignty. So you don't have to rely on imports. For example, if you're able to generate your whole needs internally with your wind, geothermal, solar. So that's another thing I think we should be aware about. We talk about food sovereignty a lot, but no one talks about energy sovereignty. So Europe is relying on Russia. If it was able to generate its own renewable energy, it wouldn't have to import coal or pipeline gas. It could generate its own renewable energy. So Kiara or Sarah, over to you.
Yeah, sure. I think I will answer this question in a simple and maybe a direct way. Do you think, let me ask you a question, do you think we really need to do a coal power plant in Kenya? Maybe we may look at the cost of per kilowatt hour that coming from the coal power plant, but the cost in a whole, including the environmental costs now may be much higher than that. But because we are not really paying for it, the environmental costs, you're not really paying for it, you think it is cheap. And remember, and this my own way of thinking is, sometimes you don't doing things today because we want to get a value today. We are why are you saving the world? Why are you worried about the climate change? It's not really because of today, it's because of the future generations. So what kind of world do we want to live our future generation with? Do you want them to live in an environment full of environmental disasters? Not really. And remember, technology is really advancing, and there's what we call carbon capture, which we can do carbon capture for coal power plant. But will it give us now the price that we are looking at per kilowatt hour? Most likely not. And if we do that, we find that now we'll be better off doing our geothermal here, especially because it also gives you what you call energy security for your country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiara. Sarah, do you want to take a stab at it?
Maybe I'll just say briefly that as much as there might be, from your perspective, investment options, I think we as a country and as a people need to determine what exactly we need for our own development. And I think if you do a cost comparison analysis between coal and the other options that are available, coal will come out more expensive, because not only do you have a capital cost, you have to purchase the fuel, and this is a fuel that you're importing. So instead of thinking about can we construct, I think the question that we should be asking ourselves is, do we really need a coal power plant, as Kihara stated?
Perfect. I think let's end this very interesting, very dynamic session. I hope we can continue these conversations when we go for lunch and things like this. I would appreciate if we can have a quick round of applause for Kihara and Sarah and our virtual participants, our panelists, I mean. Now to go to our last panel, and I do apologize for going so over, but this conversation was very interesting. We're going to the last session featuring civil society perspectives on Kenya achieving a just energy transition, talking about a just energy transition, but also the equity, climate justice facet to it. So I'll welcome to the seats, please, Vincent Mogaka, Program Officer, VCA, Voice for Climate Action at HIVOS East Africa, and Jacqueline Kimeu, WWF, Energy Climate Change Coordinator. Please, and just to confirm, do we have the virtual panelists? Yes, just to confirm if we have Carol Munyo. not sure if they can confirm if we have the virtual one. Or maybe. Just to get a bit more familiar. Just 1 second, we see if we have the third virtual panelist. Yes, Carol, just maybe, I think that's you. Maybe you can just confirm if we can hear you and you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Perfect. No, very audible. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. It's a really hybrid session. And yeah, maybe we can just get into it. I know we've been having long conversations, and I do apologize. This session was supposed to be a bit earlier. But maybe, Vincent, I just want to get from your point of view, maybe just, I don't want to frame it or structure the question a lot. Maybe a simple question is best. What does climate justice mean in terms of a just energy transition? So what is equitable? What is just when we are transitioning in the energy sector?
Okay, thank you very much. My understanding for equitable just when we are transitioning to climate justice or energy justice, just from the word just, we know that means really fairness. When we are transitioning to a clean energy situation in the sense that we are trying to see what are some of the impediments that are on our way to a just energy transition. And for me, what I understand is simply transitioning to a net zero energy-related situation, whereby we are trying to cut down CO2 emissions and ensure at the end of the day that we are meeting the normal standards that are required for us on the planet Earth. So for me, what I describe as energy transition is a transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to zero carbon by the second half of this century. So that's the gist of it, because at the heart of it is the need to reduce energy-related CO2 emission to limit climate change issues. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. That was very succinct. I often like when one of my colleagues calls it a just, financed, managed transition. And when you talk about leapfrogging, he likes saying, I want to know where the frog will land, because for Africa, I mean, you can't just transition, you need to have some assurances. Jacqueline, maybe from your point of view, WWF, or more kind of civil society, non-state actor kind of perspective, eager for your thoughts on Kenya's energy landscape. Do you think we're a renewable energy leader? Do you think we still need to, because there is some sentiment for fossil fuels still within Kenya, even though we are a renewable energy leader. So what do you think about where we are, and where do you think we should be maybe?
Yeah, thank you so much. And before I go to that question, I just want to chip in to what Vincent mentioned. I mean, the key question that we need to ask ourselves as Kenya, as Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, is what are we transitioning from? Do we know what we are transitioning from? Because energy transition is framed differently by Africa, by the global north, and also the global south, where we are currently. So when we talk about transition, for us, it means many things. In addition to the carbon emission reduction, it means technology. Do we have the technology to transition? Do we have the finance to transition? Do we have like the minimum, energy? Because for us, it's about transitioning from energy poverty, because, and we say as Kenya, energy transition, energy access must be a critical part of energy transition. We can't talk about energy transition without talking about, access to energy, and more so for our country in Kenya. And for that, for us to make sense on energy transition, we need to take cognizance of the three key principles of energy transition, which I know we sort of know them, the distributive justice, procedural justice, some of those things need to come into play so that we are not leaving anyone behind. So for us, energy transition as Kenya is more than just emission reduction. It's about technology, it's about energy poverty, it's about finance, it's about, so many other things. So in terms of where we are as a country in Kenya, and I love what the previous panelists have talked about. Yeah, we are a global leader, of course, when it comes to renewable energy. So many people talk about our geothermal, which is good. So many people talk about how we have been able to sort of have, highest percentage of renewable energy in the energy mix as a country. But we are losing the point at some point because we are talking about 75 access, or rather electrification in Kenya. But when power lines are passing through your house, are we talking about energy access in that context? Are we talking about energy transition? Are we talking about transiting these local communities to better energy? We sometimes leave behind the emissions from household, household sector, so to speak, in the energy transition mix, which should not be the case. We need to sort of consider that as well. We talked about deforestation, and globally we know that 30% of emissions because of deforestation and other things. And for us as a country, deforestation is very key because of clean energy access. So as we talk about energy transition, let's frame it differently for Kenya. Let's address energy poverty so that we can know what we are transiting from. And then for Kenya, yes, we are doing well, but some of the things that we also need to take into consideration, and I think our different stakeholders are working on that. It's about providing electricity for lighting, but that is not enough. Energy is an enabler of development. We don't need to light people's poverty. Rather, we need to light, we need to make them see, have energy make sense to them. What can energy do for me? I think as a country, we are getting to that conversation, and there were conversation around food security and the rest, which is good. And that is where we need to go. As WWF Kenya, we are working with several counties to develop energy plans. And we are using one of the key models of energy delivery model, whereby we are looking at what can energy do for you, because we cannot talk about just having the energy. Counties needs to understand that for them, energy must meet the needs of the people. And this is also because when you look at the communities, when you do energy planning or other planning within communities, energy comes number 5 of their priority. It's not their priority. Water is a priority to them. Health is a priority to them. Food and other things are priority to the communities. They don't understand that energy is a priority. But how do you bring energy to that conversation, to their water need, to their health priority? That's where we are talking about. We need to talk about energy as an enabler of all other sectors, looking at what it can do for you. So it's country Kenya, I think we are on the right track compared to other countries, but we need to do more. Again, when it comes to, sorry to sort of talk more, when it comes now to, we are taught that yes, we are leading in terms of renewable energy. But when you look at our emissions from traffic, fossil fuel-based production, it is the highest in East Africa, followed by, I think, Ethiopia and Tanzania. What does that tell us? We need to deal with our transport system, and I'm very happy that there is a session that will be talking about energy transition, because for us, we need to look at that sector for us to transition. Yeah, thanks.
No, thank you so much, Jacqueline. I mean, you do say it right. We are transitioning from energy poverty, from baseline, and that puts it into perspective. And you say also the point is not to just light people's poverty, as you say, but I guess productive use, to run their farms, to run their business, and to really enable that prosperity, wealth. So maybe we can go quickly to our. I hope you're still with us, and you represent the Stockholm Environmental Institute. So, and I know you're a research fellow there. So maybe I can frame the question around that. Really keen to hear about the role of institutions like yours in producing knowledge products, creating awareness, capacity building, and what do you think, what's the value of that within this sector as an enabler? So yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, apologies for the background noise. I'm somewhere a bit loud. But just to first of all say, the previous speakers have set the foundation really well. So I'll just have very little to chip in. I think what knowledge products and what ACI say and our mission as Stockholm Environment Institute to say is to link policy and science. So what we try and do and see what does science say, what does science pick up, what does research pick up, and how does this feed into the policy process. I really like what Jacqueline has said in terms of unbundling energy and poverty in the whole sector in itself, the whole term in itself, energy poverty. But what we try to do also as ACI and as research to separate the two things, what is energy really and what is poverty, and how is one influencing the other. I think I had some conversations earlier around, it's not, we try and sell and we try and advocate for energy efficient products in terms of price, but sometimes it's not really the price that is the issue. It's not the price that is going to foster access, because accessing energy for cooking, for instance, as the previous speaker mentioned, it's almost free. So what questions are we not answering and what gaps are we not seeing? So this is really what I would say the role of research and the role of the kind of work at ACI that we do. We try and sit back and reflect around the questions that we're answering, the questions that is being discussed on, and the answers that that we're trying to seek in. And what we have currently as an institution is a concept around decolonizing research or shifting power of research. And this is really important because we realize that when you sit down and have research questions and have policy questions and policy interventions, we more often discuss this at the level of an institution, our partners in meetings like this, already meeting with the relevant players. But sometimes we forget who really these questions are going to are intended to answer, to reflect on. So shifting power of research, it simply means engaging communities, engaging the relevant stakeholders as much as possible in designing your research and in designing what interventions you're going to implement or put in place. And this is an aspect that perhaps we should see more often in the energy sector, in the energy transition, in just transition. What are the benefits and costs of the transition, and who's going to bear them, and how can we ensure equity in bearing this cost of the transition? So really very broadly, and not going to anything very specifically, seeing the questions that we're trying to answer and bringing this question back to who it really matters to, and then working down from this point into seeing how are we addressing energy issues and how are we addressing poverty issues to ensure that we're not really overriding one of the other as we move towards a transition.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carol. I like what you say, who's bearing the cost of the transition, and do we want to, when doing climate projects, to be burdened with more debt? And is that kind of worth the cost of the debt? I almost, if it's fine, we can go to the audience reaction, because audience question, just because we never have time to slot that in. So if there's any question from the audience, yes, Tony, and to the lady here.
Hi, thank you again for this opportunity. Just a few, you mentioned transitioning. From one of the biggest factors that is affecting climate change is deforestation, right? So looking at it, we have done several research into our field of study, and because our background is more of conservation, and we have noted with a lot of concern, all our trees that are being felled, all the reason for deforestation is coming because of charcoal. It's going to our slum areas, it's going to our schools. Shockingly, if you look at the policy that was put in place some time back, a school is only allowed to get firewood from neighboring communities. Over the years, we are noticing patches of land as big as football fields in a term have been chopped off just because of fuel to cook for these kids. In the same school, well, back to what I was saying, they are producing a lot of waste, or there's a market nearby. So is there a policy that is trying to push the schools from attacking our forests, because we're trying to conserve as much as possible, attacking our forests, and also to see how we can use what we have, because we are losing a lot of power, a lot of energy in terms of waste, what we are having. Something also that came up, sorry, to the previous discussion was what people are discussing about the nuclear energy. But I'm like, my thoughts are on more of, we are blessed with a geothermal. It will cost us 3 billion per well, but guess what? It's going to serve us for the next 60 years. Hydro plants, dams, mega dams. That is not just going to solve the energy issue. It's going to solve the energy issue in various ways. Number one, food. We need to relate energy with food, because in case we've not eaten in the morning, we are not going to move out of the house. We're not going to have energy to move around. So can we just broaden our focus and see what we are missing? Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. We'll come back to your question, but maybe they can answer first. Please go ahead. Maybe Jacqueline, you want to?
Yeah, I can get started on it and just say that that is a challenge that we are experiencing. We know that there has been some sort of requirements that all schools should have institution of, for example, cook stoves that have seen reduction of firewood usage by like half of what they have been using, But in terms of enforcement is, I think, where we are lacking, And then also, given that as Kenya, we are saying that gas is a transition fuel, which is also debatable. Again, the issue of affordability. How is it affordable to the schools, for example? So there is a lot of things that come into play when we talk about living biomass energy. And that's why when you look at our energy ladder as a country, we are stagnating in a way. And I'm giving you an example because, for example, cook stoves have been here with us for the last 30 years, but we are still at 15%. The question is, why are we stuck? What do we need to do? And who needs to do that? And I think the youth, you have a critical role to play in this sector. The policies are there, we have the technologies, but we need to move from small is beautiful in terms of doing something to demonstrate. How do we upscale that to reach, because there are so many solutions that can benefit the schools. We have them, but do they have access to those, technologies? Who needs to do what and how? And it's just a question of all of us that needs to think about it because we have the solutions with us, we have the technologies at hand, but a lot needs to be done for example, for the schools, for the households, so that we shift from the 15% access, to 100 access by 2028, as the country talks about, so not really a specific answer to that. It's something that we are grappling with, everyone in the sector. Yeah,
maybe just to add my voice to what Jacqueline has said, the major impediment that we have as a country is consistency between practice and policy, in the sense that we have good policies, yes, but when it comes to enforcement and implementation of these policies, it is a challenge. And that is why we call for amplified voices for young people to lobby and push to ensure that this is done and take the government also into accountable. Because if you look at even the Forest Act, what it stipulates that Kenya as a country, we are looking forward to meeting the 10% of a forest cover. But are we really doing that? Because when we are talking about the issues of deforestation, being part and parcel of the challenges we are facing towards actually achieving the main goal, which we are targeting, then it means there is a problem. We really need to come up within our own ways, because at times we may not only wait for the government to come and take over, but then we also have to take initiative within our own small ways. And that is why we are pushing for locally led climate actions at the local level, where the communities should identify the challenges that they are experiencing and find ways in which they can address such kind of issues, even in greening schools, greening hospitals, and develop a good culture that will enhance the forest cover, because in most cases we like pointing our fingers to the government while not knowing that we are also forming part and parcel of that government. Then we have a part to play as individuals. Once we understand that, then we will be able to manage this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I also want to bring in our virtual panelist, Carol, but just to mention one thing about Vincent, what you said about there's this concept called ambition loop, where if non-state actors, everyone not a government makes the right steps, then the government has the kind of political security to put in place the right policies. So, and then if the government obviously puts the policies, then the society follows. So it's a loop, positive feedback loop. Carol, I wanted to ask if you wanted to feed back into Tony's question.
Well, it's more of a reflection, really. What he mentioned also is in terms.
Well, it's a bit muffled.
Yeah, now.
A bit better, but still, maybe you can just speak up for this section. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and see what happened. So I think just to quickly make a reflection, really, I think what he's trying to allude on is trying to think on intersectionality of issues and bringing the whole water, food, energy nexus into the conversation. Again, maybe this is also comes back to thinking what question are we trying to answer and what are we really trying to address, trying to see which gaps exist in terms of these interventions and in terms of the solutions that we are bringing. Yes, we have the policies, for instance, around forestation policies. What has been done so far? What results are we seeing? What is the result framework that we are using to assess impacts and to assess change? Then now we can see, are we addressing the key questions that we're trying to answer here? Because when you don't set the question clear or the goal very clear, this is where we also sometimes end up having blame game, or could have been the government, or could have been the civil society, or perhaps we're missing an implementation gap, what you're talking about. But really, is it a matter of 2020, a 2020 goal that we see there was a delay in achieving? What again are we targeting for 2026 or 2028? What lessons are we picking up? What are the key deliverables that we have to see and we have to set and we have to achieve as we put forward? So really, what is the design of the intervention? What is the design of our funding mechanism? What is the design of what frameworks are existing is what perhaps then we should try and see. And this is where research comes in very strongly. How do we question the design of what our interventions is looking at? Who are we missing in the conversation? Then perhaps we can see, or we can reduce the context of blaming who didn't do what, but then we can see exactly, we can have like really key deliverables and metrics of results that we are using.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carol. Over to you for a question.
Thank you. So I'm not very knowledgeable about this topic. I'm a nutritionist by profession, but it got me thinking when Jackie mentioned about what an energy can do for us and energy poverty. In Marsabit, there is wind power energy that's been produced there and along the shores of Lake Turkana. And you realize that the same village that doesn't have power, I don't know where that goes. And in the same village, we'll have food insecurity. And every year when you hear about someone dying of malnutrition, it's the same area around Lake Turkana. So I was wondering, how is there laws that protect the locals who are maybe don't have enough resources to even get their supplies for this energy? And then what the world WF Kenya is doing. I don't know whether you've reached to Marsabit to guide us on a lot of matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe you can also say your name.
My name is Tume.
Yeah, Jacqueline, maybe over to you.
Okay, yeah, and before I come to you, thanks very much for, those are some of the questions that we are addressing. And for the colleague who asked the other question, just wanted to say that as WWF Kenya, we are currently doing a study to look at the policy gaps and also the cost benefit analysis of divestment from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And on 25th, 26th, we are having stakeholder review meeting for stakeholders to interact with the report. So you're welcome to join us and share your thoughts so that we can have a very good document that will advise us on the policy gaps and also on what is really the cost for moving from this to that. To your question, yes, we are in Marsabit. And one of the challenges that we are experiencing is that is one of the underserved counties in terms of electricity access. Yeah, so it is the same case. Power is sold to the national grid, but the local communities do not have access to energy, you know. So what we need to do is energy planning at the county level brings a very good starting point for us to engage in, because when the counties are developing the energy plan, some of these things are supposed to come in, because as part of the energy planning, counties needs to do what we are calling energy resource assessments and also cost assessment, and so much different stuff that can really sort of unpack the challenge that you are having. For now, the only solution that we have is to engage with the county government. What is the status of energy planning? Because that will be the starting point. And then from that, they will be able to identify some of the solutions to energy poverty that can be addressed at the county level by the county themselves. But happy to pick this discussion further with you bilaterally. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Vincent, here.
Yeah, maybe just to add my voice to what Jackie has just alluded to, the question that has just been asked. Yes, we have policies, and actually our constitution is very clear in chapter 5. It says that every Kenyan has a right to what? Has a right to water, and they have a right to enjoy the natural resources within their disposal. So even the Climate Change Act 2019 also gives that leeway. And also, if you look at the Energy Act 2019, it also provides that opportunity for Kenyans to also exploit energy at their disposal. But then where do we have a challenge? Yes, Jackie has indicated that we have a challenge when it comes to energy planning. But the other challenge that we encounter is that some of these issues, we do not have data that indicates the kind of challenges that we experience. And besides, the issues are not well documented in our plans, not only the energy plan, but even the CIDP, because you know very well the county integrated development plans, whenever some of these development are integrated in there, then it gives the counties a direction on which kind of projects or which kind of solutions they can offer to different problems that we are facing within the county level. So at times you'll realize there are issues, but the issues are not aligned to the development agenda. So at the end of the day, you will always see the issues arising, but then they are not factored in anywhere. So there is also importance of having these issues find their way into the development plans, besides the energy plans, which are very critical, as Jackie alluded, to ensure that we plan for our counties. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vincent. Maybe Carol, I pass to you. You want to take a stab at this?
I think mine will just be very brief. When you think about how counties are integrating and thinking of energy, I think it's really important to, first of all, set the scene. We did do some research some while ago, and energy falls into very different departments. In one county, it can be in the trade department. In another county, it can be in urban planning department. So really, first of all, to see the positioning of energy as a sector in the different counties will also help us to see what are kind of interventions that the county will prioritize and linking it to the CIDPs. Because speaking to some officials from a specific county, they did intend or mention some of their energy plans in street lighting, you know, very fantastic ideas, and we do not oppose the need and the necessity of such. But you see, you miss the really important dynamics around energy and the gaps that the community are facing in terms of energy access, opportunities that energy can offer in the county in terms of productive use of energy. And this misses in discussions around budgeting, around also even perhaps hiring skills or skilling energy, or having counties to have really energy specific skills, or attracting these skill sets in the county so that you can really implement some of these decisions and policies. So maybe this is something that maybe can be a discussion in the ministry, or I don't know what level this can come in, but the position of energy need to be really affirmed. It sometimes falls, or it's camouflages around the Forest Act, which because it links to issues around deforestation, which is true, the interlinkage is there, but you really need to see how energy can come up as an enabler of different sectors, and also this sector and how you define it can meet the needs of people, as a colleague from Marsabit has just asked, you know, how do we phrase energy, and how can this make sense to someone who lives in Marsabit? If you do not know which departments do you go and knock to, who do you ask these questions, where can you find some of these solutions if it's not the Ministry of Energy at the national level?
Thank you, Carol, for that. Is it Bule? Yeah, thank you for that, Bule. I think maybe just to close and offer my own kind of perspective there on the Lake Turkana wind plant, when these projects start being agreed upon between the national government and the project developer, they almost always don't put the requisite clauses in that contract: community engagement, community co-benefits, and things. And at that level, you are really, if you're able to put in a right clause and they don't deliver on their legal obligation, then you can contact a lawyer like Louis and you can push them. But at this stage, I definitely, as you guys have mentioned, it is county interventions that can ensure that the local communities around Lake Turkana benefit from this national project. I think at this stage, I don't know if anyone had a question. If not, you will be very happy to hear we're breaking for tea now. And I just would be appreciative if we can give our two panelists, Jacqueline, Vincent, Carol, a short round of applause. Thank you very much. And yeah, this is the end of the energy session. Thank you all so much for listening to us. Thank you.
One more round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you, thank you. As we all, I think we were discussing with our colleagues today, we all know Jabri is very passionate about the energy sector, and having panelists who are just as passionate and just as educated about energy and being able to translate that to all of us was partially the reason why we gave him the leeway per se to be able to continue the conversation, and we can be able to grasp as much. I don't want to take much of your time. I think we'll break for tea now, and then we can always come back and just have a bit, we have a session about climate finance, and I think a lot of us are interested. You know, at the end of the day, we can always talk about climate change, but we also need the funds to be able to facilitate some of these actions that we're looking forward to. So I think, Pauline, we can be able to have a bit of music for the live audience on the virtual space, and for our people here, we can always have our tea break now. So I'm giving 15 minutes, 15, 20, and then we can always come back. Sasa, see you guys soon.
Just made me think. You know, like there was more to you. You were laying on a bit of mystery. I like mystery.
I'm the captain. DJ, who girl, missing nothing yet. Party done, got me outside, ready to go, get up in the ride. We got unfinished business, so baby come over. So now she was biting my head. Baby got me speeding on the motorway. 25 minutes from where I should be. You know, send me, I got there in 15, and we went straight to the bedroom. First floor, so quick we forgot to lock the door. What happens in here, girl, stays in here. You know, and I kiss Sunday. Tell me she been waiting all night, so she really feeling my vibe. Tell me so she want feel. Alright, 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 alright. You know I need from you tonight. Girl, come over, girl, come over. I know we only met tonight, but girl, come over, girl, come over. You ain't gotta say it, I can tell. You ain't really had nothing like this. Gonna bring the neighbors to the bell. Baby girl, you gotta be quiet, yeah. Girl, I love the way you say my name, hey. And I know you know I like it. If there's one thing for sure, you'll be calling tomorrow. And we went straight to the bedroom. First floor, so quick we forgot to lock the door. What happens in here, girl, stays in here. You know, and I kiss Sunday. Tell me she be waiting all night, so she really feeling my vibe. Tell me so she won't feel. Alright, 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 alright. You know I need from you tonight. Girl, come over, girl, come over. I know we only met tonight. Girl, come over, girl, come over. She wanna move up on the boy, she cannot get enough. Got the grabber and the liquor about to set it off. She asking me star signs like it's protocol. She don't really want love, I'm just a booty call. I don't really mind, she said I'm a type. She just wanna slide with me. She don't wanna love, she just songi bandiko ye likambo na motema ye ngai na motema unu parakile bachulilo lutua Monongelet tiwat nasima kot iyot onina wanika Agno ni muturte dar yarufi fetni colore oh no mana di sore unyu dara dara tupi dara sabufi sabu colore namanale namanale colore ganyu sifo manu makofate namanale
Moses akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana. Moses akapiwa mitemo ine kuti tishandise Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana. Ipapo pamunoronga zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora. Ngati pamucharongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora. mucharongapo zvamunoronga vapei mukana wekurongonora ona pamunorongapo zvamakaronga vapei mukana wekuronga nekurongonora
Hello, everyone. Hi. How are you? Tumeshiba, tuko sawa? Tuko sawa? We're refreshed for the next session, I hope. I can't hear you. I hope we're refreshed for the next session. Are we? Yes? Louder, yes? There was tea and there was juice and there was cake and there was a lot of things there. Yes? Yes. It's fine. It's fine. So I just want us to continue with the program. We are about to enter a very interesting session that I think a lot of us are very, very interested in. It's about the money. Money, money, money. So we're about to talk about sustainable climate finance. And I think this is a very, very interesting topic to have. And before we start, we have a great panelist. We have a great panels coming up, and some of our panelists are already here. And before we start, I'd really like to kind of understand from your perspective as young people who have been on the field, climate actions, community projects, how has it been for you in regards to climate finance? So, I mean, I'm giving a situation whereby anyone can raise their hand, but my question to you is, what do you understand by climate finance? Anyone for the taker? What do you understand by climate finance? I will pick and choose. I will definitely pick and choose. Anyone? Volunteer? Going once? Go ahead. Maybe you can start with just your name or where you're from, organization, and then tell us.
I am Edwin Api from Kasarani with the Larger Ecological Justice Network, Kenya. My understanding of climate finance is that the rich countries plus some of the big countries should pay their fair share because the emissions that their countries produce are far much higher than what happens in the global south. And yet we are the ones who pay heavily from the adverse effects of climate change.
Very, very true. I agree. And I want to wager you on something else. Is it the responsibility of the global north to finance the global south for the effects of climate change? I mean, we could argue that we can be self-sufficient. You know, we've always had the debate about how we always wait for donors. Always wait for donors and funders, and you know how unsustainable this is. So when we talk about climate finance, do we wait for other people to pay us, or do we create that for ourselves? Just tell me how you feel about that statement. I mean, you could be you or anyone else in the crowd. I just want to hear how we all experience climate finance and what the expectation is, who we expect it from, how this will look like. Go ahead. Now I'll come back to you.
Kimberly. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? It's fine? Okay, wonderful. Better? Okay. With regards to climate finance, I think, yes, the Global North do have, like, they did play a large part. We did discuss how industrialization helped them achieve where they are right now. So yes, they do owe us. But then again, we do have to be self-sufficient. So, and they have pledged to us, and their pledges they haven't met. So that's also a situation where it's like they've pledged to us, they've said, I think it was 10 billion, or there's another figure that was mentioned, I think yesterday. Yeah, real large amounts of money, which they haven't also done their part. So I'd say we have to be self-sufficient, because waiting for them clearly is not going to do us any good as of right now.
That's a very interesting perspective. And I want to, one last question before I give the chance to our moderator. How has it been accessing this finance as young people? What are the challenges you have experienced from your end? Let's just hear your stories. So anyone for the taker? Go ahead, David.
Okay. As long as there is climate finance, there is a question of accessibility, right? So I feel one of the problems or maybe challenges that young people are facing in order to finance to access this finance is some complicated process of application, or maybe during the time of applying and getting approved to access this money, there's always a complicated and extensive kind of process for you to be approved. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Elizabeth Mwende. Another challenge that I've seen with most youths in accessing climate finance would be the limitation of the scope of what the clout is all about. At the same time, there's also a limitation on having to prove that it's an entrepreneurship kind of thing. This is something I've personally experienced. Like, I would have a project that I want to implement within a community, but it's not aimed at being an entrepreneurial kind of a venture. But you find that the call out for the financing is for young people who have an aspect of entrepreneurship. So if we could have financing for these other kinds of projects, then it would be greatly appreciated.
That's an interesting perspective to look at. And I really want to give this opportunity to our moderator for the session. We have a very great panelist who can be able to answer some of the questions, some of the deliberation and comments we've had on the floor. And I hope our virtual space, the Zoom platform participants are also very ready for this conversation. And I think I have been able to look at the panelists today. We have people who work in the financing sector, we have the innovators, and we have the ones who work with grassroots communities as well. So that trickle-down effect is going to be a very interesting conversation to have. So I hope we have our questions ready with us. But I think I want to invite you, Charlene, to take us through the session on climate finance. Karibu.
Okay, sorry for that. Are you excited for today's session? Energized about it? Okay, so like Lynn has mentioned, we have a really diverse set of panelists, and I'm going to invite them. Some of them are virtually. So we have Felix, we have Stella, we have Nora Magero, and we also have Benson. So for the ones that are available physically, can just come forward. You can clap for them kindly. Thank you so much. So today's session, we're going to have a deep dive on climate finance with a focus on innovation, the investment strategies, the opportunities that exist, the role of sustainable finance, civic education on climate finance, and we're also going to be speaking about loss and damage context in Kenya. So thank you for that. So I'm going to let our speakers introduce themselves and what they do, then we can go ahead from there.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi. So maybe just to introduce myself, a bit of context, a bit of my background. I am a youth worker and I'm a trainer. So throughout this process, you probably observe some teacher tendencies. So when you don't respond to me saying hi or asking a question, I will not be demotivated. I will come back and ask you to respond in a bit of a stronger voice. Hi, everyone. Hi, yeah, I came in when you guys were having tea. So I hope we will have a conversation with energy, right? My name is Telande Rito. I am a youth worker, like I said before, but for the sake of this conversation, I like to introduce myself as a climate justice, a feminist climate justice champion. I am a feminist, I am a gender activist, and I'm also very, very passionate about climate action and climate justice. And so in this conversation, I'll share a bit of what I've done, but mostly it's in grassroots mobilization and sensitizing young women to understand the nexus between feminism and climate justice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm happy to be here this afternoon. My name is Felix Magaju, Director in charge of investments and entrepreneurship at Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And so I'm happy this afternoon to hear people talking about climate finance. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to go to our virtual delegates. If they can introduce themselves, then you can start from there.
Should I go ahead? Hello, can you hear me or somebody else is
Yes,
speaking? Oh, awesome, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nora Magero. I am an engineer, I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO and co-founder of two organizations. One is an NGO and one spin-off from the NGO. It's a limited company. So we have Drop Access Organization and Drop Access Limited Company. And what Drop Access does is that we started off as being players in the rural energy space. And then we found ourselves taking a deep dive into the climate space because you can't really separate the two. Obviously, they go hand in hand. So within the organization, that is the Drop Access NGO, we're actually developing sustainable rural communities, especially within the water, energy, food nexus as a climate mitigation and adaptation strategy. Within the limited company, the Drop Access Limited, we are actually locally manufacturing solar-powered cold storage. Most of our prominent product has been used in the healthcare space, and that's the VaxiBox that has taken so much prominence. So I'm really looking forward to sharing so much light into the climate financing space from the nonprofit perspective, but also the limited company perspective, and also just being a woman and a youth within this space who's tried to make an edge, not just in Kenya, but also in the global space. So thank you all so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Nora. Welcome. So on to the next one. Benson, are you with us?
Yes, I'm right here. Hi, Nora. Good to see you, everybody. My name is Benson Kibiti, co-founder and CEO of Zuro Solutions, a social impact company based in Kenya, where we're working with the nexus of food and energy, trying to empower the food vendors across the country. Our pilot product, we call it the Alisi Trolley, and we are trying to transition the vendors from using charcoal to more sustainable cooking solutions. So glad to meet you all, and looking forward to sharing our experiences.
Wow, thank you so much, Benson, for that. We have an amazing panel. So we're going to start with the Sustainable Innovation Fund and just talk about sustainable innovations. So Felix, if you could start on that.
I was about to ask, what about sustainable innovations?
Okay, what are the criteria for, you say that you're working for KCIC. So if you could just tell us the innovations that you're supporting, what are the criteria for, what method do you look at when you want to fund these innovations? Do you go down to the business models?
Yeah, so thank you very much. I think when talk about maybe to start with KCAC, where we have a couple of programs that touch on 5 sectors. We are talking about renewable energy and energy efficiency. We're talking about agribusiness, water, commercial forestry, and waste management. Now, previously, when I look at KCSE 1.0 and 2.0, I mean, the clear focus was about innovations, cutting across those 5 thematic focus areas. And of course, when we talk about innovations, we're talking about 2 things, because when people talk about innovations, some of us will think it's about something that has never been there. I mean, it's an entirely different thing, but we look at innovations in 2 ways. One, it could be a new product entirely, or perhaps a new service, depending on which side of you are, either product or service, or perhaps you are taking an already existing product and trying to really come up with an entirely innovative business model, touching on how do you want to take that product to the end consumers. So it can be either of the 2, either a new product or perhaps you're talking about a new service. And so for us is when I look at numbers, we have supported close to when I talk about innovations, we are talking about more than 700 innovations in this country. We have also run, competitions touching on innovations in 21 African countries in Africa. And so I would say that I don't think Kenya is, and also Africa is in short of innovations. Young people and old people, they're coming up with various ways of doing things, touching on both consumption and production. So we have so many people really who are really coming up with very innovative ways. And I think the way I look at it in Kenya today, what perhaps is looking that is, that need to be scaled up is the support ecosystem to be able to tap into these innovations, nurture them, support them, and, make them to scale up. And also looking at the issue of, financing to be able to make them locally available to people who are the consumers of these innovations. So I think it's an area that is quite existing. And I think even the government of Kenya has recognized that. That's why they came up, with this body called Kenya to be able to look at innovations cutting across all the sectors of the economy. And so I think for me, innovations is the way to go. And there are quite a number of people who are doing various things, at different levels.
Thank you for that. Nora, if you could touch on innovation from your perspective.
Thanks so much for that. And I couldn't even agree much more with Magaju. And the good thing is I'm actually one of your companies that you've accelerated, and you really did a very good job helping us to spin off from the NGO aspect to a limited company. So what I've come to learn with innovation, and when I started especially manufacturing solar fridges within the cloud space, what I came to learn is the various aspects of innovation. It can't be the whole item or the whole idea is an innovative solution, or you can tweak around the solution to be innovative. And if you look at our case, refrigeration is something new. It's been there for ages, but then we're doing portable refrigeration, and also we're trying to include like IoT and AI solutions. That's where innovation comes through. But then I feel like there is an expectation, especially for young people, that you have to come up with something grand, something big, something mind-blowing to be considered innovative enough for it to be financed. But the way I have come to look at the kind of work that I do, and also the people that I've interacted with in the climate change space, the likes of Zuhura Solutions, innovations actually comes out at a point where there is a challenge and you need a solution. How you address that is where now innovation really comes into play. Like for us, we are now currently testing out cooling as a service, and I look at it as innovation. Cooling as a service for cold storage technologies, that's innovative financing. So it has to be considered beyond the bigger block of it has to be grand, it has to be novel, it has to be mind-blowing. There are so many challenges and so many ways of addressing them. If you find a way of just balancing your different ways of addressing it and being unique in the market, but still equally addressing this challenge, that's where innovation lies. So I'm always advising like youth-led organization to look innovation at a broader spectrum. It could be the financing, it could be the thought around it, it could be the delivery technology, it could be one item in just something that is already existent, and you just do it differently to deliver a solution. And in those, that broader spectrum lies the technologies, lies the opportunity to get financed for the small idea or something different about the whole solution that is not really new but has a different idea. There's opportunity also to capture a larger market. For us, we're really targeting portable cold chain. So who thought portable cold chain could actually have a market? But then it has a market. So it's just mode of delivery. That's where innovation really lies. It's one way of looking at it. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you so much, Nora. Benson, if you could get your perspective on innovation from your end.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Nala, for that great overview. Well, I think for me, when I talk about when I think about innovations, they have to be, user and user informed. What I mean by that is that we've seen a lot of innovations coming to, to Africa, specifically in Kenya, and they do not reflect the common challenges that communities really face. And so, someone thinks of a problem and, introduces a solution, or rather thinks of a solution, then later tries to think of a problem. And, I really like what Nora and of course we as at Zohra are doing, just because it's from a need perspective, whereby we're looking at the food vendors. One of the biggest challenges is, charcoal usage in the street food sector. For the vendor, it's about unit economics. They're thinking about the cost of charcoal. But for us, I think that's where sustainable finance really comes into play. We're looking at environmental, social, and governance issues from an innovation point of view. If you're introducing an innovation, is it really is it focused on environmental issues, social issues, governance issues? If you introduce a solution, will it leave the communities worse than you found them? So you have to think about the culture, you have to think about the human rights, you have to really think about the social impact that innovation is creating to the communities that you're trying to empower. So I think innovation, you have to look at it from that lens, from environmental, social, and governance lens, and not just introducing a solution. And again, we really have to continue championing for local founded solution, just because they resonate with the needs of the communities that we're trying to work with. And again, my call to action as well has been, let us stop looking at the people that we are trying to empower as beneficiaries rather as stakeholders. If we look at it from that angle, investment angle, then we see, especially for us, the street food vendors, we see them as stakeholders for a solution and not beneficiaries. I think the folks from the West have always been referring to, communities they work with as beneficiaries. I think we need to shift that narrative and start looking at people as key stakeholders and not beneficiaries. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. Indeed, I agree that we should be looking at people as stakeholders and not only beneficiaries. So, Benson, I'd like to ask, you've mentioned that there are quite some challenges when it comes to the factors that you consider, or what you're considering before deciding to innovate on these areas. So I'd like to ask, to the youth, what have you identified as most of the factors that they are not really doing well in terms of innovation? And I'd also like to invite Paris to join in online.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, here in Kenya, we are never short of ideas. The youth are very entrepreneurial, they're very innovative. And what I think lacks is someone to really take a risk and invest in those ideas. What we're looking for in the market, and of course, our partnership, is someone who is, a lot of investors are profit-oriented, especially the venture capitalists. What we need are foundations, government programs that are risk-averse, that are willing to take that step and invest in solutions. I think, Nora can tell a story, folks on this call can tell their story. We really had to bootstrap, putting money from our pockets to really introduce our products. But if you go to the folks in the West, especially in developed countries, you see there are a lot of programs, that are really empowering the youth to innovate. And I think the more innovations we have and we scale those innovations, that could be a solution to eliminating youth unemployment in Africa. We're talking of Africa by 2050 having close to 2 billion, or rather, I don't know, I can't recall the numbers, but the youth population in Africa is going to be quite high by 2050. If we don't, it's a ticking time bomb if we don't think of solutions that can create employment, and of course, these solutions that we are introducing in the market, they are supposed to be, solving real problems. And I think that's what we're doing, working, the likes of the street food vendors, working across the health, cold chain, supply chain across Africa. So there is that need to really believe in what the youth are doing and taking that extra step to invest in them, just because it's not easy to build the hardware, but at the same time, if you're able to transition from ideation, prototyping to scaling your solution, people can see the impact, but we need someone who can take that first step of faith by, to invest in us.
Thank you for that. So Felix, I'd like to ask, Benson has mentioned that there's need to believe that youths can do this, and also that you have to make the step to transition from ideation to implementation. So how is KCIC doing that? How are you helping youths bring this idea to implementation?
So thanks. I must say that, getting an idea from your head to make it, a practical equivalent, well, depending on how you look at it, it's not a simple thing, because perhaps in Africa, and particularly in Kenya where we are, one of the key things that young people talk about is about lack of resources. And I'm very particular when I use the word resources, not just talking about money, because most of us, when you talk about, I don't have money, and sometimes you can be able to look that issue of money. And I think from KCSE, we have realized actually the bigger problem that most of us is, youth have is about the lack of being resourceful. Now, of course, we have programs, a couple of programs, that really support young people. One is a major program called AgriBiz, which is looking at youth and women. It's a $2 billion program that is focusing on 3 types of enterprises. That's ideation companies, talking about CBOs, cooperatives, and self-help groups, which have a commercial orientation nature. And finally, we have SMEs on board that program. Of course, we have other programs that we have collaborated with a number of embassies, including Swiss Embassy on clean tech competition. We have Climate Launchpad program, which is an ideation competition annual. We have also another one that we are just about to launch on what design can do, focusing on waste management. So we have a couple of programs. And if perhaps you permit me, in terms of what do we do? So first and foremost, we take this ideation, through a process. In terms of, first of all, you look at what these guys are proposing, then perhaps you are able to select the best viable, ideas based on a certain criteria. And then number 3, we're able to support them on product development. Now, one of the major challenges that we have in Kenya today is about, looking at people who can support product development in Kenya. I mean, a number of these ideas, for example, when I look at government side, they have a parastatal called KIRDI, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Agency, which I think is the focal point when they talk about product development, cutting across a number of sectors. But when I look at also KIRDI, they are still lacking in terms of, hardwares to be able to really support, companies like IT companies. And so those ones have to go to private sector, perhaps who really, require huge amounts of capital in terms of, turning the ideas into practical equivalent. And so for us, it's about, supporting them via trainings. We also have a fund whereby we support them via product development for them to prototype and also come out, to roll out those prototypes and, prove that those products that they have created, they're viable and they can be absorbed in the market. So we have different programs that have different facets and different fundings. A number of them actually the ideation companies, others we're talking about companies that are already established or perhaps have a prototype and they want to go, secure some finance. We'd risk them with the finances that we have on board KCAC for them to be able to get the attention of the private, service, private financiers that we have outside the year. So that's the way we look at it. When you come on board with an idea in KCAC, we're able to look at it using the internal criteria that we have. Second, once you are chosen or selected, then we are able to support you on product development we have a couple of more than 60 partnerships cutting across a number of sectors, both in the country, but also in Africa, because some of these ideas that come, in Kenya today, we may not have guys who have the machinery to be able to support you on product development. So sometimes you can go South Africa, others have gone to China actually in terms of product development, and you're supporting them, and others in Europe. So it's a very rigorous process for us to be able to get the best of the best and support them. And remember, this costs a lot of money. Product development, for example, in QD, which is a government agency, I mean, you look at some of the prices they're giving you to create something small is 700,000, 600,000. So it's a process that requires a number of stakeholders, both from the private sector and also public sector, to come together, support the young people to be able to convert the ideas into products or services.
Thank you so much. So Paris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I think what everyone has talked about, mostly linked to innovation, all we've left out is the engagement of the grassroots organizations, and more so the political sphere and how it interacts with this grassroots engagement of the locals, especially the marginalized people who are probably not fully aware of climate-related matters. They're thinking of just survival by day to day. However, they're indirectly affected by this climate change. So with that regard, I would want to probably invite Stella to tell us more about climate justice from a rural perspective, and trying to bring in the young people into this space who will later on pick up the mantle from the people like Benson and Nora into becoming innovators in their specific space.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paris. Good to see you virtually. Perhaps just to start, I would say that at the center of all sustainable innovations is actually recognizing the fact that innovation is not just about entrepreneurship, just like what was brought out by one of the participants, that partners and funders have to pay keen attention to what communities are saying. And so for me, and what Perry says is about engagement, it's very, very important, because ideation is very good. Implementation and even promoting business ideas is very good. But we have to remember that the reason why we are here now is to address the challenge of climate change. And the reason why we are talking about climate change is because a bigger chunk of the world has embraced profits and pleasure at the expense of people. So the exploitation of our environment, our natural resources, has led us to lacking water, deteriorating health, for instance, bad environment, yeah? And so we have either prolonged rains or no rains at all. And then that definitely has a gender aspect to it, because it happens at the expense of girls and women who are tasked with gender roles. So cooking, domestic work, that is on women and girls. So what that means is it takes away their rights to even engage and to develop themselves. So when you talk about civic engagement and leadership and making decisions, it is women and girls who are most affected. So all this comes down to human rights and people over profits and pleasure. So that's why it's very important to talk about engagement and participation. For me, the biggest innovation would then be, what do we do to leverage on what communities have? I think the biggest innovation is leveraging on indigenous knowledge. If you have traveled across Kenya, if you go to Meru, Tharaka Nithi, that side of Kenya, it's very green, the food is very, very rich. I discovered the other day it's because there's a lot of indigenous trees and a lot of indigenous knowledge. And what happened since colonization is that a lot of our natural resources were exploited. And so we don't have much left, especially on this part of Kenya. So one of the biggest innovation would be let young people and support young people to begin understanding this indigenous knowledge about how we used to protect our environment. And then based on that knowledge, help them innovate around how to leverage on that knowledge. And we cannot do this, we cannot leverage on indigenous knowledge without engaging indigenous women, indigenous communities. And so in most conversations that I have, I'm saying, are we engaging rural communities? Are we using their language for them to understand what really, really needs to be done? So that for me is the first thing that we need to do. That what do we first need to tap into so that we move forward into all these innovations that we're talking about? Because without the rural communities, then we are not really progressing. And I'll talk a bit about what we're doing at Dada Power, which the organization that I founded. And I founded it to empower teenage girls and young women. But then as we went on, I realized if you're not protecting, there is no gender justice without climate justice, and there's no climate justice without gender justice. So we started a concept called Feminani. Feminani comes from feminism and mashinani, and mashinani simply means the rural areas. Why is it important to have these Feminani talks? It's important for rural communities to first understand their rights, understand the reason why it's important to conserve natural resources, but most importantly, understand the effects of choices made by people in the global north on people of the global south. And that's a big conversation. I know it's very hard to talk about it in this panel, but for me, that's the biggest conversation that we should be having right now. So back to the issue of innovation and putting young people at the heart of all this climate justice conversation. And now talking about climate finance. My perspective as one of the actors and now bringing in together young people and then also climate action partners, what conversations about climate finance should we be having? I think for me, it's financing and supporting young people to first understand what led us here and then supporting them to innovate around that. We had a big conversation in Nairobi about a tree being cut, yeah? But we didn't have a conversation about, so what should we do? I think we should start conversations about greening Nairobi, that we're talking about low carbon. So as we transition into that low carbon resilience building and development pathway, we are building the skills of young people to understand what exactly is happening. And in the process, we are creating jobs. Yeah, and I'm going to use Nairobi because I think now that we are all in Nairobi, okay, sorry, we have the virtual audience, but most of us here, we're in Nairobi, and so we know the challenges in Nairobi, traffic, for instance, yeah? How can young people link the issue of transport and carbon emissions with climate action? So you give them the skills, you finance that, and because they now have those skills, they can now be able to offer employment skills, and now that is very, very sustainable. As a wrap up, I would say the biggest challenge in this whole climate financing conversation is lack of awareness. Young people do not have information about climate financing. Young people do not have information about the Climate Change Fund, which is actually the strategy from our climate action policy that talks about, and actually funds come through the National Treasury, and young people do not know that. So when young people say that we are applying for funds and we're not getting, that a lot of funding is going to entrepreneurs and all that, it's because of lack of that awareness. So I saw that one of the partners is VCA, this is for Climate Action, and WWF. I happened to do a fellowship with Akina Mama Africa, who actually have supported Feminani and given us a bit of money to work on that. So that is an innovation, and not so many organizations are willing to fund such an innovation. So for me, the biggest challenge to people in business, and I'm happy Felix is sat next to me and I'll have a conversation after this, is what are we doing to finance these skills and ideas about engagement and advocacy and involving rural communities, especially women. Women bear the brunt of climate change. The same exploitation that causes gender-based violence is the same exploitation that has caused climate change. And so, yes, it's good to talk about business ideas and implementation and funding, all that. But the most important thing is rural communities and young people in the global south understanding that there is a bigger conversation about climate finance from the global north, and going back to the Paris Agreement of funding climate resilience. If you're not talking about that, we are doing a disservice to our people by just talking about business and ideas and funding those businesses. Yeah.
Thank you for that. say that we need to have financing for civic education to our communities in order for them to become aware of what climate finance is, so that now they can come up with ideas that can be business ideas and now enrolled for KCIC. So my question to you, Felix, are you, is KCIC supporting offering education and trainings to local people or only to people that have business ideas?
Well, if you permit me, before I answer your question, I really appreciate, your perspective, and allow me to put one or two things out. Number one, and I answered a question when I was coming in. Somebody talked about, can we make the West to pay, for the sins they have committed, or the effects of climate change in Africa, so to speak. I think my response to that question, I think it may not be all that good, for people who are listening. And my answer is no, and I will tell you why, ladies and gentlemen. The more we continue waiting for people to come and do things for us, the more we'll be in the same spot for the longest time. And I think my question I've always asked myself is because we don't have internal resources. We have resources here. And as my good friend has said that we have so many opportunities in Kenya today for people to tap into. The major problem perhaps we have is people really, one, going out of their way to look for that information. And I'll tell you why I've said that very intentionally. Because the time comes, it's not even about people telling you opportunities are there. It's about you literally going out of your way to look for that information, absorb it, and act on it. Permitted, of course, in the rural areas where my mother and my father comes from, I may not expect them to be able to have access because perhaps they've never gone to school, perhaps. But the question is, in this country, we have different sector stakeholders. And there are people who will focus on issues touching on awareness creation concerning a couple of issues. And I'll give you an example. At the National Treasury, we have what you call FROCA funds that are targeting climate change issues in the community. Of course, them partnering with the county governments. But the other day, I talked to a number of county governments, and I'm asking them, do you really have access to these funds? And the answer to some of them, I don't want to mention the counties, they couldn't be represented here. And these funds are available. They are free of charge at the National Treasury. And so the donors, one of them is Daninda, they are just asking, why can't you guys tap into these funds? And just the requirement is only one. Reallocate your county government priorities on 2%, and then you access these funds. And these funds are supposed to go to community-led programming, touching on climate change. Now, so when you look at it, even from our perspective, that even county governments, not because they're not aware, because to be frank, the COG, there's various ways of communication. So for me, awareness creation is a big issue that not only one actor can really sort out. Because truth be told, I was telling some entrepreneurs the other time that when I look at the flow of information in KCAC, in 1 week, perhaps we can get 30, 40 investors knocking at the doors of KCAC. Please give me a pipeline of 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's for a fact. But even you start also thinking and asking yourself this question: how many entrepreneurs are investor ready? And what is stopping them from investor ready? And the good thing is most of them are even graduates. So what is stopping them to really access the information to making their businesses investor ready? That's a different conversation altogether. Allow me to go back to your question. For us, we do outreach, but now partnering with the county government. For example, we are doing the fourth call for applications for the Agri-Biz program at the end of this month. And so what you're going to do is to go to the counties where we are working. Well, we are working in the 47 counties, but of course having regional offices, one in Isiolo, Meru, Kiambu, Machakos, Bungoma, Kisii, and Eldoret, and the Uasin Gishu. So what we do is we ask the county governments to be able to bring what kutoka mashinani, and so into a meeting for 1 or 2 days. And then we have a conversation, and then we give them leaflets and train them on how to get a few things moving. Of course, in those regional offices, we have staff there who are able to really support guys to be able to, send in those applications. But let me say this, I want to give a case example in Isiolo. We launched a call for applications one time in Isiolo, and we got, 10,000 applications just in one county. And, when you look at the quality of those applications, because the issue is not about the bigger than, the numbers, it's about the quality of the applications for you to be able to support them. I mean, less than 1% of those applications met the threshold of the criteria that you are putting across. And that tells you that there's so much work that needs to be done in the rural areas. That's for a fact. And I always say that most of us are seated here, we have our mothers and our fathers living in the rural areas. And the question is what we ourselves are doing to really support our people in the rural areas. Because let me say this, waiting for the government to do everything for us will not work. Waiting for the European governments to do everything for us will never work. Somebody called me yesterday as I rolled up. A lady called me yesterday in the evening and tells me, I just want to give an example of how aware we are, even the people in Nairobi. And she tells me she wants to take a loan of 6 million to put up her house. And I told her, wait a minute, at least I know you're handing less than 200,000. You want to take a loan of 6 million to put up a house? Well, of course, my ones were not all that nice because this is someone who has done finance. This is someone who has a master's in finance and banking. And like, I'm trying to ask myself, one thing that came to my mind is most of us, if not all of us, the moment we get some money, the first thing that we consider is land or building. You query. Now, I can't blame you because we met our fathers and our forefathers. The first thing that we really treasure in Kenya and more so in Africa is about land. If you don't have land in Nairobi today, people are just thinking that, excuse me, something is wrong with you. How do you spend your money? But if you look at it from another perspective, is really land, excuse me, we need to change our perspective about even wealth creation. I told that lady, if you have that amount of money, come I show you the companies that you need to invest into. Put your money in those companies. And in 2-3 years' time, I'm sure in one or the other, you get an upsurge. Even if you want to offload your shareholding and get some good money. When you put 6 million in a house, that's an investment. But it took some time to convince her because she thinks for herself that's an investment. That's what I'm saying, even within ourselves. In Kenya today, we have a lot of resources that can be channeled into the climate causes, even from an individual perspective. But here there's a mentality that, I have to get money from outside. We have to get support from outside, which is fine. But even the resources which are here, and my last example is, a couple of years ago, we went to Laikipia county government. Just they made it former governor. And, we told them, you can be able to really create an innovation week for yourself. You don't require even external resources. And I remember the Minister of Finance telling us, or the guy in charge of finance, we don't have money. And I told him, listen to me, the perspective that you have is a lack mentality. You don't need that. All that you need to say is yes. And then people will just come, resources will just fall. And then most of us, that guy, the former guy who was there, he did a good job in terms of creating an innovation week, an annual innovation week that really catalyzed so many innovations from the rural areas. Now, the challenge is, and the good thing is even the county government, the county assembly put up a fund of 60 million to start investing in these guys. And I always ask myself, if I thought we never convince this person, how many people from Laikipia County would never have accessed such kind of support, even from the county government? So for me, it's a collective action. We are talking about 47 or 50 million Kenyans, and it is an individual responsibility for each one of us to take that message, become a little bit research oriented. When these opportunities come or land in your desk, the way, for example, you found yourself or you brought yourself here, take that information, research a little bit, and ensure that at least you have already informed a couple of people around your circles. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Nora, would you jump into that? Just give us a...
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So just thinking how much it's so hard to top up because it said lots of truths, and I can just give you real life experience. And it is such a big gap when it comes to what was mentioned.
Nora, we can't hear you clearly. Can you join kindly? We can.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let me rejoin, no problem.
I think maybe as Nora joins, it will be important to raise this question to all the 4 participants. How do you perform your impact assessment on the different projects that you're doing with regards to sustainable finance and climate change related matters in sustainability in general? Just think about this as we wait for Nora to get in.
Paris, if you could please pardon the question.
One moment. Okay, let me repeat the question. So, for example, we're talking about investing into these sustainable related projects with Felix. And at the same time, we're talking about grassroots engagement and education with Stella. On the other hand, we're talking about innovative food systems with Benson, and with Nora, we are talking about innovation in healthcare, okay, through the Vaxibox. So I would want to generally understand how are you able to perform your impact assessment in the specific areas with regards to financing? How does it contribute to sustainable financing in this case, or generally in the sustainability space? How are you able to do the impact assessments to understand, okay, you're bringing in money for this project, but how are you able to give an analysis that actually what the money and the funds were given for, it's actually like actualizing the objective or the aims of your project?
I can go fast. So I just shared about Feminani, which is a feminist grassroots initiative to sensitize and engage young women in rural Muranga in issues to do with climate justice and the nexus between climate and feminism. So when we started this, and I'm happy Gladys is here. Gladys is one of the participants and she works with me in Feminani alongside other ladies. Gladys, could you please wave? Yeah, there she is. I personally, first of all, believe that for us to keep engaging meaningfully, we have to also engage more and more young women. So after engaging the ladies and asking them, so what exactly what do you understand by climate change? What are the causes of climate change? What is climate justice? What is climate action? Have you ever heard about SDG 7, for instance, on clean energy? Have you heard about SDG 13? And what is your whole perception and understanding around it? Our findings, Paris, have shown that a lot of people, and those young women are actually representatives of bigger rural communities in Muranga. So our assessment is at now where we are, and it's a very, very young initiative because we started it in May. And so it's about 4 or 5 months since we started. We now are going back to our partners to say, this is our assessment. We now know that the level of awareness, and that's why I talked about awareness, is very low. And we have to take a human rights approach to all this because the rural communities need to understand their rights, but they also need to understand many other things that link to that. So our assessment shows that things like land ownership is very, very important. Financial awareness, like Felix is saying here, is very, very important. And just understanding when you do power mapping, who are the stakeholders in terms of these natural resources and what our county is doing to make sure that we are, we are putting to account the people who are very, very responsible for all these things. So accountability is very, very important. But another issue that we've learned is most Kenyans do not look at climate action or climate change issues as what are our key economic issues or activities in Kenya. And the top ones are agriculture, tourism, wildlife, water, energy, health is also very, very important in our economic activities. So linking that to climate change and seeing what do we need to do in terms of empowering young people and helping them in the different green transitions that we are doing. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Nora can go, can answer that. And also I'd like to ask this, Nora, you can comment on how can we improve our targeting and monitoring of these funds?
Thanks so much for that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Oh, great. So I'm really so much into the clean energy space, green energy, solar industry and the likes, and the renewable energy. And I came to notice that there's so much investment that is being put, not just all over the world, but also in Africa. But then also due to lack of awareness and also ways of ensuring accountability and monitoring, the investments are being dissipated and not really being tracked and monitored. And I always thought that if there is already this investment that is going to be put, and not even investment only, the resources that are being put within the clean energy space as a way of climate adaptation and mitigation, then it has to do more than just lighting. That's how I always put at it. And for us, our customer, then at the end goal here is not for them to have water less with less water. Well, that's a very good goal. Having goals such as productivity is a very great goal. But then the bigger picture is, at the end of the day, this single farmer should create a microeconomy and strictly investment or resources that are being channeled into clean energy technologies, climate change solutions. They should do more than just the intended solution. They should impact the grander community and the grander scheme of things. So when you, in our perspective, when we look at how we provide clean energy solutions for last mile communities, off-grid communities, rural communities, we have to factor in so many things. Like when we got into the process of manufacturing solar refrigerators, my team is highly engineering, and there's the fuss and the fun of engineering this refrigerator in Kenya. But then the way I look at it is the opportunity that lies within local manufacturing. There is the job creation for the local youth around us, and I've seen how much we've been able to create jobs for youth in Makueni County, in Homa Bay County, in Kitui County, whether it's within the manufacturing space or they act as couriers for transporting raw materials, or they come in as handman and technicians and handwomen. And that is a greater impact because I know at the end of the day, the household economy is improved, whether it's by $1 or it's by more. All the solutions that you give should trickle down that way. And I always feel like your monitoring should cater for many things. But there's the economic aspect of, at the end of the day, there's improved economies for communities. If there are no improved economies for communities, maybe there's improved healthcare, there's improved education for these people, there's improved justice and security. But then what does this mean in the grander scheme of things? Does it mean that communities thrive better when there is better security within the area? And what does thriving better mean? Is it mean that more girls are going to stay in school? Is it mean that more girls are going to get, less girls actually going to be pregnant? Does it mean that less women are actually going to try attempting like terminating pregnancy for their children, costing them money, but also costing the lives of these children, and just greater turmoil and so much imbalance with these communities. So all these factors have to be monitored, have to be recorded, and it's not just a goal of in the next 3 months want to birth 3,000 people. That's great, like that's really, really amazing. But what does that mean in the next 1 year? What does that mean to a microeconomy where you provided a clean energy solution in the next 5 years? Will the mama mboga now start selling more bananas, or will the mama mboga now employ another woman to come in because the business has grown? And when this woman has come in because the business has grown, does the children go to school, to better school? Are they accessing healthcare better? So all those metrics come into play for us as a way of monitoring the kind of impact we put in a community. Was there another question or?
I think that's perfectly put, given that the motivation behind you, behind your innovation and also Benson's innovation was a human-centric approach that you applied to understand this is the immediate problem we have. How can we innovate around this sector using a more sustainable way as compared to just putting forth an innovation which will have adverse effects on the direct community and the direct environment. So I would also ask Benson to probably help us understand how you do your impact assessment on your food vending as well with relation to this topic.
Yeah, thanks, President. Just before I go to that question, I just wanted to push back a little bit to the gentleman from KIC who talked about how the West will not save the the South. But I mean, the conversation on loss and damage cannot be ignored. We really have to continue having that conversation why the injustices that have been committed by the West, the global South ought to be compensated. And, if you're going to COP27, the conversation is on, loss and damage. So in as much as that we believe that Africa, we have to have homegrown solutions, we have to fund our own ideas, we really have to own, the West really have a responsibility to own about the crisis that they've committed to, to the global South. So I just wanted to push back on that. You can react as we're having this conversation, but I think the West really also something, we need to really commit climate finance on loss and damage. To Feminada, you mentioned about awareness, creating awareness. Again, the call to COP27 is that, yes, awareness is really good to empower communities, but I think there's need to really moving from planning to implementation. If you can, part of your advocacy work can raise more finance, can raise more, can bring more stakeholders to implement real project, at the grassroots level. That's what we're looking for, radical implementation of solutions. I think the conversation for the longest time has really focused so much on, planning, we are planning, the government is always having good plans, which we do not implement. My call would be, yes, advocacy is really good at the grassroots level, but can we shift a little bit and focus more on what is being done, and how can we hold the folks that are implementing project on the ground, how can we hold them more accountable? Again, I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and hopefully we can be part of the movement to support you. On how we measure impact, from a Zuhura, solutions point of view, is that we're looking at, various things. We're looking at environmental impact, we're looking at the social impact. So if it's the issue of emissions, one of the things that we're trying to integrate within our solution is, it's a metrics mechanism that will help us know, for every vendor that buys the illicit trolley card, what's the how much emissions are we cutting from there was a recent research that was done by one of the think tanks, I can't recall the name, but they were focused on the cook stove, the charcoal cook stove, and they were saying, if you adopt a more sustainable clean cooking solution, let's say the likes of Jikokoa, you're taking care of probably 30 trees. For us as Zuhura Solutions, we are getting rid of the charcoal cook stove. By adopting one cook stove, we are likely going to save a number of trees. So we are looking at it from that angle, from an environmental perspective. The other thing is gender and diversity. We know there's so many folks, PWDs, persons with disabilities, working in the street food sector. Again, if our solution, if we can empower those people and be able to work with them in the street food industry, for them to run more sustainable businesses, I think that's, again, from a gender and diversity and, of course, inclusivity angle, that's a way of us measuring impact. Then there's the aspect of deforestation. Of course, we're getting rid, by getting rid of charcoal in the street food sector, we are taking care of our forest, carbon sequesters. So there are all these angles. We're looking at it from socio, environmental, and of course human rights angle. So that's why we tend to really focus, whereby we say, by adopting one illicit cut, how many women are we creating employment for? How many youth are we creating employment for? And what's the trickle-down effect of that person who's been able to work, one illicit cart, one illicit trolley? What are the direct and indirect, benefits of that solution? Yes, one vendor is working, but at the household level, that vendor is able to have more resources for his or her household. So it's not just about the outcome or the number of carts that we're selling in the market. We also want to take another extra step and look at the impact, because a lot of people will look at the metrics from input, output, and then they're done. Yes, we've sold a number of solutions, that's our impact. I think if you move your solution and then go and have a deep dive on the impact and move beyond the outcome, look at the impact of your work, and then again, look at the direct and indirect benefits of your solution, I think you're likely going to have better, metrics on looking at the impact of your solution. Thank you.
Perfect. I think before we have Felix respond to the same question, I would want to engage the audience on this. We keep saying that the biggest polluters have to pay, okay? And probably they will pay. But do we have a proper strategy and plan on how we are going to utilize these resources once they are paid? Think about this, okay? Now on to Felix.
So thank you. I think for me is, ladies and gentlemen, you have to strike a balance, between, pushing foreign governments to be able to really give money to the sins they committed. Trust me, it will be a long process. And trust me, as a moderator said, have we really put in place a mechanism when all these assumed billions of dollars come? Have we put in place a mechanism of addressing issues touching on climate change from the grassroots, to the national arena? Or perhaps money comes, stays in. I remember there's one fund, I think that stayed in Coop Bank, that was some monies were given by French Development Agency. I think Propac or somewhere, if I can remember that story, a couple of years back. And for so many years, that money stayed there in Coop Bank, before people start tapping into it. And of course, the bank must have used the money to be able to make their own profits because it's in their books. And so the question is, even as we propagate for them to be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, have we put in place a mechanism of receiving those funds and channeling them? Because the challenge that perhaps personally I have is twofold. Number one is we are giving responsibility of developing ourselves to outsiders. Of course, I understand that all those things happen, but the question is, how long can we continue to wait for them to be able to relay? And remember, they're using public funds. They themselves who are there, they have so many challenges in their home countries. So for me is we strike a balance between, as we wait, as we push, as we talk, as we do COP27, we also need to be doing something. And so for me is the other thing in terms of, I also wanted to say something, as we focus on the girl child, we also need to look at the boy child. I think the last 20 years, ladies and gentlemen, we have really focused on promoting and supporting, and which for me is a good thing. I have a mother, I have a sister, so I understand when my sister talks about the gender card, which is fine. But I'm also saying that even moving forward, we also need to look at the boy child. And I'm sure that most of us right now really understand what is happening to the boy child in Kenya today. Finally, there's the issue of, how do track, you asked a question about how do you track funds for us to be able to know that those funds were used for the purpose, for which they were meant. And also the issue of metrics, I'll come back there later. One of the major problems I have in Kenya today is and I would call it generally our perspective about money. Why am I saying that? A young man comes, you give them a grant of 3 million Kenyan shillings, so that's $1,000 to be able to do a couple of things. And this is how we ran the first phase of KCSE 2012-2016. We would just give grants, presuming that Kenyans will be Kenyans of goodwill. As you have labored so much to be able to put up this innovation, then you'll be able to use the money to be able to buy machinery and all those kind of things. Lo and behold, we got a shock of a lifetime that Kenyans will remain Kenyans. And we thank God for Kenyans because I'm also a Kenyan. What am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? you know, and I don't want to give examples because I don't know who is in the room. I couldn't be having so many clients or men who are in the room who are part and parcel of the problem. But allow me to put this one. I think, and of course, we have changed a few things. One of the key things we have said is once we give you a grant or perhaps RBF or ESFM money, we are not giving you that amount of money in cash. Because we have realized even if alone, even if it means alone, giving out a loan, we have experienced that people, we give you money to buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You use your own ways and means of doing whatever you want to do. When we come on the ground, no machinery, no people employed, no anything. I remember yesterday, you know, a guy in Nakuru, we had spent some 1.something million to buy some capex, you know, some machinery for them. And this guy has the guts and the audacity to say, in a call, I sold the machinery. And by the way, the guy has a master's degree in engineering, electrical for that matter. And you look at this, he's not young because the guy is over 30 years of age. Somebody who is over that is not a young person any longer. So we put in place a mechanism whereby we reap money into this in terms of tranches, and we buy the machinery for you. So we don't give you any money, perhaps very small amount of money in terms of OPEX for that, for you to be able to perhaps do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, transport the machinery from where you are. We have put in place a mechanism of trying to ensure that the funds that KCSE gives to entrepreneurs is properly utilized for. But of course, like that guy, you know, the mechanism was there, but the guy just received the machinery. What did he do? He sold them up. Now, I told our guys, even if I put this guy in jail, how does KCSE benefit? He's a poor guy with a poor mentality. That's for a fact. So even if we want to do, and by the way, there are so many other Kenyans who are doing that. I mean, the numbers are there. If you go to Women Enterprise Fund, if you go to Youth Enterprise Fund, there are people who cannot be helped. That's for a fact. In terms of measuring impact, so of course, every program, we have our own metrics in terms of, for example, if it's Agribiz program, we are talking about once we put money in your company, how can we be able to support you to be able to create more jobs? Remember, that's very key for us. If, for example, we are talking about a self-help group in the village, that we are, by the way, it's most of the companies we have supported, even to get money. That program alone has financed up to date, and this is our done of operation, 426 companies have received funds up to now. But so one of the key metrics is about supporting these companies to create sustainable jobs. Now, that one sustainable is very crucial for us because we don't measure kibarua as a sustainable job. So that's just a short-term, you know, assignment for, we just look at it from our perspective. The second thing is about, for example, if we're talking about innovation, is about, you know, how many tons of CO2 are you really reducing? In terms of food production, we're talking about how much, what's the increase in terms of, if it's an acre before you are doing 15 bags, how much have you been able to increase with our intervention? And of course, nowadays, we are not financing companies that are using, you know, the fertilizers, the commercial fertilizers. Why? Because we want to tell Kenyans that time has come for us to be able to put our money where our speaking is. So if we are climate innovation center and we talk about climate change, we are not financing fertilizers. We are not financing those chemicals that, you know, degrade the environment. And so that's how we look at it, you know, in terms of metrics. So if it is commercial forestry, we are talking about, you know, sustainable commercial harvesting, how in terms of increase of revenues, in terms of you planting more commercial species. That's how we measure our impact metrics. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If time is not on our side, if we can jump to the next subtopic, which is investment strategies and opportunities. And also, if you could, Felix, just finish on this question. How can we? Okay, yeah, and then we'll go to the questions. How can we make youths? You mentioned that sometimes you have even 40 investors coming to your office. They want to fund these innovations. So how can we enable youth, or how can we motivate youth that the fund is already there? We don't have to wait for the people from the global north to support us. We can work with what we have. How can we motivate youth to come and access this fund? Also, Nora, if you could answer that. Thank you.
I always tell young people, there are 3 things that nobody will do for you. One is personal development. No matter how much your mother and your father loves you, ladies and gentlemen, personal development is a personal responsibility. The second thing is going to the toilet to eat yourself. No matter how well who loves you, you have to do it yourself. And number 3 is about air. You have to take oxygen by yourself. The moment that you realize that there's an external head, your one leg is inside, the other leg is the other side. But allow me to concentrate on the first one. Personal development is a very crucial thing for young people. What am I saying? And I will mention a report that was done by World Bank, I think the year 2018, whereby there's a lot of cry in Kenya and Africa that a lot of investment are going to white-owned companies. You have heard of that? Hello? So one of the question is, I didn't have a problem with the report because it was factual. I mean, when you look at all the companies that are receiving money in Kenya today, these are face, which is fine. But the question I asked myself, how comes companies owned by Kenyans are not receiving money? What are the issues? One we talked about is about people are not aware of these opportunities. Now, there is a way, I will look at that in two ways. Number one is you as a young person, you must literally go out of your way to look for those opportunities. For example, you just need to really research how many ecosystem stakeholders are in the area of your specialization. If, for example, you're in renewable energy, look at the people who are in renewable energy. Nora is here, she can be able to perhaps support you and other people who are really in renewable energy. The other day I got very amazing figures at ICDC. How many people know ICDC? ICDC? No, guys, no way. No, this one I will not say. It's a government agency that gives people loans. ICDC, I know it was merged with KIA. And what surprises me is those guys, you can imagine ICDC coming to KCIC for us to give them a pipeline of investable companies. Who is supposed to help the other? I would expect ICDC to be able to really KCIC to go the other way around. But the issue is they realize that we support people and train them to become investor ready. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, opportunities are there. They may not be there, for everybody, but I think there are so many opportunities. The other day I learned African Development Bank has put so much money in AFC. That is Africa. It's called what? Finance Corporation, AFC, the one for agriculture. But the question is, how many of us, including myself, I am to go to the Minister of Agriculture to find out actually it's almost a 2 billion fund. They are giving 500,000 for free. It's grant. They are giving 2.5 million at 5%. Now, how many young people, and remember that is government, they have all the information and they have the machinery. So that's why I say that outreach awareness creation is everybody's responsibility. So for me I don't think I want to motivate young people. I just want to challenge them and tell them, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are there. Please go where food is being cooked. If you're hungry, go where food is being cooked. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Nora and Benson, if you could please jump on that, then you can take questions.
Yeah, I really, really agree that the opportunities are actually available. And at the end of the day, just given the experience of how we built our organization, so much wasn't really presented for us on the plate. We actually literally grabbed the plate and serve some of the food ourselves, look for the financing, know who are the stakeholders and the players in the industry. And I can actually say that as of today, Drop Access has worked with over 10 locally and nationally and globally renowned partners, the likes of Cisco, the likes of Climate Launchpad, and even KCIC. And even through KCIC, we've been able to even get a bit much more partners like the CDC, now they're the big group. And what I noticed is that you also kind of have to fend for yourself. You see, like when we realized that most of the finances didn't really consider us investment ready or even just grant ready, the other resource that we turned to was the network that we had. So I went around telling everyone, hey, you people, we've actually been accelerated by KCIC. KCIC is actually being accelerated by, is being supported by Danida. So you see, we have affiliations. And that's something that is acceptable, so long as you're actually true to your impact and to your deliverables. That's acceptable. And that's one way of using the resources to promote yourself and accelerate yourself. And that really worked great for us, because then we're able to even get more support, technical support partners and resources, not just financial, but also non-financial, because of affiliacy. And that is something that we had to learn the hard way when we realized that nobody's going to really throw money at us as an organization. So it's true, you have to go look for the resources and know the ecosystem very, very well in order to advance your companies. And I'm really, really glad that I've come to a point where I've noticed that at the end of the day, before even I go to maybe even Danida, I could probably start with KCSE. But even before I get to KCSE, maybe I should actually talk to Benson. He's already a resource because he's in the industry. We could be knowing a partner, or even he could be having funds that are ready for partnership and for support. And that is just one way for us to, one way for a youth-led organization to gain traction without really investing so much, or even waiting for a lump sum grant or any other form of financing facility to come through. And another thing that I've also learned, there's so much resources, even being given by the Kenyan government. Some are targeted for youth. A lot of them are actually targeted for women. There are those opportunities that are there, and we have to intentionally go for them. So the narrative that we are actually not opening up the portals where the opportunities are or where the money is, maybe it's high time that we actually look at where the opportunities really. So I totally agree. You have to go to where the food is being served and grab a plate and serve it yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nola. And if I could, I think for me, you folks have really summed it very well. It's about being curious, just trying to sometimes taking that risk. Sometimes, you know, you will look at some of these opportunities and you will think that you're not even qualified for those grants. But you know, just go ahead. It's part of you being known in the sector. Sometimes you don't have to wait. I think, you know, we've been in positions whereby we've tried to submit an application this year. Unfortunately, you know, you don't get, you're not successful. But the next year when you try, they will, you know, you will get some comment like, hey, we saw your application last year. Thank you for trying. We're willing to give you a shot. You know, can you share more about your solution? So that aspect of being curious on what's happening in the sector and speaking to the folks who are in the sector, like Nora said. But I just thought I wanted to follow up with the gentleman from the KCIC. He's mentioned about the success that KCIC has had in investing in startups in Kenya. My experience, is with the investors, most of these, accelerators, I don't know if that's the case with KCSC, is that sometimes you're told, hey, do you have an idea? We're willing to invest in you. And then you show up with an idea. And then someone will push back and say, hey, we need a working prototype. And then you work on a prototype. And then you go back to them and say, hey, you need to have at least one customer. Remember, you're trying to approach the same person, but they keep on pushing back, not that they're not telling you that they won't invest in you. They're not willing to take that risk, but it's just because there's this, I think I've experienced this again, not only in Kenya, but also some other countries in Africa, where you get on a call with entrepreneurs and they say, there's this fallacy, about investing in ideas, and then you show up with an idea and then someone will push back and say, can you come back with a prototype, then come back with a customer. That process, I think the investors, the people willing to invest in entrepreneurs, they need to really be very transparent in their ways of communication, and not just letting entrepreneurs pursue an opportunity, yet very well you're not going to invest in them. So I think, and I would like to really hear from the gentleman from KCIC, getting assurance that they really invest in ideas and not a working solution, or probably companies that have already acquired customers. Otherwise, a lot of donors, of course, are giving money to accelerators in Kenya and in Africa, but there's always that pushback on, you need to come back with a customer. Yet for you to even get one customer, you need to, start from ideation all the way to prototyping.
Well, I don't know if Nora came on board KCAC when our thoughts were, our products were at ideation stage. Perhaps you can be able to confirm. But yes, we have programs specifically meant for ideation companies. Even the Agribees program, I've said one major component is ideation. We have supported young people to really get their ideas from their heads to literally a product equivalent on the ground. So I would say yes. And actually, when you look at our call for applications, they are very open, and they actually really stipulate the process flow, how to apply, what to expect, what to expect. As in, and the good thing I like about it is, once I do a call for applications and I bring on board guys, there's an audit that goes into that, and the audit is even physical on the ground. So really, did you, whatever it is that you put on the ground before even you are given a letter of agreement, what we call the famous the LOA, people come to the ground to verify that what you have put there is what is on the ground. So ours is, we have programs like Climate Launchpad, which actually now we have we have actually World Finance right now. That's an edition company program. We have What Design Can Do. We have a clean tech competition, which we want to make, you know, it a yearly competition. So we have a couple of programs which are focusing on education, but also we have programs which are focusing on SMEs and prototyping companies. So it's a mix of the two.
Thank you.
Time is not on our side. If you can take one question from the audience and one question from our virtual participants, and then we can now talk about loss and damage.
Maybe Charlene, I would want to read out something that has popped up from the chats. There's someone, Leona Lewin. Let me just summarize what he's trying to talk about. From the take point is that when you look at companies that are manufacturing plastics, etc., I will put this under the category that we use when teaching at the university, greenwashing, okay? There's a lot of greenwashing going around, okay, of products. So you need to be aware at an individual level that you can vote with your wallet. By this, it means that you can boycott products that are not environmental friendly by not promoting these businesses, by not buying also their products, okay? So probably I will summarize that long message in that way. And then there's another person, Mohammed Almas, who talks about, apart from creating more awareness on the existing opportunities with regards to financing, the application process should be made less complex and more youth-friendly. Okay. Yeah, that.
Thank you so much, Paris. So one question and then we close this session, but our speakers will still be here, so they'll be able to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to raise some issues. So mainly I wanted the guy from KCIC to clarify on some issues. And also, I want to also give my views in terms of, you know, we are from different, I can say different scenarios. He's talking from his point of view, where he's seated as maybe an organization which is financing the innovations. I am talking as a youth who maybe have innovation somewhere in Kenya, who wants to be financed. So first, I want to debunk what you're saying, that the youths are not informed. The youths are very informed. They have very many innovations outside here. And then another thing, some of the things that hinders innovations by the youth, or maybe startups by the youths, from being seen outside here, is number one, we have some policies or laws that are working against the progress of these startups. We have a lot of policies which are not contextualized to the maybe scenarios of the prevailing markets that are available at the grassroots level. Number two, there's when we normally approach these guys, you know, in some conferences like this one, yes, you normally come and you talk a lot of good things, and even we exchange contacts, and then later on, when we get to actual thing, like start talking about what I had, so that we can exchange and see how you can help me. You find somebody's blue ticking you, si mnaijua mtu anakublue tick, unakula blue tick mbaya sana. Alafu, another one, you talked about innovation weeks. They are there. Even in Kisumu County, there's another one. There's always a innovation week organized by the Lake Region, Lake Basin Economic Bloc. Yeah, I've been attending it. It happens annually, and you know, our county governments, they are doing this for formalities. They call this a lot of guys to the conferences. You exchange contacts later on. You cannot access them after that, and then you complained about youths that you've already started supporting misusing the funds. Yeah. So the reason why you find the people they're complaining about youths misusing the fund. Number one, you cannot blame someone who lacks integrity, who doesn't have like integrity on behalf of all youths in Kenya. Yeah. The reason why I'm saying this is most of the time.
Sorry, please wrap up.
Just last one. Most of the time, we find that these youths who are accessing these opportunities, they are accessing it on the basis of connections. Yani, they are kind of connected with the guys in the organizations. It's how do you know someone inside there? Yeah, it's kind of a deal. You're striking a deal. So you know somebody who has not worked for an opportunity, you cannot expect them to make good use of that opportunity. Yeah.
Allow me to, well, very good concerns from my good friend. I think for me is let's look at issues from this perspective. One, permit and perhaps you have had bad experiences, you know, getting contacts from people, but that one should not be able to apply across the board. Because, well, I don't know if I told you I've been mistreated by KCAC, but I will come to office. If you need any kind of support from KCAC, even today, let's have a conversation and see if at all you'll be brutiqued by KCAC or by me. So I don't want to take that, but it's true. I mean, there are some people who come to conferences like these ones or opportunities like these ones, and perhaps, you know, for them, it's just, they want to talk and just move out. Remember, I always tell people, all these monies that KCAC gets, it's not for our personal use. It's for Kenyans to be able to use. And when I look at, I was telling somebody the other day, you know, I got board approval of 97 cases. Now, out of those 97 cases, spending almost €1 million and above, there's not even one person I know about them. And so the issue in KCAC, you don't need to know anybody to get money in KCAC. You don't need to know anyone. And I speak it as the director there. You don't need to know anyone, because I am chasing people to give people money. Because what will it benefit us? We have 2 billion Kenya shillings for you just in one program. And then at the end of 5 years, we are taking that amount of money to the EU. It doesn't benefit anyone. So from where I am, I totally agree. You could have a bad experience, which is fine. I mean, Kenya is Kenya, and we thank God for a beautiful country. But I think there's still a remnant in this country that really mean what they speak and speak what they mean. So let's have a conversation after this. I don't mind.
Thank you so much. Our time is not on our side, but our speakers will be here with us so we can engage them. And thank you so much, Nora, Benson, Felix, and Stella. This was really insightful, and we hope to learn more from you guys. So I'll invite Lynn. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. This was a very, very heavy topic. I think we still need more time to do this. So I hopefully we'll be able to continue this conversation in another forum and just give it a whole day, because I clearly 30 minutes was not enough for this. So thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to our moderator, Charlene. This was an amazing, amazing conversation. And to the youth, I invite you to all take advantage of Felix, Stella, who are present in the physical platform. And as well as, I think we'll be able to share some of your questions. We'll create a document for you to create some of the book questions that you have, and we'll be able to send to all our speakers throughout the entire sessions. So I am so sorry. We're running out of time. It's already lunchtime. So thank you so much once again. And we're looking forward to having the conversation at lunchtime. Thank you. Bigger round of applause. Thank you. So Charlene ate your lunchtime. So I'm so sorry, but we have one more presentation and then we can head to lunch. We'll have, just give me a second. Yes, so we have one more presentation from the Kenya Red Cross on disaster risk and financing disaster risk reduction in Kenya. Just confirm for me if Shadrach is on. Shadrach, maybe you can try speak if we can hear you, and maybe turn on your video as well.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
See me as well.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I think you had a presentation. Do you need us to share your screen for you, or you can do it from your end?
I'll try and do it from my end, and probably if I get into problems, then I'll let you know.
Okay. Take the time away.
Sure, thanks. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Just a minute, and I'll be there.
Sure. Now we can see your screen.
Good. So I'll try and keep it as short as I can before you guys head out for lunch. And sorry for presenting at this time. So a quick one is my presentation today is going to be about disaster risk reduction, loss and damages that have been done in Kenya in regards to investments and financing. And I will want to center this around experiences and good practices that we've observed as the Kenya Red Cross. So just to get us rolling is that a bit of Kenya Red Cross and the work that we do is that we are under our constitutional cap 256, which is the laws of Kenya, and mandated to try as much as we can to alleviate human suffering in Kenya, and also performing a special function of being an auxiliary to both county and national government. Our strategy and mandate is working with our communities and ensuring that we are able to respond to their needs. And here is building capacities to communities so that they're able also to, within themselves, be able to cope with disasters which are emerging now and then, and of course, try and recover from those losses as quick as possible. So a quick overview is that as I present on the issues around climate change and disasters, is that currently, even in Kenya right now, we are in a period of disaster, that is a drought that has already taken place in Kenya, starting last year, and we are about 7 or 8 months into a disaster that has been declared to be a national disaster by the government of Kenya. So that means that all efforts are going towards ensuring that our communities are provided with the necessary support. Unfortunately, this has not been coming on well. And as I say this, we are having almost 5 million Kenyans who are into not just poverty, but hunger, meaning that they cannot provide food on their tables for their families and households, which is a very dire situation. And this number is increasing. Remember that this is the 5th season that we are getting into where we've not been experiencing good enough rains that can support agriculture, which is our backbone for the country. And remember, as we continue with these discussions, talking about how we are able to make sure that as young people, we are into part or participating in government in terms of being able to bring in what we can, especially our expertise in different areas, whether it is technology and all that. Remember that food is one of the things that needs to be regarded as an important factor that can allow us to engage in national building. So again, we've seen the impacts. The impacts have been bad, and with so many things that are happening. So as we talk about the losses and damages, I want us to relate with what is currently happening in terms of our strategies that as Kenya Red Cross we are trying to employ. We spend a lot of time doing a lot of response work. I think some of you have seen that the Kenya Red Cross has been coming out strongly when there's a disaster that has stricken. And when we look at climatical disasters, which are two in Kenya, which are major, that is both floods and drought, we will usually, and this is a common thing that will happen with Kenyans, that when the disaster has happened is when now we are thinking of financing it, we are thinking of having some actions towards responding to that particular disaster. But then as a strategy, what we are doing now, as we start counting our losses and damages being brought in, we are thinking of ways on how we can ensure that this process is done earlier on enough. So early actions protocols are some of the strategies that we are employing. And I would have loved to really take time and explain the pictorial that are on your screen right now. But then I want to keep it short and just scrub through these presentations. But ideally, what we are saying is we need to act in advance before even the disaster has happened, so that we have enough lead time for us to respond towards disasters. And this is possible. One of the things that hinders acting in advance is the financing part of it, of which financing becomes an issue. And why we think that this needs to be dealt with is the financing part of it is what brings us to focus-based financing, which is another type of strategy that is usually used around humanitarian world. And this is common as Kenya Red Cross. We've adopted this, and this also is part of what the United Nations is encouraging humanitarian actors to use. So ideally, for focus-based financing is being able to anticipate for the disasters, preventing their impact, and seeing that even when they happen, the human suffering and losses are quite minimal. Like right now, as we talk about this national disaster that we are in right now, the drought, we would have had better results if we had employed this in time and we were able to anticipate for these disasters. Currently, most organizations, and here I'm referring to humanitarian world, is that they are able to anticipate. That is good. They are able to do a bit of protection in terms of prevention of the impact of the disasters. But then again, the challenge comes in on financing bit of it. So again, the financing has to be protracted into our policies, and not only policies under organizations, but also as a country as a whole. I think probably we've come across the number of counties that have been mentioned to have disaster risk management acts, which are really not honored on how they are being implemented. There's a 2% policy that is supposed to be implemented by county governments, especially those in under ASAL areas. ASAL will be arid, semi-arid, and lands. So we have 23 counties in the ASAL areas that are supposed to implement this with a 2% on disaster management funding. And this is not being done, which could at least also help us when it comes to issues around how we go about the process of making sure that the impacts are lessened when the disasters happen. Again, what you have on the screen. I will not go into bits of it, but then again, talk about what is important to be done. Not only stakeholder management, which is very important, whereby we do not work in our own space, that is the humanitarian angle alone, but then also have other partners and stakeholders who are also part of this process. So in the engagement of stakeholders is very important, especially stakeholders who might not be in a day-to-day or in direct contact with humanitarian work. So here we're talking about private agencies in Kenya, even business, the business world, the corporate world, and all these other people, so that we can all come together and ensure that when a disaster happens. So this is a framework on sustainable funding that needs to be done, especially around risk monitoring, and of course, providing technical capacities which need to be honored. I'll jump to what we've been doing as Kenya Red Cross, but then in the spirit of keeping this presentation short as possible, I would want to end this here as part of my presentation. But then the idea that I want to put across is that there is need to continue to think about what needs to be done, but not only by humanitarian agencies, but all of us all together. We cannot underscore the need of having public policy being part of this, because public policy ensures that we are all engaged. And remember, as we talk about public, we are referring to not only ourselves, but everyone who is within our country, and there's need to have them all participated. So back to our moderators.
Yes.
Hello?
Thank you so much, Shadrach. I think I want to present an opportunity for anyone with questions from the physical platform. And I don't know if Pauline, you can hear me. Is Pauline on?
Yes, I can get you well.
Okay. Maybe you can tell us if there are any comments on the Zoom platform as we consolidate questions from the ground. Any questions or comments from your end?
We have questions and comments from previous discussion, the just concluded one. Should I go ahead and read those ones?
We can consolidate that after. So there are no questions to Shadrach?
Or not yet.
Okay, that's okay. I have a question here. Tony, go ahead.
Hi, just a quick question. We are having issues maybe on the riverbeds where we are getting floods in specific areas continuously for about yearly. It's become the new norm. Now, what is Red Cross doing to like stop people going back to the drought prone areas? That's one. Number two, this water is a clean water that is washing down to the lakes or going to the ocean, and you're losing clean water that can be used for agriculture. What are we doing in terms of holding that water back for agriculture purposes or for production of, geothermal, hydropower and other things? What is Red Cross doing about that? Thanks.
Very good question. Shadrach, maybe I could pass it to you.
Yes, thank you for the questions. Two questions which are very good questions. So number one, about the basins. So in Kenya, we have three major basins, and that is the Athi River Basin and Nzoia Basin, which you're talking about the western part, and the Tana River. So along those basins, we have a number of counties that are in those main basins that we've just said, the three of them. And your question about what we're doing is that as Kenya Red Cross earlier this year, so for Kenya, we experienced two main seasonal rains. That is the March, April, May, and then we also have the October, November, December. So under these basins, the March, April, May rains are some of the rains that are really impacting to the livelihoods of those people in those counties. So what Kenya Red Cross did, in fact, our most recent activity that we did in Nzoia, that is in Bunyala sub-county, Busia County, where we have the Nzoia Basin, is and famously a village or a location called Budalangi, which has always been affected by floods. So this year, what we did is under the protocols that I've just shared here, we did what we call an early action protocol test, a simulation exercise where we worked with a number of national stakeholders, that is the National Disaster Operations Center. We also worked with the regional administration and all those people, and had a meeting and had actions with activities to the communities. Whenever we are coming towards a rainy season, there are certain things that need to be done, which are scientifically based. For example, flood markings, getting to know the climatical conditions, and even getting weather information and disseminating this information to communities. So this is part of the plan that Kenya Red Cross has been doing for those three basins. Unfortunately, sometimes we also do not see the results that we need to see because either people do not move. We have what we call Terra messaging, working closely with Airtel and Safaricom, where we are able to send text messages. And this is very common in the Nzoia Basin. For Kakamega, Busia, those areas, they'll get text messages whenever there are rains that are considered to be impactful to those areas. So this is together with the community engagement and accountability that has been done in these areas. On the other question about what we can do and leverage on the amount of water that passes by all these regions and all that, yes, it is quite unfortunate that water sometimes comes all the way from Nzoia and gets to other basins, even to Tana, all the way to Kilifi, and goes to the ocean, and not really much that has been done. A good thing is that for the private developers, they've done well. And this needs to be a very concerted effort that comes together with work from the governments and the county governments. Remember, I just mentioned about the 2% that needs to go to disaster management as a kitty in the county government. And then we also have developmental programs that really need to be done together with the county governments. We are hoping that this time round, with the new governments that are coming in place, they're going to be very much development conscious and try to adopt ways in which they can also make use of these waters. And it's not just water, it's the natural resources that we have that are being depleted or not being used enough. So there's much work that needs to be done. For us as Kenya Red Cross, the little that we can do is basically under humanitarian assistance, whereby we can try as much as possible, make the water that is going down the river to be clean enough for people to use whenever there's a disaster. So we've engaged in a lot of doing clean water use for the communities and providing the same to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. Okay, one last question, and then we can go. Go
Sorry, guys. Thank you, Shadrach, for the presentation. My name is Andrew. Just a quick one, trying to relate whatever you have presented to do with the disasters that are currently happening due to the climate change and the loss and damage. So just to bring the aspect of financing and investing, do Red Cross have maybe, I know you do maybe research, can the availability of data maybe for us who are interested in terms of entrepreneurship and in terms of investment, and even for the financing agencies, can we have maybe data or researched information from you guys so that we can know if it's maybe hunger, how many Kenyans are affected by the ongoing hunger or the flooding that are happening? So that's my question. Thank you.
Andrew, Shadrach.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for that question. Yes, definitely. Yes, in my presentation, you could see we had two logos. That is one side, there was a Kenya Red Cross, and then the other side was International Center for Humanitarian Affairs, which is within a department within the Kenya Red Cross. And this actually looks at data management, and this data is what we normally use to make decisions. So mostly our decisions are very much data driven. Again, sharing of data, that is important because we've always come out and give out. You remember in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've provided information in regards to data on how many Kenyans are being affected. Like we would say, currently we are talking about 942,000 women. We are talking about 146,000 children who are under 5. We are talking about 87,000 persons who are abled differently, who are being affected by this drought disaster. So there is information, and we normally give out this data. If you look at our media handles and even the conversations that we normally have, we provide this data. Otherwise, even the data when is required, you could also ask us for the data, and then we'll be able to provide that data so that you can also use for your own investments and actions.
I hope, Andrew, you're good with the answer. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shadrach, and thank you for taking the time and for the great presentation and the great work Red Cross is doing in disaster risk reduction as well. And really look forward to having more conversation and engagements with young people going forward. So thank you once again. To our participants on virtual space, we may be sharing a documentary on energy. This is from the previous session, early morning session, but one of our young people who have been working in the biogas sector have something that he's also asked about on waste management that's kind of like included in that. And we'll be able to share this with you as we head out to lunch for the physical participants. So yes, look out for the videos that will be airing on your screen soon. And we will see you in the next 45 minutes. Thank you. Forgot. I am sorry. For the physical participants, as we head to lunch, kindly take some meal cards from Emily, the lady in the purple dress. Also, something from the rapporteur's team, and this goes to both the virtual space as well as the physical participants. We have the slido.com, which we will also put up in a few. There's a link. I think the physical participants were able to engage with it yesterday, and I hope the virtual are also able to, but we'll share it on the virtual space. Kindly put up your comments, reviews, answer the questions, and engage on that platform so we can be able to gather as much information from your side as young people that we'll be able to also consolidate over time as we have the output report. So the Slido from yesterday's conversation will end at 3 p.m. So kindly take time to actually put up your views and recommendations on that. Also, there's a form going around for the physical participants. Ensure you have signed in your name and your details on it. Make sure you have done that before the end of the day. So yes, let's go for lunch. I have kept you here for so long. Poleni sana.
Brenda, Inland. Round the back.
mountains, but on that, something special is happening in Ngong. If you go to the market, walk outside and go round the back. What you'll see is quite surprising, something that you're going to wish you saw in every market, in every town of Kenya. Yup, you guessed it. They're collecting all of the waste from the city market. And they're taking it to a place where it's being processed, not as waste, but as a resource for several new clever industries. Dominic runs a company called Biogas International, which has gone into an agreement with Ngong Town to clean up the city market and eliminate their landfill completely. I think it's the first town in all of Kenya to take such an ambitious step.
So this is the mouth of the biogas plant. This is where all the feed goes in. God gave us teeth to chew our food before we swallow it. So that's the grinding machine. You chew the food, it goes down the pipe, down the throat, and into the digester. That's chamber one. These digesters are multi-stage digesters, and there are 7 stages on each of these. They're both 50 cubic meter digesters each. So if you come down here, all of this is gas that's building up, biogas that's building up in all of the balloons. These systems have the capacity to produce about 40 to 50,000 liters of gas each per day, which is about, in total, about 3 LPG cylinders per day. We pump biofertilizer, which is being produced here, all the way to the tank on the platform over there. And then from there, gravity feeds down into containers where we sell it as a liquid fertilizer. So it's a liquid fertilizer. It's also a fantastic insect repellent for cash crops. So what comes out of the market, about 80% of it is organic. And in organic, there's 2 types of organic. There is the fruits and the vegetables that are very, very easily dissolved, digested in biogas plants. And then there is the very, very fibrous stuff, which is mainly, in this Ngong market case, is banana leaf that comes wrapping around or packaging for the bananas in the delivery trucks. And there's tons of it that come. So it's about 50% of the total biomass waste is banana leaf. So it will take forever because of the high lignin volumes. It will take forever to digest in the digester. So you need multiple digesters, and it's too expensive. So we've opted to go the compost route for this. So we're composting all of the banana leaves.
So vegetable waste turns into biogas and liquid fertilizer. Banana leaves is turned into compost, and all the other waste, the glass, the metals, and the plastics are recycled. Anything that can't be recycled is put into the incinerator, and what comes out is ash. And that ash is going to be turned into bricks for construction purposes. Now that is a circular economy. At the end of the day, Michael and his colleague, Maria, finish it off with a cup of tea cooked on biogas. Anyone who lives in Nairobi knows that Ngong is famous for its many windmills that power the city with green energy. Very few people know about this amazing green clean technology that is being used in Ngong town to clean up the new marketplace and provide not just energy, but a source of nutrients for healthy food for the people of Ngong. We are in the town of Ngong, just south of the city of Nairobi in Kenya. And this is close to the edge of the Great Rift Valley. This new market has just been opened, and as you can see, it's surprisingly clean, and that's in part due to the work of this man, Dominic Wanjihia, my brother. In most towns of Kenya, the garbage collects in skips and on roadsides, and it just piles up into these mini mountains that end up in a landfill. But something special is happening in Ngong. If you go to the market, walk outside and go around the back. What you'll see is quite surprising, something that you're going to wish you saw in every market, in every town of Kenya. Yup, you guessed it. They're collecting all of the waste from the city market, and they're taking it to a place where it's being processed, not as waste, but as a resource for several new clever industries. Dominic runs a company called Biogas International, which has gone into an agreement with Ngong Town to clean up the city market and eliminate their landfill completely. I think it's the first town in all of Kenya to take such an ambitious step.
So this is the mouth of the biogas plant. This is where all the feed goes in. God gave us teeth to chew our food before we swallow it. So that's the grinding machine. You chew the food, it goes down the pipe, down the throat, and into the digester. That's chamber one. These digesters are multi-stage digesters, and there are 7 stages on each of these. They're both 50 cubic meter digesters each. So if you come down here, all of this is gas that's building up, biogas that's building up in all of the burns. These systems have the capacity to produce about 40 to 50,000 liters of gas each per day, which is about, in total, about 3 LPG cylinders per day. We pump biofertilizer, which is being produced here, all the way to the tank on the platform over there. And then from there, gravity feeds down into containers where we sell it as a liquid fertilizer. So it's a liquid fertilizer. It's also a fantastic insect repellent for cash crops. So what comes out of the market is 80% of it is organic. And in organic, there's two types of organic. There is the fruits and the vegetables that are very, very easily dissolved, digested in the biogas plants. And then there is the very, very fibrous stuff, which is mainly in Ngong market case, is banana leaf that comes wrapping around or packaging for the bananas in the delivery trucks. And there's tons of it that come. So it's about 50% of the total biomass waste is banana leaf. So it will take forever because of the high lignin volumes. It will take forever to digest in the digester. So you need multiple digesters, and it's too expensive. So we've opted to go the compost route for this. So we're composting all of the banana leaf.
So vegetable waste turns into biogas and liquid fertilizer. Banana leaves is turned into compost, and all the other waste, the glass, the metals, and the plastics are recycled. Anything that can't be recycled is put into the incinerator, and what comes out is ash. And that ash is going to be turned into bricks for construction purposes. Now that is a circular economy. At the end of the day, Michael and his colleague, Maria, finish it off with a cup of tea cooked on biogas. Anyone who lives in Nairobi knows that Ngong is famous for its many windmills that power the city with green energy. Very few people know about this amazing green clean technology that is being used in Ngong town to clean up the new marketplace and provide not just energy, but a source of nutrients for healthy food for the people of Ngong. We are in the town of Ngong, just south of the city of Nairobi in Kenya. And this is close to the edge of the Great Rift Valley. This new market has just been opened, and as you can see, it's surprisingly clean. And that's in part due to the work of this man, Dominic Wanjihia, my brother. In most towns of Kenya, the garbage collects in skips and on roadsides, and it just piles up into these mini mountains that end up in a landfill. But something special is happening in Ngong. If you go to the market, walk outside and go around the back. What you'll see is quite surprising, something that you're going to wish you saw in every market, in every town of Kenya. Yup, you guessed it. They're collecting all of the waste from the city market, and they're taking it to a place where it's being processed, not as waste, but as a resource for several new clever industries. Dominic runs a company called Biogas International, which has gone into an agreement with Ngong Town to clean up the city market and eliminate their landfill completely. I think it's the first town in all of Kenya to take such an ambitious step.
So this is the mouth of the biogas plant. This is where all the feed goes in. God gave us teeth to chew our food before we swallow it. So that's the grinding machine. You chew the food, it goes down the pipe, down the throat, and into the digester. That's chamber one. These digesters are multi-stage digesters, and there are 7 stages on each of these. They're both 50 cubic meter digesters each. So if you come down here, all of this is gas that's building up, biogas that's building up in all of the burns. These systems have the capacity to produce about 40 to 50,000 liters of gas each per day, which is about, in total, about three LPG cylinders per day. We pump biofertilizer produced here all the way to the tank on the platform over there, and then from there gravity feeds down into containers where we sell it as a liquid fertilizer. So it's a liquid fertilizer. It's also a fantastic insect repellent for cash crops. So what comes out of the market, about 80% of it is organic. And in organic, there's 2 types of organic. There is the fruits and the vegetables that are very, very easily dissolved, digested in biogas plants. And then there is the very, very fibrous stuff, which is mainly, in this Ngong market case, is banana leaf that comes wrapping around or packaging for the bananas in the delivery trucks. And there's tons of it that come. So it's about 50% of the total biomass waste is banana leaf. So it will take forever because of the high lignin volumes. It will take forever to digest in the digester. So you need multiple digesters, and it's too expensive. So we've opted to go the compost route for this. So we're composting all of the banana leaf.
So vegetable waste turns into biogas and liquid fertilizer. Banana leaves is turned into compost, and all the other waste, the glass, the metals, and the plastics are recycled. Anything that can't be recycled is put into the incinerator, and what comes out is ash. And that ash is going to be turned into bricks for construction purposes. Now that is a circular economy. At the end of the day, Michael and his colleague, Nyaura, finish it off with a cup of tea cooked on biogas. Anyone who lives in Nairobi knows that Ngong is famous for its many windmills that power the city with green energy. Very few people know about this amazing green clean technology that is being used in Ngong town to clean up the new marketplace and provide not just energy, but a source of nutrients for healthy food for the people of Ngong. We're in the town of Ngong, just south of the city of Nairobi in Kenya. And this is close to the edge of the Great Rift Valley. This new market has just been opened, and as you can see, it's surprisingly clean, and that's in part due to the work of this man, Dominic Wanjihia, my brother. In most towns of Kenya, the garbage collects in skips and on roadsides, and it just piles up into these mini mountains that end up in the landfill. But something special is happening in Ngong. If you go to the market, walk outside and go round the back. What you'll see is quite surprising, something that you're going to wish you saw in every market, in every town of Kenya. Yup, you guessed it. They're collecting all of the waste from the city market, and they're taking it to a place where it's being processed, not as waste, but as a resource for several new clever industries. Dominic runs a company called Biogas International, which has gone into an agreement with Ngong Town to clean up the city market and eliminate their landfill completely. I think it's the first town in all of Kenya to take such an ambitious step.
So this is the mouth of the biogas plant. This is where all the feed goes in. God gave us teeth to chew our food before we swallow it. So that's the grinding machine. You chew the food, it goes down the pipe, down the throat, and into the digester. That's chamber one. These digesters are multi-stage digesters, and there are 7 stages on each of these. They're both 50 cubic meter digesters each. So if you come down here, so all of this is gas that's building up, biogas that's building up in all of the balloons. These systems have the capacity to produce about 40 to 50,000 liters of gas each per day, which is about, in total, about three LPG cylinders per day. We pump biofertilizer, which is being produced here, all the way to the tank on the platform over there, and then from there gravity feeds down into containers where we sell it as a liquid fertilizer. So it's a liquid fertilizer. It's also a fantastic insect repellent for cash crops. So what comes out of the market is about 80% of it is organic, and in the organic there's 2 types of organic. There is the fruit and the vegetables that are very, very easily dissolved, digested in the biogas plants. And then there is the very, very fibrous stuff, which is mainly, in Ngong market case, is banana leaf that comes wrapping around or packaging for the bananas in the delivery trucks. And there's tons of it that come. So it's about 50% of the total biomass waste is banana leaf. So it would take forever because of the high lignin volumes. It'll take forever to digest in the digester, so you'd need multiple digesters, and it's too expensive. So we've opted to go the compost route for this. So we're composting all of the banana leaves.
So vegetable waste turns into biogas and liquid fertilizer. Banana leaves is turned into compost, and all the other waste, the glass, the metal,
Hello, hello. Can we start? People standing outside, kindly come in so that we can start the session. I'm waiting for people to sit down so that I can start. Yeah. So I want to start the session, the afternoon session. So this session will be on sustainable transport. And we'll have a few presentations and panel discussions on things to do with sustainable energy and the challenges in that sector. I want to introduce our moderator for this session, Irene. If you can please come to the front so that we can start the session. Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. The Kamkunji at that desk. You know, I know all of you, so you'll have to be attentive in this session. So guys, apologies for going overboard on time, but this is a very important discussion that we want to have. So I'll just welcome the first panelist to the front. We have Engineer Charles Kalomba and Martha Mwatha, who we are going to go through with in the first session. Then after that, we will have Caroline and Adi to finish up the session. So Engineer Charles and Martha, please make your way to the stage so that we can start. For those who are outside, you can join us. You're already starting the next session. Sante. Yeah, asanteni. My name is Irene Asua. I co-convene Ecological Justice. A social scientist. I currently work as Research and Community Liaison Officer for Africa Migration Hub, Horn of Africa office. So we've just talked about energy, and now we are into this another sector, which energy is a very big enabler to, and that is the transport sector, which is very important for our mobility in terms of goods and services and people. So Engineer Charles and Martha, in that order, you will briefly introduce yourself, and then Engineer Charles will take us through how transport is a key industry player in the region with regards to the EU strategy on transport that was just released. And then Martha, you will also briefly introduce yourself and give us a run through on alternative transport systems that would work for the people. So I will start with the Engineer Charles, then I will move to Martha.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's on now. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Habari zenu? Yes, my name is Engineer Charles Kalomba. I will say that I'm glad to be here today. Engineer Charles Kalomba, the Secretary General of the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations. I'm also the administrator for Boda Boda Associations. These are countrywide associations. I am a board director with the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, which is a public entity in charge of manufacturing. I'm also the chairman of training at the National Industrial Training Authority, which is also a public institution. I've been a consultant with the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture. I've been working for a very long time with the UN, UNIDO. Most of them, you may have known UNIDO. And then I was advisor of the Council of Governors for 47 counties in cottage industry development. Now, when I got this invitation here, I was talking to some of the conveners here to tell them I did not have a presentation to make, but I wanted to make a history of what have I been doing from this time to this time, and it can maybe entice somebody who can pick an idea and run with the idea. Some of the things that I've been working on, and especially now, we working on the motorbike assembly locally. So we're working with all the motorcycles. We have a riding school. I was introduced by a guy who is called Gichira. Gichira is the chairman of the Boda Boda Association in Kenya, and he invited me here, of course, through the planners. And while I was coming, I thought it was wise for me also to unlock our thinking that it is a transport. When you talk about Juakali, you discover that all the facilities that are transporting people in Kenya, they are going for repairs in Juakali. But one of the areas that we've been engaging so much was how we want to convert our transport system from fossil fuel to renewable energy, especially from biogas, how to generate biogas and install on our automotives. So there are some kind of projects that we've been doing across the country that I thought if I came in today, I would be able to mention them. And then, of course, if we have partners who want to support the youth of this country to grow, and then partners will move in to do certain things. I have been working with many government institutions, including I've been an advisor to the Minister of Agriculture on coconut development and cashew nut development. I went to school in India and I went to school in China. So you can expect that vitu za huko, those things that come from Asia, where the wise men came from. Now, I've been also advising the Minister of Industry on cottage industry development. So subsequently from PS to PS and minister to minister. So I know the touch between Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Industry on what they need to do, and tying up with the Ministry of Environment to help on certain things which I'll be mentioning here. Thank you.
Yes. So Mwatha, before I come back to you, engineer, you can give it a go.
Can go ahead. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Martha Mwatha. I'm a social, political, feminist and activist. I'm a lawyer. And I also like to read and to create thought and to be in community with other change makers like we are here today. So I understand that the question you asked me is alternative methods of transport.
Yeah, with regards to our nationally determined contributions, because our annual transport sector report is very key on the transport sector being sustainable and green and clean and all those words. Yes.
Yes. So we know that the Paris Agreement is basically focuses mainly on the economic and the social changes. So when we are to look at our alternatives or even alternative methods of transport with regards to Kenya, we must be cognizant of the fact that we are creating social change and also looking at the economics. In regards to that, I think it ties in with the SDGs in that out of the 17 of them, 5 directly linked to transport and 9 indirectly. I'm talking no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water. So right now, if you're looking at our transport system, it is not sustainable. In the long run, we are going to end up with a country that has, it's already actually happening right now, that we have a transport problem. Why? First of all, we are looking at our transport system as infrastructure as opposed to people-based or centering the people. And we know that in this country, of course, the demographics, the way they are set up is that we have to pay attention to the classes and how that relates to transport. Transport today is a lot of people are driving their small cars, right? Which leaves behind the public transport system. I remember when we were younger, the buses used to work, the KBS, it was really a clean town, right? Sustainable town, sustainable cities, those were things that were really centered. But right now, we are centering more infrastructure and creating spaces for the elites, forgetting the, say, 80% of the people who we are supposed to be working for. Here, right now, a lot of us are who? The youth. How many of us can afford to be in our own private cars? And even if we were able to afford that, that would mean that we are also contributing to the climatic problem, which we are trying to go away from. That is the reason why we are gathered here, right? So I think we must reimagine our transport in a way that climate, first of all, is centered. The people who need it the most, who need the action the most are centered. I'm talking about not leaving behind disabled people, not leaving behind people who are triply marginalized. I'm speaking about Black women. I'm talking about people from Mashinani. I'm talking about people from slum areas, just right next to Asis Mukuru kwa Jenga, and even kwa Ruben. How many people would be able to afford this expressway? It's very difficult, right? If you come outside here, walking from I mean, the road, Mombasa Road, hapa nje, does not have what? Footbridges. 1. Mombasa Road does not have what? Pathways for pedestrians. 2. Mombasa Road does not pay attention to people who are living with disabilities because we do not have ranks. Mombasa Road does not like center a person who is, from the slum, because first of all, you cannot use the expressway without paying for it, right? So when you look at the goals, the SDG goals, some of the things that are centered there is what? Having a good source of income, having good economies. And as I was saying it also to the Paris Agreement, sustainable economies, which we cannot use this expressway as a marker for development, especially when you look at where it is mainly in Eastlands. It means that a lot of people cannot use it to travel to Tao. Secondly, the trains, the railway that is in Eastlands breaks down a lot. I can tell you for sure, for free, because I come from Embakasi. There are days when I could not afford transport from Embakasi to Tao, and I would opt for the train and it would break down, right? So those are things that we need to imagine. So how do we do that? We must come together as policy makers, change makers. We must also involve the grassroots people. Like, it has to be a very bottoms up thing. And I'm not saying the political sense, not just the, speaking for speaking's sake. I'm talking about going back and being very intentional, speaking to the youth, speaking to the marginalized, speaking to the people who are living with disabilities and asking them, how do you imagine that this transport system should be? And then we can implement those things in our policies as we reach for the goals.
Thank you, Martha. So in summary, we need a working public transport system, working rails, working trams, working things that can move people and goods once at a go. We need bicycle lanes and stuff. It's really an extreme sport to ride bicycles in Nairobi. We've seen cases of bikers being hit by matatus and everything, and also the menace with the piki guys when we are trying to beat traffic. So back to engineer, before I get back to you people to give us a few insights on what you think as the audience in regards to the transport sector. Because you've talked a lot about the cottage industry, and your background, of course, gives you away places where you went to school. I just want you to briefly paint a picture of what it means for that industry for Africa, of course, because we have a lot of what we call Juakali industries, what a working transport system would mean for Africa in terms of industrializing from that level and even to the larger level.
Maybe just again to add on what Martha, you have said, is too much pollution in Africa. And we've had the reason to say we are the highest depleter, I think next to China, because of the industrial process of China. We deplete a lot because we use a lot of second-hand, overused engines that pollute a lot. And therefore, we don't have pollution under control gadgets into our exhausts to be able to arrest the smoke. And then the smoke goes up, and then there's the depletion of the ozone layer. So one of the things that will cause us to have that change on climate change would be that we are releasing a lot of wastage into the atmosphere. So again, sustainability lacks. But again, if we have to go the sustainable way of transport, then electric system would be the best for us. But as we do that, then Africa, the deposits of oil deposits that we have, massive oil deposits, we've not taken advantage as a continent to compensate our initial costs that we've used to pay others. So as we talk about transport, that's one of the areas that we have looked through transport, and we saw that, like in Kenya, the motorbike has been viewed as a transport gadget. In Asia, the motorbike is multifunctional. So you will find the motorbike is the oxen to plow the land. You'll find the motorbike is the simple machine to do spraying of your crops. Motorbike is a simple thing that can do value addition on crop. You want to do like shelling of your meat, your maize, corn. You want to use a motorbike. So motorbike is not just for transport. It can do several other things. And one of the things that we've done, I have been a researcher with the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, KIRDI, for some period of time. I currently sit with Kenya Bureau of Standards in standards development committees. And I was told I'm the only Kenyan, not Kenyan, maybe, no, human being who sits in so many of them, yes. Because most of them I help to conceptualize. So I cannot even count now how many seats. They could be maybe 15, 20, 30. And it's important for us to know standards are a gauge to development. So as much as we develop standards today, I was in a government meeting that we are contemplating, we had to ban furniture, imported furniture from other markets into Kenya, because Kenyans look for furniture a lot and they don't manufacture furniture. So Juakali was left to manufacture furniture that no Kenyan want to buy. So Juakali, and you see, when you ask people what is the meaning of Juakali, they tell you people who work under the sun. And if I ask anybody here, they will tell me Juakali means, Jua means sun and Kali means hot, because they don't know Swahili. I will tell you now, so that as you go into the future, Jua means sun, yes, and Kali means hot, yes. That is the negative connotation. But the positive connotation, Jua means no, which is knowledge subsequently, and Kali means sharp. So Juakali people operate on sharp knowledge. People who don't read the book and they do what the book is saying. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, so Juakali people, they don't go to school. They are illiterate, yes, but all the vehicles on the road are made by the Juakali people. I consult also for Strathmore University, and the delegation from Japan came in to come and help people to understand, because the president said during inauguration, Juakali, in Unga, Juakali. People thought he's a member of Juakali. They didn't know that us in Juakali, we have given him what to say. Then when he said it, Japanese come to teach him how to nurture Juakali. When they came, they called me. And when I told them what it means and what they are doing and what they don't want us to do, they were so surprised, because today we're talking about manufacturing. So Juakali people will manufacture end to end. In Japan, people will manufacture a component, it goes to assembly in robotic systems. Nobody wants to tell us that. So everybody wants to hide away. And then as we are struggling day in and day out. So cottage industry manufacturing and development, that's my guru, the knowledge I've got from the other side. But what are we saying? Where is the goodwill in a country like this? All these carpets are imported. If anybody of you falls down and we uncover you, maybe 1% of you is local. Everything is imported. So we eat the meat. Today we ate meat. We took the hides to India and China. We shall import shoes and bags from India and China. How sustainable will that economy be? So we need to look at it and say, today we have every Kenyan lady with the hairstyle, very nice hairstyle. In fact, our ladies are the most beautiful in the region. What are they using? Human hair from Asia. Whereas banana fiber is the best human hair. So what me I'm engaging is, how can we then develop banana fiber? How can we develop our sisal? As our ladies become beautiful, they are beautiful with our sisal, they are beautiful with our banana fiber. In Thailand, they do decortication of banana fiber, and they do textile processes. They do a lot of things. Then the cake, as they decorticate, they package very well. They take it to Ethiopia. It is the one used in Ethiopian restaurants as food. Kenyans, they take their stem to the animal. Thailand, they take their stem to the mouth of the human beings. How do we sustain the economy? So we need to look at it and say, as we entice our youth to get into the market, we are saying youth have no jobs. Youth have no jobs. We need to define ourselves and say, yes, in transport, where are the jobs in transport? How many youth are willing to venture into transport and do the jobs? I saw this biogas system that was running here. We've engaged an interesting biogas system in Naivasha at the tropical farm. I am a member of the biogas technical committee in KEBS, and we have agitated a lot of things in this country on biogas. So when you go to James Finlay, in Kericho, they have a lot of waste of tea leaves, but they're still paying bills for electricity. So we come in and say, these tea leaves can convert to biogas. Biogas can become a gas and produce electricity. You minimize your cost of billing. And we have tried to talk to the government system. The goodwill, the politicians need to understand why this country is suffering. In India, they have said something very interesting. We have a ministry in India called Coconut Ministry. Do you know coconut, all of you? Do you know coconut? If I ask you who ate coconut this week, there's none. If I ask you even last week, coconut is a very interesting plant. In India, it is gold. In fact, it is. They say in Kerala, where the coconut grows, they say God lives in Kerala, but he works in India. So when you go to Kerala and you don't see anybody who farms coconut, you have seen nobody, because millions of shillings are bred from coconut. Now, in Mombasa, we have coconut. Do you know in India, they produce 126 products from coconut. In Kenya, we produce three. One of them, tempo ya mnazi. So you take the alcohol and get drunk. In India, they are producing a lot of things that they export to the international market. In fact, in the US, that is When you export coconut products in the US, that's gold. So we need to get our youth and tell them we can make mats from coconut fiber. It's called cocoa fiber. Kenya is number 2 in flower farming. We are importing cocoa pith from Sri Lanka, which is a quarter of Kenya. Do you know cocoa pith? You cannot do flower farming if you don't have cocoa pith. Cocoa pith is a media from coconut. When you decorticate and get fiber, you get cocoa pith. So we are talking like this. I have a lot of ideas here that I just wanted to talk heart to heart, not really that professional engagements. Heart to heart. Somebody would be here and say, oh, me, I want to make mats. Somebody will say, me, I want to do virgin coconut oil. Somebody, oh, I want to do desiccated coconut. I'm telling you, if you go to India, you'll find very old people. Very old people. You know what makes them old? They don't die. Some of the food they are eating. If you go to India, they have ministry for pilipili. This pilipili, you guys, like who ate pilipili in the lunch today? I know there are only 2 people here who ate pilipili. Maybe there are 2 people, and they are sitting this side. Now, so people don't know what it means to eat pilipili. But India, they have discovered something that pilipili is health. Pilipili will make you thirsty. You'll take a lot of water. Pilipili will make your body no fat. You don't have fat. So in this part of the world, we want to be fat. In that part of the world, people want to be not slim, orderly. You see what I'm telling you, food will guide us there. So the youth, we need to entice the youth from now to know what kind of foods we need to eat going forward. Across the border in Uganda, we have food called senene. Who knows senene? You know senene? You know senene? Senene is an emerging livestock. It's grasshopper. In Kenya, it's a grasshopper. When it's jumping here, nobody sees it. In Uganda, children in school, when they see senene, grasshopper, they arrest it and put it in the mouth, even if it's raw. You get what I'm saying? Now, would it be rocket science for us to entice our youth to go into farming just with a simple greenhouse and breed senene for Ugandan market? You get what I'm saying? In China, you go to China, you find some plates are loaded with cockroach. In Kenya, cockroach is our menace. We import pesticides from China to kill our cockroach when they need cockroach. Locusts came here the other day. Did you see locusts? We kill them with pesticides. Do you know Japanese are looking for locusts like gold? That's their meal. Chicken is looking for locusts. Chicken is looking for locusts. Am I lying? No. So we are killing with pesticides and destroying our soils. So even the food we've planted in the soil cannot go to international market because it's toxified. You get what I'm saying? So we need to entice the politicians in Kenya to understand really what are the simple things that can help us. Finally, I would not want to go all through this, but maybe when the organizers will want me to do that, I can print this and try to interpret what they do. We did one thing in 5 locations when I was in UNIDO, and very important thing. We have community power centers in 5 locations. One in West Pokot, in a place called Keringet. One in Nandi, in a place called Kapchurwai, in Himaki. One in Bomet, in a place called Kitoben. One in Siaya, in a place called Uhuru. One in Busia, in a place called Changara. And one in Kirinyaga, in a place called Ngando. And this is a center. The whole roof is solar. And the youth are the ones who are doing the solar. Then we have battery banks that will have the solar into battery banks. Then we have engines that use biofuel, which is crop oil. Farmers plant crop, then we extract like sunflower and use that sunflower in the engines that you configure to produce electricity. Then we have wind mist to produce electricity. And then we have gasification system. Then this room has a lot of electricity for productive use. Then the youth in that area, we have given them a digital village that they have a plasma screen they can watch in the village where there's no electricity. They have a center, which is a digital center with about 10 computers. They can go into the internet and communicate with the rest of the world. The youth in the village, and they have free electricity, and they can pump their own water from borehole with that. Then other youth will bring batteries for charging in that center. Then this youth will carry his battery on his shoulder with a shaving, this thing for shaving. Go at the school and shave the children and get 5 shillings each. The parents, they are having beautiful children who have been shaved with 5 shillings. This youth has made money. So we need to entice the youth and bring them together and come up with simple projects that in this hustler government, where me also am in touch, we talk to the hustler economy and tell them this is the way to go. Finally, I'm a preacher, that's right.
Yeah, I preempted this. The last time we were with engineer in another panel, we were literally taken out of that panel because he couldn't finish talking. But I'll give room for 2 questions as Caroline and Adi comes. Yes, you have one at that point, please. Just put it on, or it's, oh, okay. The other table can donate theirs. Oh, they're not on, okay. Yes.
Technologies are very good. We need to think about how to target other ways, the proper way of doing things. Like think out of the box. We need the sunflower to produce food. That is one. We need corn for food production to give people to eat. Please try and look at another way of dealing with this issue. Give people food. The waste can be used to make biogas easily. But don't feed a biogas digester human food. Please don't keep a digester human food. That's all I have to raise on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can reply right away. And I like that. I like that. We don't want to compromise food. We have jatropha, we have croton seed, which is not non-edible, but we still have the cake. But when I talked about sunflower, it means supposing the whole country was sunflower covered, then we could not be compromising food. The problem is that people don't want to farm sunflower. So the people who want to eat sunflower becomes more than them who are farming sunflower. That I agree with you. But what I was talking about, Naivasha and Kericho, we are talking about baby corn waste, where Tropical Farm had 110 tons of baby corn waste. As they export the baby corn and cabbage, they have a lot of waste. So they were using it in the biogas to digest. Did you get that? Thank you.
And maybe just to add on what he has said, or rather what you have said, I feel like we should not be tasking organizations or people like engineer with these things. He brought up the issue of leadership, goodwill in leadership. So these things, that is why we're having even a convening like this one. So that when you go back home with your formal education or informal education that you have, you can advise the other youth that, you know what, you can start this sunflower farming, but now with a twist. You've said that we do, instead of feeding biogas plants with people food, you find other alternatives. So here we're coming to get the education so that we can also go and engage with it further to find alternative ways, right? So maybe next time if I meet you, I want to hear that, you know what, the point that engineer brought up, I looked at it critically and I found a solution. Then we can engage, we can go to other places and teach other youth the same thing, right? Or maybe even lobby governments and our leaders to legislate the same. Okay, or even to bring funding for the youth to be able to, first of all, eat, secondly, provide for themselves, because of course, you cannot be trying to change the world or even changing your community without an income. So yeah, we lobby our leaders to bring legislations that will bring funding for us to eat and to do these things and to create new innovations.
But maybe the question you'll ask yourself, and maybe you can ask for me, do these people come from Kenyan counties?
Yes.
Those Kenyan counties have raw material and huge resources. Kenya mines silica and imports glasses. These glasses you are taking water with, we mine from Kwale County. Then Kenya mines kaolin from Nyeri. And then we take it to China and India and we bring in cups and plates. So all of you eat on cups and plates. Show me one plate from Kenya, nothing. Kenya eats meat and exports hides and bones and import shoes and bags. So you see what we need to think through and say as Kenyans. What is it that we want to do to sustain this economy? So as we talk about transport will sustain the economy, yes, because mobility is very important. But from manufacturing, agricultural platform and industrial platform, where is the linkages? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martha and Engineer. So next we'll have Adi and Caroline. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much.
So you can talk to Martha and Engineer on the side. Engineer has a million ideas in his head. So yes, that's where we were chased from the panel because you are. But Karibu, asante sana. So Adi is going to do a presentation. So as you do your presentation, you're also going to introduce yourself and what you do at Basigo. Is it Basigo or Basigo? Basigo. Basi for bus.
Basi for bus.
Okay. Interesting. And Caroline will go next after Adi.
Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. We from Basigo are very pleased to be invited to this conference and talk about smart and sustainable mobility. So where are the slides? Are they up?
Yeah, there you go.
Right,
There.
thanks. So Basi.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah. So our name Basigo, so like it's Kenyan for Basi, so bus. Yeah, and we provide electric bus technologies to the Kenyan market and in the future to the Eastern African markets. Right. So I'll just give you an overview of what we're doing at Basigo and how that fits in with the smart and sustainable mobility and how that we could reform public transport in Kenya. Just to give you an overview of Basigo, so we are a venture-backed e-mobility startup, and we joined. We only started up in early last year, and we have grown quite a bit. So we've grown to 35 members to date, and we're still growing. Overall, we are a team of passionate individuals, and we have. In total, we have an experience of 50 years of e-mobility expertise. So that's quite exciting. At Basigo this year, early this year, we also launched Kenya's first 2 electric buses in passenger transportation, passenger operation. So that was quite interesting, which I would also speak about later in this presentation. And we were also recognized and we were the winners of the Killing competition, Killing Curve Prize. And so Killing Curve Prize is a global competition, and they only pick 10 winners, and based on their potential to reduce carbon emissions, right? And we're one of the winners for that prize in the fields of mobility, right? Right. So at Basigo, our mission is to provide clean electric public transportation in Africa, starting here from Kenya and growing further. And our values are to create, firstly, to provide accessibility, right? So this bus or this technology we don't want to limit it to just the higher income levels, but we want to make this technology accessible to even the lower income earners. What we also seek is to revolutionize the passenger experience as well as the owner experience through innovation, such that the informal public transportation can move towards formal public transportation in Kenya. That's why we also seek we seek to provide solutions that can scale, because we also understand that providing 10 or 100 buses is not going to solve the climate crisis. We need to scale up to thousands of buses to actually make a good impact, not just in Kenya, but overall in the world, right? And also to achieve this, one of our values is teamwork. So we have good partnership within our company as well as with our partners, so we can all succeed to achieve our mission. Right, so just to give you an overview of buses in Kenya, what the public transportation looks like in Kenya right now. Of course, a lot of you will be familiar with it. So it's quite informal, right? So there's no government support. It's mostly private sector, it's mostly served by matatus, which are diesel-powered buses, right? Which are going from between routes or between stages. But they're quite effective in what they do, right? So what we've seen is that on a daily basis, they transport over 1 million Kenyans, right? or a million trips are taken every day by Kenyans. So there is a need. We can see the need for matatus, right? And so how can we make this better? So right now we're seeing a huge problem with these matatus. Although they're quite effective in transporting passengers, we see that they're emitting a lot of, they're polluting quite a lot, right? They're one of the biggest sources of air pollution in Nairobi. What we also see is that, as previously mentioned, that the buses here, they do not follow any emission standards. So they remove the particulate filters, so they're also releasing toxic particulate matter, which is not nice to breathe, and it's also dangerous. So, and overall throughout Africa, we can the transportation or the matatus or they make up quite a big chunk of the total carbon emissions. It's up to 25%. So we have a huge potential of reducing this by moving towards the electric bus system. So these are key impacts which we can have by switching to electric buses in Kenya. Firstly, over the last 10 years, we've seen the price drop for electric bus by up to 50%. So now, because the cost has gone to so down, we can make it more accessible to users. And the price point or the economics right now works that it can compete with the diesel bus in terms of economics, right? And what we also see in Kenya is like, I don't know if everyone's familiar, but Kenya has one of the highest, one of the cleanest grids in the entire world, right? So we have clean renewable energy coming from hydropower and geothermal in Naivasha. So how could we leverage this to improve our public transportation system? And also what we see with our talks with Kenya Power is that there's an excess supply of electricity, especially at night, and that is 25% excess supply, which is a lot of electricity which is not utilized. And that electricity can potentially be used to power up to tens of thousands of electric vehicles in Nairobi. So yeah, some of the key benefits of having a electric bus or switching to electric technology is a reduction in costs. So we are seeing the fuel costs are reducing by 75%, right? So it does make sense for the economics of owning a matatu, providing this public transport service. But what we also see is that the bus is much more comfortable. There are no vibrations, so it's much nicer for the passenger to experience. And also what's to notice is like current matatus, they're built off a truck chassis. So it's not actually designed to be a bus. It's over-designed or it's over-engineered to be a truck. So providing actually a bus in the market would also improve people's perception towards using public transport system. And what we also see, you can tell me if I'm going over the time.
Yes,
right?
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I can speed up, right. So besides the benefits, we've partnered with BYD, who's providing the technology, and we want it to be we want to bring this technology to Kenya. And right now we are providing this technology. We're selling this, and at first early this year we started a pilot. So we have 2 electric buses that are actually running in Nairobi. With 2 of our partner suckers. One is e-shuttles and one is City Hopper, which are doing the airport to CBD route. And so far they've done very well in terms of operation, and they surpassed the performance of a diesel bus. So we've seen they've done over 90,000 kilometers. We've saved, just with these 2 buses, we've saved 45 tons of CO2, and that is around 18,000 liters of diesel saved. So there's a big potential as we scale on how we could create a more sustainable public transport.
Thank you.
Right, so I'll just move to the challenges because that's what the topic is. Right, so at Bosigo we realized there are 5 main challenges in adoption of electric buses or electric technologies. The first one is all these technologies firstly are designed for Western markets or like in Chinese cities. So they wouldn't kind of conform with the local requirements. So like like an example would be ground clearance. So we cannot drive a low floor bus here in Nairobi. So yeah, we have to. So that's one big challenge. The second challenge is, of course, the need to locally assemble buses, right? Because like right now, KRA imposes a really high tax on vehicles, and there are no current policies for how they would tax electric vehicles or if they would give them a subsidy. So that's one big challenge. And then the biggest of all is the cost of the upfront cost of the bus. So right now, an electric bus is roughly around twice the price of a diesel bus. So that's kind of discouraging to owners who want to purchase this technology. And of course, the other two are the lack of charging infrastructure as well as lack of expertise in maintaining or servicing these buses. So at Basigo, we like to innovate, and we've come up with some solutions for these problems. So the main innovation at Basigo here is we've come up with a financing solution. So we call it Pay As You Drive, which is a financing model where we only sell the diesel bus to the SACCOs or to the owners, and we retain the ownership of the battery. And we lease the battery then as a subscription fee, which includes the charging as well as the maintaining of the bus. And the economics work that it's still cheaper to have to go for our subscription than to go to run a diesel bus, right? And and the other solutions which we're also coming up with is to providing deploying our charging network. So we're working closely with partner SACCOs to understand where should be the best locations for these chargers, and also training a service team that has the expertise to service thousands of these buses. Right.
All right. Thank you very much, Adi. Key points: accessibility, public, electric. And you've also mentioned the fact that we produce more energy, and someone talked about energy still being expensive. So still that is an impediment for us accessing public transport systems. Next, we have Caroline from ITDP. So you'll briefly introduce yourself, tell us what that means in full, and also talk about some of the challenges, the wins, and the vision. Paint us a picture.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Caroline Mimano from the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy, also known as ITDP. So we focus on sustainable transport, that's walking, cycling, and mass transit. So just to start us off, I'd like to, if you may indulge me, I'd like to ask the audience, how many of you came by public transport to this forum? Okay, very few people. Does anyone want to tell us someone who didn't come via public transport, why they chose to come via either a personal vehicle or an Uber? Anyone?
What were Uber? Why did you come with Uber?
Yeah, so there's one, convenience. Anything else? So just to go by what he said, convenience is such a big factor. So what we do right now, if you look at Kenya, there's lack of regulation by the government in that NTSA only gives the route licenses to the matatu operators. So the matatu operators own the vehicle, and then they find someone, a driver, to run it, who is paid per the amount of money they get per day that day. The same for the routes. So what happens then is some routes that don't have a lot of money, they don't have a lot of people, then, the services are very poor. So people then end up using their private vehicles, and they use Ubers. And what happens is you have a lot of people on the roads using their private vehicles because they don't feel comfortable enough using public transport, or they feel that the public transport system isn't of good quality. So that is a challenge, because now going forward, it is important for us to think about how to reduce the number of people using private vehicles and then shift those people to using public transport system. Now, looking at other countries in Africa, I can give an example of maybe Dar es Salaam or Kigali, who have started mass rapid transit systems that has then moved people from using private vehicles to using good public transport systems. And the case studies here show that the governments invested a lot in the public transport system. For the example of Dar es Salaam, the government invested in BRT. I know you have had stories about bus rapid transit along Thika Road, and that didn't happen, or it's in the process of happening. So what is bus rapid transit? So you have a dedicated lane that only public transport use. And in this case, it's mass rapid transit in that it's a big bus and it's not a matatu. That way, if you count the number of people using private vehicles every day to, like if you see there's traffic jam outside right now, and you count the number of people in each of those private vehicles and then put those people in a bus, they could probably just fit into 2 buses. And that would then save you a lot of emissions. So that is one. So now, how do you improve the sector? I know the session that was here before had talked about how to improve the sector. They had talked about the issues with Matatu. So how do we improve that? So we recommend that we shift from having everyone who has enough money putting their Matatu on the road, and those people then having associations, because now we have cooperatives. Now we shift that, and then we have people, then the Matatu owners forming companies. So like you'd have 2-3 companies, and then now the government would then request for tenders from these companies, and then they would apply. So then they would be under contract from the government to provide quality services. And then, so the money would be taken by another institution. So the government would then dictate the quality of service, the kilometers of service, and the routes. And if the government feels that the quality of service is not good enough, then they have the liberty to cancel that contract. So the government then has a stake in making sure that the public transport system is good. So that's for public transport. The other thing is making sure that every infrastructure project we have, every road infrastructure project includes footpaths and cycle tracks. I know you had talked about that before, but what we are trying to do right now is, maybe if you're moving from the CBD to Westlands and you feel like you don't want to walk, then you can use a bicycle. There are some cities that have bike share systems where you can rent a bicycle and pay a certain fee, and then when you get to your destination, you can leave that bicycle there. So that would be easy in that it would alleviate traffic jams, especially during rush hours. And it would make it easy and cheaper for people to move from one place to another. So the good thing about walking and cycling is it's very cheap. I know a lot of people are wondering, how can I afford these private vehicles? So the walking and cycling is cheap. And the other thing is, there are some countries where everybody is doing well and they're using walking and cycling. For example, cities like Amsterdam, everyone is cycling, and it doesn't mean that these people don't have enough resources to buy private vehicles. So I think it's very important that we talk to our leaders. For example, if there's a project, an infrastructure project, talk to your leaders and tell them it's very important that we have cycle tracks and footpaths so that it's easy for people to move.
Thank you very much, Caro. When you talked about walking and cycling, I immediately thought about our green spaces. How many people used Uhuru Park, for example, to connect to so many places in Nairobi? How many? I would go, if I wanted to go to Upper Hill, Uhuru Park, Kilimani, Uhuru Park, Milimani Lokots, Uhuru Park. Like you want to go to Haile Selassie, Nairobi West, unakata tu Uhuru Park, just behind, you get there. And the other reason why, personally, I'm also very passionate about reclaiming and rehabilitating green spaces is because if you look at the river network in Nairobi, it's very easy to move and cycle when we have those riparian spaces not grabbed and clean, because you can easily connect, especially the Eastlands part, you can easily connect through the river shores. And in Babadogo right now, places where we have tried to reclaim those spaces, there are hoods that you can just connect by walking along Madare River. And you don't have to go all the way to Allsops or all the way to Raunda to pick a vehicle. So such things. And the other thing which you have probably forgotten is the water transport. I was in Rusinga this weekend, and the water bus, it's just one for every section. And it has really revolutionized transport in that area. From the lake/western region, road transport is very hectic, and the old rail transport is not working. So if we can have more water buses and the rail transport working, I don't think we would even see people on the roads, because it'd be very convenient. Even if we were so many on the water bus at a go, it didn't feel cramped. The ride was very refreshing. So those are some of the avenues that we need to look at. So I'll give 2 people here and there, then we close this session. You'll go first, then we'll come to you. just went on. I
So-
can donate a microphone. Okay, she'll go first, then I'll donate this.
Okay, so I just have 3 quick questions for Basigo. So where are the batteries made? What is their lifespan? And what happens when the batteries are done? How are they disposed of?
Yeah, those are good questions. So currently, majority of all EVs, they source their batteries from China. Currently, they're manufactured in China. And yeah, as Basigo, we would also sort, like it comes with the OEM. So for us, it would be supplied by BYD. And then the lifespan of the battery is roughly around 8 years. And that's good for, it's 8 years to be used as a automotive battery, but there's still secondary use cases. So what we see in the market as well, what BYD or also other local players are doing is they're using secondary batteries as residential backup banks, right? Power banks for residential, or even on a larger scale, what Tesla did was Elon Musk donate, like what they're using all Tesla batteries to be power backups for the entire grid. So the life of the battery is not just until the vehicle use, but there's much more we can use out of it afterwards.
Thank you. We'll have him.
You didn't answer my last question. What happens when the batteries?
They're done.
Yeah.
What happens?
Disposal.
Right. So according to current literature, the batteries, some parts of it can be recycled. Others, some parts cannot. So they're basically, they go into, so they're just shredded and processed, and then they're separated to back to its raw materials.
So we'll have you, and then Pauline, you can help us with the online participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Afiza Lokech Abdallah, and as our sisters talked, that walking and recycling is the best. You are forgetting there are people in the community that are persons with disability, and they are walking through devices. Some are using wheelchairs, some use tricycle, some use crutches. So what happens when in the whole community or the world, there's no any vehicle which is disability friendly that can accommodate a person with a wheelchair who want to walk from one place to another? And secondly, when we see us, our transport sectors, people with disability suffers a lot because they pay more. And there's not even a destination that has been made for a person with disability to be as a bus stop. So we suffer. So what is the plan that you have in mind? Because we must be put in plans, because we are suffering and nobody wants to talk about this. Thank you.
Okay, that's actually a good question. So let's start with walking and cycling. So for footpaths, actually getting footpaths in place, I know NMS has been doing work in making sure we have footpaths in a lot of the low-income settlement areas. So the good thing about these footpaths is it's easier for people with wheelchairs to actually access those areas because of the footpaths, rather than just like using the wheelchairs in mud or in like the conditions that they are in most of the settlements right now. So the other thing is, in most of the countries, the footpaths have tactile in the middle of the footpaths, just so that if there's someone who's blind, they can be able to feel their way through. So that makes it easier to walk. The other question about public transport, that's actually a good question. So the good thing about having a company operate these public transport services is the government then sets specific conditions for the buses. For example, the buses in the BRT system in Dar es Salaam have allocated areas for people with disabilities. So the first few seats are where the people with disabilities sit. Then there are some countries which have sections for pregnant women or mothers with kids. So those are the things that the government then have control over when they then regulate the markets, the public transport markets. Yes, but that is something that really should be included and should be looked at.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Let's get the people online first. But unfortunately, NMS has not used the right cabros. So they are a recipe for accidents, including my governor in Kisumu County has borrowed the leaf and used the wrong cabros. So drainage is a problem,
Yeah.
and they're also very slippery. But let's get people online first.
Let me
then
just comment on that. So we are working on a street design manual for urban areas in most of the East African cities, just because, as you said, we realize that so we've moved from a point where a lot of cities are not putting any non-motorized transport infrastructure to a point where we have the infrastructure, but it's not of good quality. So now what you want to do is work with this government so that you can make sure if it's a cycle, if it's a cycle path, then you make sure that it's made of asphalt and it's not made of cabro, just because asphalt is more comfortable when you're cycling compared to using cabro, as you were saying. So just making sure that the other thing I've been doing is actually getting these people out, the engineers and the government officials, to actually use the infrastructure, like getting them out to walk and cycle, just so that they can feel how their designs work. And we have found that they do realize that if I put up a cycle track of 1 meter instead of 2, then it's just really not comfortable for me. And if I try to cycle and a really big bus zooms past me in high speed, then I'm not really comfortable cycling. So those are the things that we are working with the government to change.
Thank you. Okoth, if you can hear us, it's your turn now. Good to see you. Please go ahead.
Good to see you, Irene. How are you?
Fine, thank you. You'll need to take up your volume just a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me better? Is this better? Because I think
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's just so wonderful that I'm joining. I wished I was looking forward to being there physically, but unfortunately I could not. I think I've been following this conversation, especially when Engineer Charles was talking, and I was just wishing I could sit with him on one panel. He has some very interesting revolutionary ideas. Almost everything can be used for something. And listening also to Mwata, then Adi from Basigo, then finally Caroline, talking about mass transit. For me, my greatest interest right now, as somebody who has lived in Nairobi, spent a better part of my life also in Siaya County, I notice right now, if you go to most of our rural towns, many times you find that you might even see more border borders than the people they're supposed to carry. And I think this is something that should really worry us. So on the issue of the public transport, we cannot talk about public transport if you're not talking about issues like border, the wheelbarrows, the people pulling the carts, the old pickups on the roads, the bicycles, and even the footpaths are being mentioned here. Every time I board a matatu, I try as much as possible to sit in front. This is because I like having some nice conversations with the drivers and just to listen to their stories on why sometimes they behave the way they behave on the roads. So 3 days ago, I lost a friend who was knocked actually just on a pavement along Ngong Road. And this matatu knocked a pedestrian on a pavement, not that the pedestrian was walking on the main road. And this now really worries me a lot. There's a time I was having a conversation with the driver and he was telling me, he's always chasing the cash and trying to avoid the traffic. And if you ever listen to a driver, they'll always tell you, when they stay so much on traffic, they lose a lot of fuel. So we have this joke that maybe a matatu coming from Rongai would rather go back to Tanzania than come back via Uhuru Highway as long as they're avoiding any kind of traffic. Anyway, it's just a joke, but this makes a lot of sense. And these are now things that we really have to start talking about. How do we make, because the people running border, the people using pulling carts, for example, early in the morning when you're walking on Ngong Road, especially from town, Upper Hill community, going upward, you always notice people pulling carts. Most of the time they're carrying vegetables or carrying fruits from Markiti or from Gikomba, taking them to Kawangware or to Kipero or to Satellite. The big thing here is that it is not even about issue of environmental pollution or about climate change, but I think the biggest worry here is that these people want to have a living. By the end of the day, someone wants to get something on the table. So the question that we should be addressing is, how do we connect all these conversations to money? Because the moment we are able to show people that, see, You can still do your border, but this is better. You can avoid the pollution and still make your money. You can still avoid the rush with the matatus and still make your money. You can avoid blah, blah, blah and make your money because life is more important. Sometimes you're rushing on the way and you're causing all this mayhem and also just the pollution that we are causing to the environment. But you see also, as young people and as a people of Kenya, we also have a duty to play. And our duty here is that we have to make our leaders start talking about these issues. Right now, issues of mental health are getting into parliament because people are talking about them. 2022 general election, really, the issue of fertilizer came up. The issue of cost of living came up because people were talking about them. The day we start talking about climate change and environmental pollution in our environment with our politicians and start bringing them to this kind of sitting that we are having, we want to force these conversations into their mouth because if we don't do it, then definitely it'll become even difficult to influence the policy. I would like maybe just to propose one very revolutionary idea to a great panelist here called Adi from Basigo. You see, the first time I boarded it, I really liked it. And I do feel like there's a way in which we can even like upscale it. So for example, maybe some of you here in the audience will agree with me. If we're talking about public transport, and as Caroline was talking, can we first of all maybe try and talk to the relevant ministries, for example? Can these people adopt buses instead of all of them using Prados and Land Cruisers, parking them in the city center and everywhere? So for example, we saw in the UK when presidents were carried by buses. Anyway, they still reached their destination despite all the conversation that was around it. If, for example, today we can do our research and get to know how many people are working, for example, Ministry of Health, and how many of them use Langata Road or use our Yaki. Put these people in a bus so that we avoid some kind of mayhem that we are seeing, so that we also reduce the pollution as slowly we transit to this, because all the changes we are talking about, the government must inspire us in this. If we're talking about the public transport, we want them to start embracing it. We want to see some of these officials even also boarding these buses so that then even the public can gain trust. You see, some Kenyans are buying their personal cars because people are tired of how conductors talk to them. People are tired of how the transaction is done. Sometimes you want to go cashless, for example. You fear, as Irene, you send a conductor money, later on at midnight, this person is texting you or calling you, and you're wondering, wait a moment, did I do that for that you call me, or what is happening? So can we get some public offices, first of all, embracing what we're talking about? Then number two, even as maybe as young people, because we are the best, we are learned, we are skilled, can we make sure that maybe also we are challenging other fellow young people that there are things you can avoid? If it is a walking distance, please just walk. If it is a place where you can carpool or you can use a bus together, let's just use that bus so that we see maybe the effect that can bring. Anyway, thank you so much, Erin. Back to you.
Thank you. Pauline, please let us know if there are comments or a question from the online participants. Tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Asua. There's so many comments and some few questions. So I might just read them through. One talked about open air from transport system contributes to greenhouse emissions. However, in Kenya, we have hardly put in place carbon tax policies on transport system. How can we lobby the policymakers to introduce tax penalties and incentives on emission is equal measure? Ronald Keter talked about good presentation, which tea estate is doing biogas from tea leaves, and then Paris collaborative transport system will be a solution to the transport-related challenges in the country. And then Meshach is talking about, my concern is on the sustainability of the implemented ideas. Please, may you help me on how we can ensure sustainable implementation of the ideas? Paris also talked about unworthy roads to contribute to pollution, and they are not only dangerous to human health, but also increase in possibility of accidents. And then Okendo said there's still need for public awareness. For example, car drivers, motorbike riders still don't value cyclists. And again, there are no bicycle lanes in most of our roads, hence the risk of cycling. There's also need to advocate for car-free days apart from using public transport. compared to private vehicles, we should embrace walking and cycling. And there was also a question from Keter, if possible, to organize benchmarking visit for those who are ready to tap on this mentioned technology. Some of us need exposure and will find us implementing the next day only if it's sustainable. Back to you, Asua.
Thank you very much. I think the infrastructure issue has been addressed, and Caroline has talked about the institute working with government to ensure that we have that. On the benchmarking bit, as you wind up, you can tell us where we are supposed to find you.
So you can find us, our website is ITDP Africa. If you Google it, you can find all our information there. I just wanted to touch on the benchmarking. We have been working with the governments across actually the region who have been to Dar es Salaam to look at the BRT system, the infrastructure, the dedicated lanes, the stations, how it works, the operations bits, how the Matatu sector can now integrate into companies. So yeah, they have been on these exchanges. They've actually been on exchanges on e-buses, I think in India. So yes, they know all these things, and actually Namata is actually considering having e-buses on the road. Yeah, so hopefully that works.
Thank you. Basigo, where do you find you?
Yeah, you can also find us on our website, basi-go.com. And you can find all the information and also our financing model, as well as what technologies we're bringing in. Right.
Thank you. The person who had the burning question, very short, and engineer also, very short. Yes. So we'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you for once again for giving me the chance again. So my question is, like, as much as we are talking about, there's a lot of excitement about moving to electric cars and abandoning the combustion vehicles, right? The ones using fuels. But we are assuming the fact that during the manufacturing of these electric cars, there's normally a lot of emissions. For you to produce an electric car, there's the batteries, there is a lot of emissions accompanied by these, because we are using these heavy metals, iron, lithium, graphite, and so forth, and they are mined, right? As we are mining, they have to also be processed, and heavy machines are involved. A lot of emissions are done. So we over decades, we've been misled by these business terms where when we are marketing the products, the final product, we are saying, there are no emissions or all that, but we forget about the manufacturing part, So my question is, there's need for us to consider, is it really the sustainable way to go? Because you are told also that the batteries only last for 8 years, right? Yeah, and the cars last for. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much. So before you go, I think engineer can just finish once and for all, so that we finish on this side at a go. Yeah, I think you got the question.
Yeah, I got the question.
Yeah.
I think I might forget it, so I might just respond to him. So in the scientific community, there's life cycle assessments, and life cycle assessments look particularly into the whole life cycle of a product. So beginning of manufacturing, sourcing the raw materials, what are the emissions that are going into that processes, also into the shipping processes. So bringing the electric bus to Kenya, how much emissions are going into this, and to the life cycle to when the product is dismantled and shredded. So they look, the scientific studies, they look into all these processes and then compare the equivalent CO2 emissions for a different technology. So if we're comparing to diesel, they would do a similar process for diesel, look at the life cycle of carbon emissions, and then make a comparison. So I think in the scientific literature, there's good agreement that electric vehicles have a significant impact in reducing carbon emissions.
Yes, thank you very much. I like the concept of electric buses. Now, in Parliament, we've gone through to regulate waste in the country and called producer responsibility agenda. I'm just wondering, because when she asked a question, you did not answer the way I expected you to answer. I will take the battery and use it for 8 years in my bus. When it is weak, some home will take it as a battery bank in their house for lighting. We have data to know that I took 1 battery or 2 batteries that now you will come and collect, because at the household, it will also fail after some time. Who collects it then? Because if me, I'm a layman, I will just take the battery and discard it here, and it will be an environmental menace. So we need to look through and say the data for batteries from China to this place, who takes the responsibility of managing the waste? That's for me critical. The last one, these buses are very good. Juakali is involved in the maintenance of the buses or repairs of the buses. Have you trained them as a company? And if you and then how are you increasing buses that Juakali will be the maintainers of the buses?
Right. Yeah, thanks for the questions. So regarding your first point, regarding second life use of lithium-ion batteries. So of course, we are not just removing like a failed module from the bus and just selling it off directly to consumer, right? So what they do is, as an OEM, it's their responsibility to make sure the product quality, whatever they're reselling as a second life battery, it meets the specification of whatever is advertised on the document specification, right? So and then also there'll be warranty claims under that. So any responsibility of malfunction afterwards during the second life is borne by the manufacturer of it, who's selling the second life battery to the consumers. Regarding your second point, right? So as we grow, we do want to train more more technicians. So develop these expertise within Kenya and beyond to be able to service and perform repairs on any kind of electric vehicles, not just buses.
Thank you. And I think the end producer responsibility, I don't know if that's the sequence for the legislation that, I don't know if it has been enacted yet. Yeah, should be able to take care of that. Because yes, we have holding places for e-waste and stuff like that. But as you said, there's a lot of undocumented parts of that e-waste that people go with back at home, and we hoard them, and some of them end up in the landfills, and we are not able to trace back. There was a situation, I think in Kwale and in Marsabit as well, where e-waste was put in a landfill some years back, and now it has come back to affect the people. But because we cannot trace who took the waste there, how did they take it there, and now who do we hold responsible for what is happening now? So that's a very critical issue that we need to address. So thank you very much. We have slightly eaten into the rapporteur's time. So I will please a round of applause for my 4 panelists. Asanteni sana. I will now give it back to the rapporteur to give us a summary of the day, and then we can go. Asanteni sana. Lynn is not here. Oh, she's coming. As she comes, there was a question around water. I wanted to say, the participant has gone, but this is for the benefit of all of us. Water is devolved, and so we have, some counties have an isolated water department. Some have water, climate change, natural resources under one department, but it is devolved. And we still have regional national agencies that work with the counties to have infrastructure to support water. So that should handle the crisis we were talking about the floods. So our responsibility as people who are in this conference is to go back to our county assemblies, find out which of our MCAs sit in that assembly and call them to action, because at the moment they are fighting with MPs on who should do water projects for mileage. My MCA opened water during election. After she was elected back, she took back the water. So it is a devolved function. Please, let's put pressure on our county governments to work with the regional, national waterworks agencies to ensure that water works for us. And for the people in the LREB region, your counties should be able to access the FLOCA fund because they have their climate change policies in place. Marsabit, Makueni as well. Some counties copy pasted policies, so they need to work on them again so that they fit the National Finance Act. So if your county doesn't have a climate change policy, it is time to hold your MCAs hostage again. When you have that policy, then you can access the FLOCA fund. Asanteni sana.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So before we close off today's session, I'll just go through some of the highlights that we've identified from the session today, which was a very interactive session, very got heated at some points, which was very interesting to see because we brought together so many stakeholders from different sectors, and that brought to the surface a lot of conversations that are not normally had. So to make this as simple as possible, I'll identify the main themes in groups. So we discussed energy as a theme, and within it, I'll just highlight some of the key highlights. We discussed climate finance as a theme, and within it also, I'll identify some common themes. And lastly, what we just had, the sustainable transport conversation, and then I'll also identify some themes. So under energy, 5 main themes: energy access, energy options, energy stakeholders, energy-related waste, and energy policy implementation. So under energy access, we of course looked at what it means to have energy access. Somebody mentioned it's not enough to have a computer or a plasma TV if you don't have the literal electricity to plug into. So we have to address energy from the ground up, energy poverty. We can't leapfrog if we don't have a baseline to leapfrog from. So we need to start somewhere. So energy poverty is the main concern in Kenya. In Africa, I think over 600 billion, don't quote me, but a huge percentage of Africans don't have energy access, electricity access, basic uses of electricity, they can't access it. So that's definitely an issue. We also had cost of energy as another main issue that came up. What's the point of having accessibility? What's the point of having the wires pass in front of your house if you can't afford to connect to it? We also had the issues of energy justice, which were very clear because a lot of Africans, again, experience energy poverty, and to demand of them to transition when they can transition in a way that is equitable to them, that in a way that is beneficial to them, would be an injustice to them. Within this, the role of the youth would be to act as entrepreneurs, as linkages, and as watchdogs of the government to ensure that activities like the last mile connectivity projects are come to fruition, because it's the role of the youth to connect the government and the grassroots levels, the government and the private sector and the community, all of these linkages. I feel like we've identified the youth as a common link. Under energy options, of course, conversations around nuclear, green hydrogen, fossil fuel, for example, coal, and the Lamu coal power plant was brought up. We also discussed ammonia. All of these energy options and energy pathways have positives, have negatives, have arguments to be made for it, reasons to step far, far away from them. And the fact that those were clearly fleshed out today is very important. The role of youth within picking out the most suitable energy access, energy pathway for Kenya is within ensuring that we have the technical know-how. We were told to equip ourselves with skills, capacity build ourselves, make sure that if we're going into nuclear, Kenyan youth have the skills required and we don't have to import brains from elsewhere. If we're going to go into green hydrogen, we should start picking up those skills now. We were also told to, since we can't invest our time, I think somebody said that we can't invest the billions required in green hydrogen, but we can invest our skills. So make sure that you know how to deal with green hydrogen if Kenya decides to go into green hydrogen. And the energy stakeholders, we identified again the youth, we identified the community, we identified the private sector in terms of investments and in funding youth entrepreneurial activities, and we identified the government, a huge role in ensuring budgetary issues, in investing in green hydrogen, in funding, in collaborating among us, the different ministries. All of these responsibilities were given to the government. The role of youth is to be a stakeholder and also to connect the different stakeholders. And the energy related waste, very important conversations were brought up about how to manage energy waste. Who manages it? Is there any policy in place to manage it? How long is the policy going to take? Within this, we identified the role of the youth in pushing for policy around energy waste, correct way to handle it, making sure that whatever investment opportunities and business opportunities are in energy waste, the youth are there to take them up. And lastly, under energy policy implementation, again, we found out that the government may be the main policy maker and policy implementer. However, the youth do have the responsibility of acting as watchdogs, making sure all the policies that were mentioned today about them being in the works or being a draft actually come into fruition. And of course, co-designing, co-drafting policies with the government, making sure that in terms of public participation, the youth are there to give their voice. And that's on energy. I hope that was fast enough for you guys. On climate finance, we talked about what is climate finance, how to access climate finance, the barriers within climate finance, and lastly, how to overcome these barriers. This, I think, was the most heated conversation today because the youth say, we want to access it, we just don't know how. The government tells us, when you hear people are cooking, go to the kitchen. The youth say, if I can't smell, how do I know there's food being cooked? I'm not even in the house, how do I know there's food being made? So all of these conversations were brought up. So when it comes to the conversation that was said by the government that there's no minimum criteria when it comes to what is an innovation and what's an innovative idea, but there is a minimum criteria when it comes to applying for funding for these innovations. So equip yourself with the skills. Government has the duty to ensure that the applications have diversity and inclusion within them, and you don't expect a Juakali person to put together a 50-page proposal when it comes to accessing these funds. They do have the ideas, they do have the technical know-how, but you knock them out because the proposal wasn't, didn't have enough literature review. So all of these issues were definitely discussed, and seeing it come to light so openly was very exciting. The barriers, someone mentioned so many exciting barriers. I've just mentioned stringent standards of applications, the technical skills. Someone said they get blue ticked after being told there's money. Here's my number, here's my card, call me, and then that's it. You can't access that person ever again. So those are definitely the issues, and overcoming these barriers, making sure you have the skills, making sure that you identify the correct people, come towards the correct people. We were told KCIC, you don't have to know anybody. Send in an application. So long as it meets the minimum criteria for an application, you can get your funding. So definitely work on that. Lastly, on sustainable transport. We've talked about the different roles. I think that was the main thing that came out to me, the different roles when it comes to the different stakeholders, private sector, government, and individuals. As a person, we were given a very interesting challenge. What did you use to get here today and why? Have you addressed that? Have you challenged the reason why you prefer to take an Uber or to take a Matatu or to take your private car? What was the reason you decided to use that method? On the government responsibility, what if a person wants to use a bike and there is no walkways? Are they supposed to risk their lives on Mombasa Road just because they want to be sustainable? No, provide the options. And lastly, private sector role, we were told there's huge opportunity within sustainable transport in Kenya. We talked about e-vehicles in Kenya. We talked about the opportunity for going into, I think it was waterways, improving the waterways in Rusinga. All of these are opportunities for the private sector, and I feel like it's very important for them to invest in that. And I think I'm done with that. We'll do a quick interactive session. Can everybody just get on either like your phone or your laptop, just any gadget you prefer. We do a quick, I promise it's quick, interactive session, and then you can be released. 2 minutes of your time. Please just take out your gadget, your phone, or your laptop. All right, so go to slido.com and use that hashtag LCOYKE 2022, hashtag LCOYKE 2022, and you'll have access to these questions, and we'll go through them one by one. Everybody's on slido.com? Slido, yeah, I think it's Slido, slido.com. All right, honor system, I'll trust it in slido.com. Question number 1. Rank the outcomes and asks from African youth on energy. I know they're all just as important as each other, but I'll give you the impossible task of picking out which you think is the first, which you think is the last. Just rank them from the first to the fourth. Is it energy access? Is it energy options? Is it energy policy implementation? Or is it energy related waste? So I'll give you a couple of seconds to key in your rank. We just want to know what we think the youth find to be the most priority of all the priority options. So just give me your answers. 4 participants are ranking, 9, we're going up 10, let's go. 6 participants, someone took back their ranking. As we can see, energy access is definitely leading. Issues of energy justice, energy poverty, how to definitely handle the basic issues before we move to issues such as energy related waste. So I can understand why people would reason like that. So I think we can move to the second question. If you don't have the time, it'll be there until tomorrow, same time. So you definitely have time to key in your vote. So we can move to the second question. This is a word bubble. Just give me one word of what priority should be considered in climate finance. Just give me the main word. If you think it's mitigation, I should not be giving you guys options, but if you think it's mitigation, if you think it's adaptation, where should the bulk of climate finance go to? Access, someone says access, carbon credits, that's a good answer. Mitigation, investments, the mitigation person got leakage from me, but I'll accept it. We got loss and damage, that's an important conversation, and that was had today actually. We have conversations around investments, innovation, grassroots advocacy, sustainable projects. So as you can see, the word bubble is growing, and that will help us to identify where you think the priority is in terms of funneling majority of climate finance. So there's policy framework and policy implementation. There's definitely a lot of responsibility when it comes to private sector, government, and individuals. So with that, we'll go to the last question before I can release you guys. You can keep voting, by the way, it'll just keep getting bigger and bigger, and that's the beauty of word bubbles. Last question, it's a yes or no question. Do you think the transport system in Kenya is sustainable? As we know, Kenya has about over 75% renewable energy resources, and we invest heavily in renewable energy, and we have some of the most clean policies in the continent. However, do you think this translates to our sustainable transport? 96% people said yes. You guys like matatus, huh? 7%, 6% of people say no. Sorry, it's the other way around. I am so sorry. Yes, I was hesitant, so I'm not gonna lie. Yes, it's a lot of people say that no, the sustainable transport sector in Kenya is not sustainable. And as you can see, the votes are very extreme. So I don't see much change on the percentages. So with that, I think I'll hand back to Emily to close down the session. Thank you so much for being patient with me to do this at the end of a very long day. Have a good evening and get home safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iman. Let's give her a round of applause, please. A good one, please. You've had a good day. So I want us to finish up today's program